I'm going to spend the next 5 hours answering your fantasy football trades. I'm saying that right now. So if you're watching this as a video later on and I quit 3 hours into this, please give me hell in the comment section because I have a ridiculous amount of teams that we need to look at. Now, if you are new here, I live stream answering fantasy football questions, looking at fantasy football teams every single day. The majority of the questions that we answer are free. We just send them out to the people that hang out with us in these live streams. So if you haven't already, make sure you just go down, drop a like on this video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell next to the subscribe button, and YouTube will tell you when we are live next. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this team from Just Go. It says keeper league, so some extra value for Scat and Golden. So here's what I'm looking at. Right now, the league analyzer is telling me that this is a one-player keeper league. If you play in a keeper league with fewer than 5 players, then really you just treat it as if it's a redraft format. I don't care about like Golden or Scat. If you only keep one guy, you're probably going to keep someone else anyway. Do I cut Woody and Sampson? Waivers have been so weak this year. Yeah, if you're in a deeper league, waivers have been pretty weak. Now, one thing I want to point out is we are currently the #1 team in the league analyzer with future value. We are also the #1 team in this league with total points scored as well. This is a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format. So having the elite quarterback, having the elite tight end is going to make up a really big difference. Now, looking at what we have a quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson, obviously elite name. We can start him every single week, no hesitation. Don't need a roster, another, nothing to talk about. Going over to what we have with our second 1C position with Dalton Kincaid. Kincaid, I would consider you going out there and picking up Hunter Henry and giving yourself a shot at another tight end. It's going to be difficult to know who to start week to week, but maybe one of these guys actually does separate from the rest of the field a few weeks from now and they turn into every week starters. So if we're looking at waiver wire pivots right now, I think dropping Woody Marks for Hunter Henry makes a lot of sense. I know we talked about both these players in the waiver wire video today. I think Woody Marks is really exciting in his own right, but maybe just a little bit of a cap ceiling considering the fact it's not going to get used on first and second downs. So I'd cut Woody Marks. I'd pick up Hunter Henry. Going over to running back, we have Jahmyr Gibbs as an anchor, elite RB1 that we can start every single week with zero hesitation. We have Amari Hampton as well here as our running back too. I moved him up to RB11 in our rest of season ranks. I think that he is just going to absolutely crush. You can go through and look at Amari Hampton, 24.9 points this past week, 19 carries, 7 targets, a total of 26 opportunities. You absolutely love to see it. So when we're looking at Amari Hampton as your running back too, I think you're going to have a better RB2 than the majority of your league mates. Scat at RB3, that's great. And then we effectively have Ramondre Stevenson and Braylon Allen as the premium handcuffs. Going over to receiver, we have JSN, Cortland Sutton, Michael Pittman, Jalen Waddle, Matthew Golden. So ultimately, not like a ton of wide receiver depth here. We have a really strong wide receiver 1, really strong wide receiver 2, and then we have a couple guys that we can play during the flex spots. You're not really going to be able to sell Pittman for anything. You're not going to be able to sell Waddle for anything. So even if Scat's in your flex this next week, it's nice to hold these players going through the bye. So as I look at your team across the board, my guy, this is a phenomenal squad. I am sure it was much scarier last week because before this Najee Harris injury, Tyrone Tracy injury, maybe your running back room looked a hell of a lot worse. But after those injuries, and we have Najee leading to Amari Hampton skyrocketing, we have the Tracy injury leading to Ramondre Stevenson skyrocketing. Love the team. I don't do a single thing with it. We roll in other than cutting Woody Marks, Hunter Henry. I'm really sorry that I don't have like any trades for you right now. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case later on, if you wanted me to take a look at anything else, I'd be super happy to for you, my guy. But I really appreciate you and honestly, phenomenal team. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be Dylan Zoe says, this league has also a median scoring setup. Just traded Tet and Judkins for AJ Brown before the Rams game. So I understand that, yes, Judkins looked great and Judkins definitely can be a viable RB2 rest of season. I drafted him a ridiculous amount in Underdog best ball drafts, just going out there and buying the dip. But realistically, he is still a first and second down running back in the league's worst offense. So I'm fine with your deal. Looking at where we are in terms of future value in the league analyzer, we are fourth. There's a clear juggernaut in this league The Juggernaut has Puka Nacua, James Cook, Derrick Henry, Jordan Mason, Igbuka. Obviously, Terry McLaurin gets the injury. But anyway, we are currently 4th in future value. We're also 4-2 as well. We've scored 396 points. So we are 2nd in this league in scoring, only behind the Juggernaut roster. This is a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth is going to matter a bit more here. We have Caleb Williams at quarterback. Obviously, Caleb gives you upside, especially with what he can do as a rusher. But I'd be completely fine if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to roster 2 quarterbacks here to play the matchups with Caleb Williams. Going through and looking at the quarterbacks available on the waiver wire, my favorite name would be Jackson Dart because he did demonstrate that he has some rushing upside. In terms of players that you could cut off your team easily, I don't really see anybody. If Jalen Coker is actually on your active roster, maybe Coker would be your cut, and you could pick up Jackson Dart there instead. Going over and looking at running back, we have Amari Hampton, Ashton Jeanty, RB1, RB2. We have Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins as quality depth pieces. So League Analyzer has us dead average in this league at running back. Depth's going to matter again, like we discussed, but it's not going to be too worrisome here if Dobbins is your RB4, right? And then going over to receiver, we have Nico, great wide receiver 1, A.J. Brown, great wide receiver 2. Rome Odunze is your wide receiver 3. Puts you in a spot where we could say that you probably have the best 3rd wide receiver in this league. Rashee Rice here in the long term on a team that's 4-2 and can afford to think about long-term value. Then we have Jordan Addison as our wide receiver 5. And in a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers here weekly, Addison probably does matter. So if I were looking to make any pivots here, like I said, I think I'd consider dropping Jalen Coker for Jackson Dart if he's on your active roster. If he's on your IR, then you probably just leave him there. I would consider dropping Blake Corum for Woody Marks. Going over to tight end, I think we leave this as is. Really, trade-wise, I don't necessarily think that there's anything that stands out for us. If Jordan Addison comes in and Addison all of a sudden turns into like a viable piece immediately, I would probably look to flip one of the receivers once we get Rashee Rice back with a tight end to go get a tight end upgrade, just because you'll have plenty of depth at that point. Or you could look to flip like J.K. Dobbins for a running back upgrade. I'm sorry, for a tight end upgrade, not a running back upgrade. You don't need an RB upgrade. Like if you go Dobbins and Harold Fannin and find yourself a team that really needs help at running back, and if we can get up to the range of like Tyler Warren, obviously be a no-brainer. But what I would probably be looking at is just sitting on our hands until we get Rashee Rice back in. But once Rice comes back, then at that point, week 7, you'll have plenty of depth, potentially upgrade quarterback or tight end then by selling the expendable running back piece, because we can just jam 2 wide receivers into our flexes every single week. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. I'm going to send you over some free questions again, just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with this roster on. Now let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be from Webster. Says, loving my 1 and 2 team. We traded Rome, JCM, Hollywood for Jacobs after week 1. We got Sutton for May from a desperate burner. Oh, that is phenomenal. Should I keep making moves? Could trade a tight end. I'm fine with either. Everyone at the moment, everyone and their mamas will target Brian Thomas Jr. from an 0 and 3 team. Loser must spend 24 hours at a Mickey D's. Our league, we're doing 24 hours at a Denny's. Can you all spam the chat? What would you rather do? Would you rather do 24 hours at a Denny's or 24 hours at a McDonald's? We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer in terms of future value. We're currently sitting at 1 and 2. We've scored 341 points, so we are 5th in this league with future value. I'm sorry, 5th in this league with total points so far. But let's see. We got McDonald's, Denny's, 24 hours in Mason's bed. Oh, you'd be one lucky man. Denny's, McDonald's, Denny's, McDonald's. Ooh, it's a good question. But anyway, here it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So depth at the skill positions not going to matter much. Does make a ton of sense to go and build around the elite onesies if we can. And yeah, now that you have the CeeDee Lamb injury, it does look like Jake Ferg is just going to be a must start tight end every single week. Look at what we have in terms of the volume from Jake Ferguson. Week 1, 6 targets. Week 2, 12 targets. Week 3, 14 targets. Like, he's averaging what? 10 targets a game? I think this is going to make Tyler Warren expendable. If you wanted to try to send Tyler Warren and T. Higgins and go get an elite wide receiver there at wide receiver 3, let's go for it. Can we find a team in your league that needs help at the tight end position? Let's go through and let's see what the worst teams in this league at tight end need. So this is the worst team in the league at tight end. They only have David Njoku. They don't really have anybody to say. I mean, if we could go Tyler Warren and Cortland Sutton, or Tyler Warren and T. Higgins for Monroe St. Brown, we would do it easily, but much, much easier said than done. And you know what I need to do? I actually need to move St. Brown down the overall ranks. Feel good about having him at wide receiver 2, but overall, that's pretty aggressive. We need to move some running backs ahead of him. But let's go ahead and submit that real quick. Done. Okay. But anyway, let's move this over. Next team that has Travis Kelce. Could we try sending them Tyler Warren and T. Higgins for A.J. Brown? Could we try sending them Tyler Warren and Amari Hampton for James Cook? I was kind of hoping one of these teams had an elite quarterback. Yeah, this team with Zach Ertz has Josh Allen at QB. Could we try sending them Tyler Warren and Justin Herbert to get to Josh Allen? Tyler Ward and T. Higgins to get to JSN. Tyler Ward and Josh Jacobs to get to Jahmyr Gibbs. This team with Juwan Johnson's probably chilling. This team with Kincaid's probably fine. Laporta team's probably okay. This team is Hawk and Fannin. Maybe we try to send them TJ Hawkinson and Achane to get to, try to sending them, say, like Tyler Warren and Jacobs to get to Saquon Barkley. Like, you have that expendable tight end piece. Obviously, you can try sending Jake Ferg as well. My thing is, I just think that the production between Jake Ferg and Tyler Warren with the CeeDee Lamb injury is going to be close. And I think you'd get way, way, way more value by selling Tyler Warren than you would Jake Ferguson. Okay. Looking at like what you need on this, you don't need anything. We're first in the league at wide receiver, second in the league at tight end, second in the league at running back. Quarterback, you could get an upgrade. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So, I mean, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to like just make some waiver wire pivots, I would cut Woody Marks in favor of Rashad White. Like, Woody Marks probably has a clearer path to being like an RB3 in fantasy just because he's going to have the receiving usage. But in terms of these running backs turning into an RB1, it's probably not possible for Woody Marks, who really just profiles to be a third down back, as opposed to if we're looking at what we have with Rashad White, you get a Bucky Irving injury. Rashad White's borderline RB1 immediately. So I would try to trade Ferg, get an upgrade elsewhere. Try to trade Warren, roll with Ferg, get an upgrade elsewhere, cut Woody Marks, pick up Rashad White, and you have a phenomenal team. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And let me send you over some free questions just in case there's something else that you wanted to follow up with. Let's go ahead and let's turn on the fan before we get to this next team. Because I am sweating. And like I said, I'm going to try to be here for 5 hours answering questions because we got a lot of questions to get through, a lot of teams to get through. And it's only Tuesday. Okay. My name is Jeff. Says, last week I traded Tyreek for A.J. Brown. And although that looks solid, I'll be 1-2 and need to make some moves. The guy with London is flustered and seems like I can buy low. What moves do you think we can make? Thanks for the hard work. Appreciate you, my guy. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Looks like it may be a happy BR format. So looking at what we can do here, I would say optimizing for the elite quarterback. optimizing for a top end tight end is going to make a lot of sense while selling wide receiver depth. Now, with that being said, we just had a significant injury, so maybe that's not going to be possible, but we'll get there. And real quick, let me address a couple things here. I see people saying that they cannot buy questions on the site. And yes, it is true. Let me say a couple different things. One, you cannot buy start sit question, buy a super message, or buy a trade question on the site. I'm sadly too far backed up with all the questions that are currently in that all those are turned off. If you have a free voucher that you either win in the live stream, you can submit a question. Obviously, if you got a free voucher from sending in a team review, you can submit that. If you got a free voucher for using code FLOCK and getting the season pass, or using code FLOCK and being an annual mother flocker, you can send in that. You can buy a roster review. But in terms of buying start sit, buying trade questions, that is off until we catch up. I'm going to live stream for 5 hours today, so hopefully I can eventually turn those back on. But for now, we're just going to have to do the freebies and then the paid roster reviews. And then in terms of the sites having issues, I should have said this at the top. The site crashed for about 30 minutes earlier today, and it crashed for about 15 minutes last night. We have seen an all-time high in usage. It is the 4th different time that we've had to upgrade the database this year. So I apologize if you were trying to use the site, the trade calculator or something like that earlier, like 4 hours ago, and you weren't able to. We were having, what's it called? The site was just crashing. And once we hit 200 likes on the stream, let me know, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some people some free questions in the chat. Now, anyway, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. We're ranked 10th in the league at QB. We're ranked 1st in the league at running back with Gibbs, Achane, Henderson, Scat. So here's the thing you got to do. You got to sell Scat. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Tet, Egbuka. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews and Britton Strange. Now, do not share this with anybody in the Flock League, but I'm kind of in a similar scenario to where you're at right now, where I have Cam Scat on my bench, where it's like, oh, we just hit on somebody in a big time way. We can probably find a team in your league that really needs some help at running back, and we could hopefully save their season while extracting some value from their team by sending them Scat. Now, what we can do is we can just use the league analyzer. Let's sort this from best to worst teams at running back. Clearly, we have the best team in this league at RB. This team here has Jacobs, Jalen Warren, Rashad White. They just lost James Conner. I think you could try to go out there and try to send them Scat, as well as maybe like Tet McMillan or Scat and A.J. Brown, and try to come away with the Mon-Ra St. Brown. This team has Hampton, Genty is really their only 2 running backs. Now, in terms of what they have at wide receiver, not much, but you could try to send them, say, Scattaboo and Kyler Murray to get to an injured Jaden Daniels right now. Over here with this team has Walker, Etienne, Pollard, Harvey. Maybe we try to send them the combination of Scat and Mark Andrews to get to Tyler Warren. This team has, they're actually okay at running back, right? I doubt they're going to do much. This team has no running back 3. They only have Derrick Henry, Alvin Kamara, and then obviously they lost Aaron Jones. But what we could do here is we could try sending them Scat and like Tet McMillan for Nico Collins. This team's okay. This team has no RB3. Their RB2 is Montgomery. Their RB3 is like Jerome Ford. So if you wanted to try to send them Scat and Tet McMillan for Jamar, if you want to try to send them like Trevion or Scat, either running back, with Kyler Murray for Allen, I think we would try either one of those. This team is Sharps as their running back too. If you could try to send them Scat and Tet for JSN, Scat and A.J. Brown for JSN, I'd be super excited about either one of those trades. This team is Pacheco as their RB3. Could we try to send them like Scat and Mark Andrews for Trey McBride, Scat and Evans for Lamb? So ultimately, across the board, selling a running back and going and getting an upgrade inside the starting lineup is the preference for your team, because you have plenty of running back depth and you can afford to make that move. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league especially. One other thing that I would probably do is Kayshon Boutte just simply is not getting volume in New England. So I would go ahead. I'd cut him. He's only had a total of 12 targets the first 3 weeks. So cut Boutte, pick up Josh Downs. And then we're probably not looking to do anything else. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you would want to follow up with this. And obviously not expecting all of those trades to get accepted. Out of the 10 that we talked about, we're just hoping that somebody pulls the trigger and feels desperate enough at running back to accept one of them. Now let's move this over to our next one. It's going to be from Tyrone. Says, hey Mason, appreciate all the hard work so far this season. I really wanted to trade a wide receiver for a running back too. Maybe Igbuka or Rome for a 1-for-1. Any help with who we should be targeting? So we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I don't know if you saw this. I maybe actually included your team as a screenshot in the trade video that was just posted on the site. But anyway, it's a 14-team league. So 14-team format, depth is going to matter a decent amount. Now, in terms of the depth at each position, you only need to start 2 wide receivers in a flex. So wide receiver depth isn't going to be super important. It's not going to be super compelling. So when we're sitting here and we have Neighbors, JSN, Rome, and then Igbuka on your bench, you need to do whatever you can to go out there and trade for a better running back. I mean, which you already know, right? You're already talking about moving Igbuka or moving Rome for a running back 1-for-1. But let's go through and let's look at the teams that are best in your league at running back and see who could potentially afford to make a trade like that with us. This team is CMC Taylor, but they don't really have any depth, right? This team is Javonte RB3. They have Judkins RB4. What I would probably look to do is if you could get to Amari and Hampton by selling either Rome Odunze or Igbuka, I would really like that. I'd be willing to package together Igbuka and Tyrone Tracy to get to Amari and Hampton. And there's a chance that this team would be willing to do it, considering the fact that Javonte is their RB3, Judkins is their RB4. This team has no RB3 of relevance, just 2 top guys. This team has Chase Brown RB3. But it's going to be hard to find too many teams with additional running backs. I mean, you can go out there and we can offer like Igbuka for Breece Hall if you really wanted to. I mean, technically Igbuka's on your bench right now. And Igbuka would crush for them. Igbuka would arguably be either their wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2. Going over to this next team, this team doesn't have any depth. This team doesn't have depth. This team doesn't have depth. I guess this team is Kamara, Swift, Dobbins. So they have 3 viable running backs. The issue is they just don't really have anybody at the top and we're excited about. I mean, if you wanted to try to flip Igbuka for Alvin Kamara, that could be interesting. And honestly, I may need to move Alvin Kamara down my rankings with how bad the Saints offense looks. But yeah, like going Igbuka for Kamara could be a move. Going Godwin for DeAndre Swift, you could look at doing that as well. Because obviously either one of those running backs would immediately play in at RB2 for us. Because it is a league in which there are 14 teams, the waiver wire options aren't going to be super compelling. Like, we don't need to go out of our way and just force a 2-for-1 deal and try to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Like, I do like the idea of just doing that 1-for-1 trade, as you're already mentioning, because again, it's not like us making a 2-for-1 trade is going to allow us to pick up somebody really exciting off of waivers. You're kind of locked and loaded with what you have here. I guess Braylon Allen would be a viable pickup if you were able to make a 2-for-1 deal, like we talked about, maybe including Tyrone Tracy in one of those. And then looking at what we have with like other positions, I guess Trey Tucker would be the best option at wide receiver off waivers this week. But frankly, I'm not going to be super excited about picking up Trey Tucker. So your team, it's just stupid simple. All you got to do is effectively trade a depth wide receiver for a depth running back. We have the most value in this league going into the future. We are 2-1. We are currently sitting here 4th in the league with total points scored in a 14-team league. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you, my friend. And again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. Now, let's move over and let's answer some of the start, sit, and trade questions that we have. Again, we're sending out a bunch of free questions. The majority of the questions that we answer in every single one of these live streams will be free. All you got to do to win those free questions will be drop a like on the stream and be subscribed to the channel, and then set up an account on flockfantasy.com with code FLOCK. It can be a completely free account, just so if you win a free question, I have an account to send it to, essentially. Okay. But Bucks to the bowl here, trading away Lamb for Chuba and Matthew Golden. It is a deep league where you could see both these players starting for you. If we're looking at our running back room, we have Ginty, we have Walker, wide receiver, we have Jefferson, Olave. That's about it. So you would say that Hubbard and Golden would probably slide into flex spots. If you were 2-1, if you're 3-0, I'd rather hold on to CeeDee Lamb. However, if you are 0-3, I understand making the pivot. And based off our roster, there is a chance that this team is 0-3. Now, Daniel with our next one just puts Travis Etienne on one side, nobody on the other. So I'm going to send you over a free trade question, my friend. Please follow it up with the trade that you're wanting me to look at. Okay. Peeps trading CeeDee Lamb for Kenneth Walker, Devontae Adams. This is an 8-team league. Right now, your starting lineup is St. Brown, George Pickens. At running back, you have Amari and Hampton, Javonte Williams. In the flex, you have Scat. So in terms of the short term, you don't need these players. So 8-team league where depth is super easy to come by. And really the only thing that matters is upside, upside, upside. I would honestly rather hold on to the upside that you get with Lamb. Now, Twilly with our next question, trading Chase Brown for Scat and Devonta Smith. I'm completely fine if you make this deal, if it's a league in which you need the depth. But I will say with this, of course, Scat's not like a guaranteed locked and loaded must start running back through the rest of the year. There is a chance that Tracy comes back and then all of a sudden it turns back into a running back by committee. Edison says, why is Lamb so cheap? It's only 1 month. So let's go through the hypothetical scenario that CeeDee Lamb misses the next 4 weeks. We are in week 4. The Dallas Cowboys, we looked this up. I think they have a week 10 bye. So he misses the next 4 weeks. He's out weeks 4, 5, 6, 7, and then week 10 with the bye. So you trade for CeeDee Lamb. You have him in weeks 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. So CeeDee Lamb, if he's out 4 weeks, it's effectively half of the rest of the regular season. So that's a big stretch of games. That's a lot of time. Now, Beepo coming through. Igbuka is going to be an absolute jam in your flex spot this week. My guy Igbuka may be a top 12 wide receiver for me this week with no Evans. Now, Mutiny trading Ginty and Jamar Chase for Jahmyr Gibbs. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Leftover receiver, we'll have Nico, London, Marv. Running back, we'd have Gibbs, Kyron, Judkins for a potential flex. Here's the thing, my guy. I'm wanting to tell you this is crazy. You're trading 2 first-round picks for 1. And Chase obviously was the 101, and Chase is fully healthy. I think you may take Gibbs here. It's crazy, but with how bad this Cincinnati Bengals offense looks with no Joe Burrow, and with how bad this offensive line looks with the Raiders, Gibbs may be the play. Now, Warped Nectarine trading a future first Stroud JMO for May and Kyron. 14-team, 1 quarterback dynasty league. May is obviously an upgrade, but you have Kyler Murray in your starting lineup anyway. Running back right now, we have Bucky, ETN, and that's about it. Leftover receiver, we'll have Jefferson, Pittman, Chase, JSN, Addison, so you have plenty of wide receiver depth. I can almost guarantee you that Jamison Williams in the first round rookie pick in the offseason is going to be worth more than the May Kyron side. But if you think that this side of the deal wins you the league, by all means, feel free to go for it. But it does have to win you the league. Now, Bitter Hornet says, made this trade yesterday, so my Puka Ao outscored him 42-22. Ao Manners, a poor man, take Buka. Thanks for the advice. I had to throw in Ao Manners. So here's my thing. Alec Ao Manners is not close to Igbuka. Completely understand what you're saying, where he's looked good. He's averaging 6 targets a game so far this year. Back-to-back games with the touchdown. Wide receiver 19 in week 2. Wide receiver 24 this past week. You look at Igbuka over the past 2 weeks. Wide receiver 30. Wide receiver 22. Igbuka's going to crush this dude long-term. Much better quarterback play, while at the same time, Igbuka's just a much better player. Now, with that being said, Puka Nacua is just a completely different tier. So, yeah, I think you go ahead. I think you take Puka Nacua, but obviously I always appreciate seeing you out here. Let me send you over another free trade question just to make sure you can get in as many as you want. Okay. But let's go back over and let's look at the roster reviews. We are going to be bouncing back and forth quickly between them. But again, we're going to send out a bunch of free questions in the chat this live stream. I'll be live for the next 5 hours. If you want those free questions, just drop a like, subscribe, and I would recommend hitting the bell next to the subscribe button so YouTube tells you when we go live. But let's go ahead, and this next team is going to be Max Ammo says 0-3. Nobody wants Brian Thomas Jr. or Ladd unless it's for scraps. Am I cooked? So we are currently 7th in the league analyzer in terms of future value. And it looks like I'm going to have to send out some free questions. We just hit 200 likes on the stream. So all you got to do to get those free questions, again, is drop a like on the stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. And we'll go ahead and pick a couple of y'all to send free questions to. And let me send out some free questions to Max Ammo as well. Just before I forget, that way, if there's anything that he wants to follow up with on this team afterwards, I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my guy. But let me go ahead and pull up my users page on the site so we can send out some people in the chat free questions. And since it's only Tuesday, we'll send out some free questions. We'll send out some free trades. EK1 speed. I cannot find you, my guy. I don't know if you use code FLOCK when you set up your account. I can only find you if you use code FLOCK when you set up your account. But pot pie guy coming through. I don't know if y'all have had the Marie Callender chicken pot pies before, but in high school, that was the only thing I pretty much ate. I ate one for lunch every single day. They are the best things you could ever have in your entire life. So shout out Marie Callender chicken pot pie. If anybody here works at Marie Callender, I would love for you to be a sponsor of the channel. We only have one sponsor, and that is Underdog Fantasy, but we'll make an exception for you if you are at Marie Callender. Now, send this one out to Vibes. Just found you on the site and just sent you over that free trade. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us in this live stream. But let's move over and get back to Max Ammo. So we're 7th in the league in future value. We are 0-3. Now, good news, bad news. We've scored the 4th most points in this league. So, with that being said, you need to learn how to play better defense, my friend. You've allowed 432 points to be scored against you, which is the 3rd most in this league. But let's go ahead and let's sort this back by future value. It is a league in which you can start a total of 8 skill positional play. 8 players. So 6 combined running backs and wide receivers here weekly. We have Lamar at quarterback. We have Kittle at tight end. So here's the thing. I just recorded a buy low video that will come out on the channel tomorrow where we call George Kittle a buy low candidate. However, for you, my friend, you need to be selling George Kittle. If you are 0-3, and we are looking at some names on the bench that have future value but aren't producing right now, you need to sell them in a package with anybody inside the starting lineup to get an upgrade. Now, if nobody's willing to buy Brian Thomas, if nobody's willing to buy Ladd McConkey, then just hold them onto your team. I understand nobody's going to want to buy these players. But you could potentially try to send George Kittle and DK Metcalf in a 2-for-1 deal to maybe a 3-0 team. Gas them up when you shoot them a text. Gas them up when you send them a message. Tell this team here, man, you're 3-0. You should be thinking about the playoffs. Like, I really need some help. I really need somebody in my starting lineup. So you can afford George Kittle. I can't. Gas them up, right? Go out there and see if they'll give us Drake London for George Kittle and DK Metcalf. See if they'll give us Jordan Mason straight up for George Kittle. I understand you're losing long-term value there, but frankly, you just need points in this lineup right now. You fall to 0-5, it's over. It's time to pack it up. Like, we need to start winning games right this second, and Kittle's not going to help us this week. He's not going to help us next. Xavier Worthy would fall right in the same mark, right? But let's go ahead and let's look at the other 3-0 teams, the 2-1 teams as well. This team's 2-1, but they have Bowers, so they won't need Kittle. This team's 2-1. They have David Njoku and Harold Fannin. Gas them up. Go like, hey, your team's great. You really are absolutely crushing this year, buddy. You're on the path to the playoffs. I really need some help here. Will you trade me... God, they have nothing. Will you trade me Jefferson for Kittle and Thomas? they really have nothing that you can actually work with. Will you trade me James Cook? Would you trade me Bucky Irving for Jalen Warren and George Kittle? Send over the offer. Let them laugh at us, but we'll try to get it done regardless. Going over and looking at this team, they have Tucker Kraft. Maybe offer them George Kittle, and in return, we try to get back Brees. You go, hey, I'll give you... Actually, I don't even know if that makes sense. Hey, I'll give you George Kittle and Xavier Worthy. Give me back Tyreek Hill. Hey, I'll give you George Kittle. Give me Tucker Kraft straight up. Is there anything else that we could... this team's 2-1, but they have McBride. So let's go back over. What's another 2-1 team? That team we already looked at. This team's 3-0. We already talked about them. Okay. I guess maybe we could look at selling Worthy as well to these teams that are 3-0. Like, if you could just do a 2-for-1 up tier like Worthy and Ladd to get to Drake London. This team is Igbuka. Could we go... Hell, I mean, I'd offer them Worthy, Kittle, and Jawan Johnson for Bowers. Offer them Worthy and Metcalf for Igbuka. This team's 2-1. Offer them Worthy and Olave for Sutton. So you just need to go out there and you need to just do what you can. Sell Worthy, sell Kittle, go and get the near-term value instead of long-term. Cut Kayshon Boutte, pick up either Darnell Mooney or Josh Downs. And then if you were to sell Kittle, you would obviously be wanting to pick up Hunter Henry as well. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And like I said, I sent you over those free questions as well, just in case there's anything else that you would like me to take a look at. My guy, I'd be super happy to look at anything for you. Okay, now let's move this over to the Cowboys fan. This is probably going to be 1-2 with the lowest points in the league. Really hoping to get Rice and Mixon for later in the season and playoffs. But should I sell them to get a win now? So here's the thing when you're selling Mixon specifically. There are leagues that I look at where Joe Mixon's on the waiver wire. Like, you may not be able to get any value for Mixon whatsoever. Now, we are CDs and cassette tops. In terms of future value, we are third in the league analyzer. We are 1-2. We are the second to lowest scoring team. We've lost 2 games straight. So I understand the reason for panic, right? Looking at the league settings, you can start up to 6 running backs and wide receivers here weekly. So the depth at those positions are going to matter. And it's understandable why the league analyzer would be higher on our team's future success as opposed to where we have finished up until this point. Because you look at this team, we have RJ Harvey on it. We have Joe Mixon on it. We have Rashee Rice. We have Travis Hunter. We have a lot of just these long-term options that really haven't done anything until this point. And we even have Ted McMillan as another rookie, right? So I would say in general, yeah, once you find yourself in this kind of spot, you don't necessarily need to go through and sell all these options. But if you could just sell a few, then let's go for it. Like looking at what we have at quarterback, we have the combo of Caleb and Michael Penix. Looking at the options on waivers, Jackson Dart versus Michael Penix is close. Can y'all please let me know in the chat right now, who would you rather have as your second quarterback on your fantasy team? Would you rather have Michael Penix or would you rather have Jackson Dart? You know what? I already know what my answer is. I'm just making sure that y'all can confirm, and I'm going to pull up my rankings right now because realistically, Jackson Dart gives you the rushing upside that Michael Penix doesn't. So I'm going to actually move Jackson Dart ahead of Penix. And looking at the chat, we got Dart, Stafford, neither, Stafford, Dart. Yeah, the thing with Stafford as well is he has no rushing upside either. So I just moved Dart ahead of Michael Penix in our rest of season ranks. I think that is a swap that we'd be willing to make. Running back, we have Gibbs, Chase Brown that we can start. Clearly, Chase Brown's been horrendous, but there is an outside chance that we do have Chase Brown getting better. Looking at wide receiver, we have Drake London, Ted McMillan, Rashee Rice, Travis Hunter. So if you were to make a trade, if you were to go out there and pivot somewhere, it would probably be trying to upgrade wide receiver to some win now pieces. And yeah, I do think that you probably need to sell at least one of these wide receivers, if either Rashee Rice or Travis Hunter, to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup right now. Now, other things that I would be looking at in terms of waiver wire pivots, potentially cutting Kareem Hunt for Braylon Allen, going over to wide receiver, like maybe moving on from Kayshon Boutte for Trey Tucker, going over to tight end, leaving this as is. But if we're looking at trading away one of these wide receivers, nobody's going to pay anything at all for Travis Hunter. So the wide receiver that I would look to sell is Rashee Rice. And I'm going to be honest with you, Rashee Rice is in a buy low video for me for tomorrow's video. Like I actually went out there and I sent offers out for Rashee Rice today because I'm 3-0 and I can afford to go and trade for the long-term upside of Rice. Whereas when you're sitting here at 1-2, second least scored points in this league, you maybe have to go out there and maybe you have to sell them. So let's go ahead and let's see what we have in terms of options currently with the 3-0 teams and the 2-1 teams that potentially be buyers. This team's 3-0. They have Zay Flowers. Could we try to send them Rice straight up for Flowers? I actually have Rice ranked over Flowers rest of season, but again, your scenario and specifically, I wouldn't fault you at all for the pivot. What you could also try doing as well is you could throw in RJ Harvey and ask back for J.K. Dobbins. So of course we'd be selling a lot of long-term value, but we would be getting the short-term production to make sure that we stay in it this year. This other team that's currently 3-0, I mean, they have Devontae Adams. Could we offer them Rashee Rice for Adams? And you know what your initial offer could be as well. Like if you were going through and if you were wanting to try to send like Rashee Rice for even a higher tier receiver. Actually, offer Rice for Egbuka before you offer him for Flowers. But if you wanted to try to get to like JSN, something crazy, hell, see if anybody will value Joe Mixon whatsoever. Like, might as well include Joe Mixon in the deal to just see what they would say. My assumption, though, is just you're not going to be able to sell him for anything realistically. Then going through looking at other 2-1 teams, this team is 2-1. Offer Rashee Rice for Garrett Wilson. Hell, throw in RJ Harvey for DeAndre Swift or Joe Mixon. This team doesn't have a wide receiver of significance that I'd be excited about trading for right now. This other team that's 2-1 has Ricky Pearsall. I just so clearly rather have Rice. Maybe you could try to go like Rice and Mixon or Rice and Harvey and get to Ricky Pearsall and Chuba Hubbard. But I'm in agreement with you with your scenario. I think you make those like 4 waiver wire pivots that we talked about, and then we go through and we try to see what we could get by selling off Rashee Rice. And we're not needing anything crazy. We just need some players inside our starting lineup that are going to help us stay in it, because we really don't want to fall to 1-3, and especially we don't want to fall to 1-4. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case you want to follow up with anything. And I will say as well that you're not 0-3, so you don't need to like absolutely panic here. But I would still probably look to sell Rice in your instance. PPR Tyler in the chat says Mason is confirmed a distraction to our kids in schools. Yeah, Tyler DM'd me on Twitter earlier today. I don't know if PPR Tyler's still streaming, but if he is, check him out if you love Underdog stuff. But sent me a photo of some kids in high school watching the waiver wire video today in what looked like science class or something. And I'll get this statement out here. For the love of God, if you are in school, do not be watching fantasy football stuff. Be trying to pay your attention, please. I will say, I've told this story before, but what should have been one of my biggest regrets in the world is the amount of time I spent listening to Dynasty Fantasy Football Podcast at the University of Texas when I should have been studying or when I should have been paying attention in class. Hell, I was even a summer shadowing a surgeon, and every single time we were in the operating room, I'm sitting there playing Dynasty Fantasy Football. But obviously, in my specific scenario, it worked out. But 99.999% of the other times where it just lowered my grades because I couldn't focus because I was too busy freaking looking at my Dynasty Fantasy Football teams. It should have been a disaster. I kind of got lucky, but don't ruin your future by not paying attention to school. Now let's go ahead and let's move this over to our next team. This is Syrup Sandwiches. It says, Mason, I might as well have drafted with my eyes closed. Is it time to throw in the towel? Outside of Bijan, McBride, Tet, and Rashid, my team has no value whatsoever. I can't even pull off a trade in this league. There are about 3 or 4 teams that vultured running backs in the draft. You are studying my downfall. In terms of where we're at in the league analyzer, we are 7th. You're one. What are you? My God, I thought that this was going to be so much worse. Now, to be fair, we are dead last in points scored in this league. But we are 7th in the league analyzer in future value. We snuck out a win. Being 1-2 is a big difference than being 0-3. Like if you were 0-3, I would say, yes, you are absolutely cooked. What the hell are you doing with only Joe Burrow at quarterback? You better have started a quarterback this past week. You need to pick up 2 quarterbacks from the waiver wire. I would say Jackson Dart's your number 1 pickup. See what he can do with Malik Neighbors and some rushing upside. And then I would also look at CJ Stroud as your second option as well. So if Burrow's on your IR, then cool. But if he's actually on your bench, cut Joe Burrow, pick up Jackson Dart and CJ Stroud. Austin says, started Russell, LOL. Or is this your team, my guy? If so, please let me know. Okay. Now, looking at what we have at running back. We have Bijan, Rachaad White, Aaron Jones, Tyler Algier, Tajay Spears, Jeremy McNichols. So we have Aaron Jones injured. We have Tajay Spears injured. And yeah, we're starting Rachaad White as our RB2. So this is going to be probably the biggest hole on this team. Here's what happened to your team. You had the Joe Burrow, T. Higgins stack. Joe Burrow goes down. Aaron Jones goes down. And we are waiting on the long-term upside of Rashee Rice. So, like, your team is cooked. At least for what's happened. I don't think your draft wasn't bad. You just got unlucky with injuries. You went in on the Cincinnati Bengals offense, and obviously Burrow goes down. That bet is going to absolutely burn. From here with waiver wire pivots, again, like we discussed, I don't know how many IR slots you have. Like Aaron Jones, Tajay Spears, Joe Burrow. No way all these players are in your IR. So cut one of the guys on the IR, preferably Burrow. Pick up Dart. I would cut McNichols, pick up Stroud. If Tajay Spears is on your bench, I would cut Spears. I'd pick up Woody Marks. If he's on your IR, then obviously ignore me. Going over to wide receiver, I probably don't make any waiver wire pivots there. And then obviously we have McBride. Here's your situation. You need to figure out how much of an underdog you are in your week 3 matchup. Because if you can possibly sneak out a win, right, which it is 100% possible to sneak out a win with your starting lineup. You have Dart in at quarterback. You have Bijan as well as Rachaad White at running back. Wide receiver Tet, Higgins, and the flex Addison. And then at tight end, you have McBride. You could very easily get a 30 bomb from Bijan, 20 points from McBride. Jackson Dart has a rushing touchdown. All of a sudden, you sneak out a win. You're 2-2. You're another week closer to Aaron Jones returning, another week closer to Rashee Rice returning. But if you're going up against a super strong team, you're potentially going up against this team that has like Puka, James Cook, Kenneth Walker, Drake London, and you're like, man, I am a dog here. What you may need to do is you may need to, at that point, just go ahead and just sell Rashee Rice. Pull the ripcord. Because if you fall to 1-3 and you have the least amount of points in your league, then it could get real ugly real quick. Rice would be the sell. It would be super simple. You just send him straight up for a running back. Look at the rankings on the site. I would start at about running back 12. And then it would just go down the rankings list from there. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, drop Burrow, drop McNichols, drop Spears. Go pick up those other waiver wire options we were talking about. And if you're afraid of losing this week, go and sell Rice for the best running back that you can get. But let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with this team. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my guy. Now let's move over to our next team. This is going to be Wicked Dependency. It says biggest concerns for me right now are quarterback, tight end. Also looking to buy London on the low. Current owner is unhappy with him. Are there any other upgrades / trades you'd suggest? Getting Chase Brown out would make me happy. Thanks, man. Here's the thing. I don't know who the hell's buying Chase Brown at the moment. You're going to be going to a fish market trying to sell a cheeseburger. Like, I know nobody's looking for that. Looking at our team, future value, we are currently sitting here 3rd in the league analyzer. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. The depth at the skill positions, not going to matter too much. Obviously, we would love having an elite quarterback. Obviously, we would love having an elite tight end. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Kyler Murray. I mean, I would like to upgrade QB if we could. We do have the expendable assets in the long run, but in the short run, RJ Harvey is nothing. Rashee Rice is nothing. So the startable assets we have at running back and wide receiver are Bijan, Chase Brown, Benson, JSN, Ricky Pearsall, JMO. So long term, there will be trades to be made, but short term, not so much. Now, real quick, I'm going to have to send out some free questions in the chat. We'll get right back to this. Looks like we had 400 likes in the chat. So again, every time we had 100 likes in the stream, we're going to go ahead and we are going to send out a couple free trade questions to a couple people. So all you got to do to qualify for those free questions, we're giving away a ton of free questions every single live stream. I'm going to be live streaming every day until Christmas answering free fantasy football questions. Is drop a like on the stream and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It is completely free to set up an account on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you use code FLOCK when you send it up. That way I can find you on my users page. But let me send over a couple of free questions to Wicked Dependency just in case he wants us to follow up with anything on his team. And let me pull up the users page on the site. That way I can find the winners. I have no idea why I closed that. And gosh, okay. Oh, one thing that's very important to note as well with our team is we are currently 3-0. So being 3-0 with freaking Chase Brown is insane. So Ethan P21, I just found you and just sent you over a free trade question. Really appreciate hanging out with us in this stream. And let's send one out to AV, essentially Austin P with a V. AV. Okay, perfect. Found you. And chat, please let me know when we hit 500 likes and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. But here we're 3-0, right? So we're thinking long term. Long term, we're going to get RJ Harvey eventually as the starting running back in Denver. Super exciting. Long term, week 7, we'll get Rashee Rice back, and Rashee Rice will be a wide receiver 1. You are A-okay with this team. Waiver wire pivots, for me, I'd cut David Njoku. I'd pick up Hunter Henry. I would cut Troy Franklin. I would pick up Trey Tucker. I would cut Tajay Spears if he's not on our IR. If he's on your IR, then obviously this isn't applying. But I'd cut Spears and I'd pick up Woody Marks. So trades after that, you're going to wait until week 7. Because when we get to week 7, then at that point, we have Rashee Rice in here. And all of a sudden, we have a ton of expendable value. Were we going to afford to go out there and trade for a top-end QB? We can afford to go out there and trade for a top-end tight end. Now, if you wanted to try to make a trade for Drake London right now, I think you have enough depth because of the Trey Benson breakout. Where if you wanted to try to send like Ricky Pearsall and Jamison Williams for Drake London, by all means, go for it. But again, much, much easier for us to say that than actually make it happen. Unless you are, you are telling us that, of course, the Drake London owner is super pissed. So maybe they go ahead and maybe they're willing to make that pivot. But yeah, I would not really hesitate much at all with Drake London. I think London's going to be fine. And I'm saying that as someone who sold him before the season started. But I really appreciate you, my guy. Like I said, I sent you over those free questions as well. So if there's anything else that you want me to take a look at for you, I'd be super happy to try to help you out with whatever I can. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be caffeined. And I actually need to log out and log in for this one. And again, I know we said this earlier in the stream, but just to make sure that people saw it, it's hilarious now when the site goes down, because it seems like once a month the site goes down because we hit an all-time high in traffic and we have to upgrade the database. But whenever it happens now, it is a massive deal because I can just see the YouTube comment section going nuts. I log on to Twitter and every single is just people adding me saying trade calculators down, rankings pages down, blah, blah, blah. But yes, the site was down for a little bit of time. Last night, I think it was down for about 15 minutes, like at midnight. And today it was down for about 30 minutes in the afternoon. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's check this out for caffeine. Says, Started 1-2 and not feeling great after the Evans injury. Fourth in the league analyzer in future value. We are second to last in the league so far. I'm sorry, we're third to last in the league so far in total points scored. Okay. Looking at the league settings, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Here's the thing, my guy. We lost Burrow. Rice is suspended. Evans is injured. Trevion's nothing in the short term. So your team should be cooked. You would want to say, yeah, this team has no shot. But Jordan Mason and Trey Benson are auto starts at this point. With the injury to Connor, with the injury to Aaron Jones, you are going to have those guys to fill in the short term. So if that's the case, our starting lineup this next week is Bucky Mason at running back, Trey Benson in the flex, wide receiver Jay Jettas and Olave. It's a league in which you only got to start 2 receivers in a flex, so I'm not super concerned about what we have with the depth. Quarterback, we have Herbert, who obviously is viable here in a 12-team league. Is going to be an above average QB1. We have Tyler Warren, who's an elite level tight end. I think you have clear waiver wire pivots you can make. I would drop Cedric Tillman. I would drop Kayshon Boutte. I'd pick up Matthew Golden. I'd pick up Braylon Allen. If Joe Burrow was on your bench and not your IR, I would drop Joe Burrow. I'd pick up Trey Tucker. I'd consider dropping Chig when you have Tyler Warren. I don't think you need a backup tight end here. And I'd maybe go out there and pick up Woody Marks. And I think you can get by waiting until week 7 for Rice and Evans to come back. I think you can get by waiting for the breakouts from Trevion Henderson and RJ Harvey. I think the Jordan Mason and Trey Benson ascensions are going to keep you alive for the short term. So a lot of teams, if you had Trevion Henderson, RJ Harvey, Mike Evans, Joe Burrow, you were dealing with all of this crap where it's like, hey, we have future value, but not production right now. A lot of teams would need to go out there and make a trade right this second for us to stay in it, especially where you're 1-2 and you're near the bottom of the league in points scored. But you're fortunate with these 2 running back breakouts to not have to worry about that. Now I would actually leave this as is. I would simply just go ahead and I'd make those waiver wire moves. And then once Rice is back, Evans is back, then at that point, I would really like for us to be able to go through and maybe send like Chris Olave and Tyler Warren for Brock Bowers, Mike Evans and Justin Herbert when Evans is healthy again for Lamar Jackson. Like you'll be able to sell wide receiver depth then or sell running back depth then. But for now, you just hold on to it and you wait for these future value pieces to actually get better, which I think that they will. And I think you have the flexibility to wait for it because, again, we have those running back breakouts with Jordan Mason and with Trey Benson. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And let me triple check. Yeah, let's send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want me to follow up with. Okay. But let's move this over, and this is going to be from Midget Unicorn. Appreciate you, my guy. And, of course, in the chat, if you have any specific questions about anything, let me know. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you. So, my guy, 2-1, best team I've constructed/drafted. Home league, so pride is on the line. You helped me win in 2022. Traded Harrison for Pickens before the season. If you would have told me that back before week 1, I would have gone, why the hell did you do that? You lost. But honestly, you're looking like a freaking genius at this point. I have like Pickens ranked at wide receiver 13 rest of season and Harrison at like 30. Always active/sending trades. Have not made one since the first deal. Unsure where to upgrade the team besides quarterback. We have the tight end and wide receiver stack with Dak. Any moves, go Colts. Appreciate you, my friend. Don't worry about the stack at this point into the season. Stacking definitely more applicable to best ball as well as DFS. But we are second in the league analyzer in terms of future value. We are currently kind of in the middle of the league in current points scored, but we are 2-1. So we should be near the top of the league in terms of our league standings. Now, quarterback Dak Prescott gets a pretty significant hit when you're looking at what we have with the CeeDee Lamb injury. Like Dak, Purdy, situational starters based off matchup. Looking at the waiver wire options, I would say at this point, you could probably say that the best name available to you would be Jackson Dart, who isn't that exciting, so we're probably going to leave this as is. In terms of waiver wire moves, I'm probably going to end up trading for someone. It's a league in which you start 8 total players. So you can start 6 combined running backs and receivers. So in that instance, like let's count them out, our available guys, because depth's going to matter. We have Bijan, we have Hampton, we have Mason. Then we have Pickens, Sutton, Igbuka, Ladd, and Ricky Pearsall. We have 8 quality starters. And then we have Jake Ferg looking like he could potentially be an elite tight end now that we have the injury to CeeDee Lamb. So this is an incredible team everywhere but quarterback. In terms of waiver wire pivots, like we don't necessarily need to go out there and pick up Trey Tucker. And maybe I'm an idiot, so maybe I would go through and maybe I would cut Kareem Hunt in favor of Caleb Johnson. But I think really everything just hinges on us selling a wide receiver and getting it. There are 2 ways to go about it. If you feel cool with your quarterback situation right now and you like the idea of having the double stack with Dak, Pickens, and Ferg, then by all means, roll with that. And if that is the case, I want to be making a 2-for-1 deal at the wide receiver position to just upgrade inside the starting lineup. We would just keep it stupid simple. We would find a team that maybe needs some depth at wide receiver, but has the top end assets and would be willing to do a deal where we send them 2 names for 1. So this team just lost Terry McLaurin. So maybe their wide receiver 3 at the moment is Luther Burden. If that is the case, is there a world in which we can send them Sutton and Igbuka for Jefferson? This team, wide receiver 4, Judy. This team, wide receiver 4, Jennings. This team, this team has no depth. But they also have Devontae Adams as their best name. I mean, yeah, that team's going to be hard to trade with. Obviously, if you could get to CMC, it'd be a no-brainer. But that trade would be like Amari and Hampton and any wide receiver he wants for McCaffrey, which is going to be an auto-reject. This team is Ridley Downs, wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4, so they don't have much depth, obviously. And they just lost Mike Evans. This would be our perfect trade candidate. I'm going to go and approach them where they maybe are starting this week Calvin Ridley at wide receiver 2, Josh Downs in 1 flex spot, and Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt in the next. And I'm going to try to send them the combination of George Pickens and Dak Prescott for Lamar Jackson, Cortland Sutton and Igbuka for Jamar Chase, and give them an extra starter at wide receiver because it can actually really help their own team. Well, at the same time, we have the expendable depth and it will help our starting lineup as well. So you have a phenomenal team here. Love the construction of it. Since you have 2 very quality pieces on the bench, I would be doing what we could to try to sell one of them at least to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. Whether that's going to be at quarterback or whether that's a 2-for-1 deal to just get a better wide receiver, we'd kind of be fine either way. But I really appreciate you, and I'm going to send you over some free questions. So again, if there's anything that I can do to help you, I'd be super happy to take a look at absolutely anything that you want. And of course, thank you so much for always hanging out with us in the live stream. I know you're always here, my guy. But let me go ahead and give out some more free questions. We just hit 500 likes. So let's send out some more freebies. And again, all you got to do to get those free questions is drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. We're giving out free questions every single day on this live stream all the way until Christmas. And also, I got to give you all a shout out because it does look like we are going to hit 300,000 subs this year. We are 12,000 away. And at this rate, I think we'll get it. Okay. But let me go ahead and pull up the users page and see if we can send one of y'all a little tradey trade. And then after this, I think we're going to go over and we will answer some of the quick questions. But let's send one over to Zachary Link. Always happy to see you, my guy. And just sent that your way. I'm going to send you a bunch of free stuff. All right, you should have a couple of free vouchers under your account. Appreciate you as always, my guy. But let's mark this complete. Then let's go ahead. Let's move over to some of the quicker questions, the start sits, the trades. This one's going to be from X-Man. Says, I made this trade. What do you think? Chuba, Ladd for Tet and Adams. What do we have left over at running back? We have Bucky and Gibbs. I honestly like it a lot. I mean, I would say that maybe RB3 would be a little bit scary, but obviously if we get one of those depth rookie running backs breaking out for us, we'll be in a good spot. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is Johnny Hoop trading Devonta Smith and George Kittle for Jacoby Myers and Tyler Warren. In my opinion, you're upgrading at two different spots here. So yes, I really like it. I want the Myers and I want the Warren side. Now, Dylan trading Ginty and Lamb for Chase Brown, Godwin, and Igbuka. I think you're downgrading across the board. Ginty to Brown, downgrade. Lamb to Igbuka, downgrade. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We can get by with what we have. Do not panic. Sell this. Keep the best assets. Now, Jay North is trading Chris Olave for JCM and Stephon Diggs. I have Diggs on my team, and I drafted Ja'Cory Cross-Camara as well. Yeah, I did trade him, but that's for a different video. So I would like to say yes to this, but here's the thing, man. I mean, Diggs looks almost cuttable at this point. Because your running back room is garbage, I'm okay with you doing this. But Stephon Diggs is not somebody I want to be telling people to trade for at this point. I think Olave with the target volume is probably the winning side value-wise. Now, Dylan says, was proposed this trade. What are your thoughts and any counters? I would rather have Bowers than Rome. So, yes, I would make this deal and get DK Metcalf and get Cam Scat for absolutely free. Now, Shil Patel trading Lamb for Pollard and Godwin. How desperate are you for starters right now? We have Hubbard and Dobbins in the lineup. We have Moore, Higgins, and that's about it. So you're pretty desperate for starters. I can't tell you to do this, though. I just simply can't. Like, I understand the thought process, and in general, I agree. I do think that you should probably be looking to sell CeeDee Lamb or Rashee Rice for something immediate, but you are not getting nearly enough value. Okay. Now, McGuire, this is Bo Nix, Martin Hampton, Jalen Waddle versus Aaron Rodgers, Jonathan Taylor, Khalil Shakir. So Rodgers is nothing, not worth the roster spot. So you're essentially trading Hampton, Bo Nix, Waddle for Jonathan Taylor. I'll take Jonathan Taylor. Superflex League, would be a little bit tougher, but one quarterback format, let's go for it. Now, Toto trading Judkins and Devonta Smith for Rome Odunze. Give me Rome. I really hope I'm wrong here. Like, to be honest with y'all, I didn't draft a ton of Rome this year in best ball. Like, he was every fantasy football analyst's favorite sleeper. But, of course, I think I'm too good for that. I'm too good to just follow the obvious sleeper, and I screw myself over. Let me see. But I have a ton of Judkins. Actually, never mind. I have 9.4% Rome. Oh, thank God. Whew. Look that up. That was a little bit scarier than it needed to be. But yeah, anyway, nonetheless, I do have more Judkins regardless. But at the end of the day, Judkins is a first and second down running back in the league's worst offense. I think he's a good player. Don't get me wrong. But it's Rome Odunze here. And it's not tough either. Now, that Morris kid, always happy to see you. Let me go ahead and send you another free trade. My guy says, I had Connor and Tracy go down, made this move, also traded JSN and Chase Brown for Achane and Igbuka. JSN to Achane, up to you. Chase Brown to Igbuka, probably give me Igbuka. Nico to Hampton, downgrade. Metcalf to Tet, clear upgrade. Running back, we had lost James Conner. We lost Tracy. So, yeah, if you lost those two running backs, I am A-okay with you making this pivot and you going through and getting the combo of Amari and Hampton and Tet. I think that this makes a lot of sense from you here. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next one. This is 14 excuses. Trading Bucky and Sutton for Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, it's Gibbs. Not close. I don't think that there's too much to say here either, to be honest. Like, with how good this offense looks in Detroit, you got to run with it. Okay. Let's move over to our next one. This is Jersey B, Javonte and Rice versus Derrick Henry. Eight-team league, you give me Derrick Henry. I'm not even a Derrick Henry guy. I'm going out there and I myself on my own team, I'm trying to buy Javonte Williams, but I'm sorry, not Javonte. I'm trying to buy Rashee Rice. But here, at this cost, I think you just run with the king, to be honest. Now, Harry Grossman with our next one. Trading Brian Thomas for Drake London. Yeah, I'd rather have Drake London. Maybe I'm under, like, obviously Drake London's been just as bad, if not worse, as Brian Thomas fantasy-wise. Maybe I'm underreacting to it, and I need to go through and really look myself in the mirror when I say this. Like, we look over the past 3 weeks, 13.5, 5.9, 10.5 fantasy points. Brian Thomas, I guess, has yet to crack 10, so never mind. No, Brian Thomas has been worse. It's not just in my mind. But it looks like we're about to hit 600 likes on the stream, so go down there and drop a like on this live stream. Again, every time we get 100 likes on the stream, we send out some free questions. The majority of the questions that we answer in these live streams are free questions that people just win in the chat. So all you got to do is make sure you're subscribed, make sure you drop a like, and then have an account on flockfantasy.com with code FLOCK. That way, whenever I go to find you to send you your free questions, I can actually find you. Now, and then, yeah, and drop your username in the chat. Drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. Here we're trading Tyler Warren for Rome Odunze. I have Rome ranked slightly over Tyler Warren. If you also have Brock Bowers, then it's an absolute no-brainer. You go ahead and you get Rome Odunze. Now, Yassine trading Josh Allen and Barkley for Hampton, Kyron, and Neighbors. Barkley to Neighbors, downgrade. Allen to Hampton, downgrade. You're getting Kyron Williams with it. It's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a flex, and no, I'm going to keep Josh Allen and Barkley. Give me the best players. But let me pick somebody in the chat real quick. Randomly here, I swear I'm not even looking at those names. I'm just going to click in the chat and see what pops up. We got Honey_Mustard. Just found you on the site, my friend. Appreciate hanging out with us in this live stream. I just sent you over a free trade question as well. Be super happy to answer that whenever you're wanting. Now, let's go ahead and let's actually pivot back over to some of the roster reviews real quick. And I know we said we were in a live stream for 5 hours today, but honestly, we may have to live stream for 6. We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of teams to look at. Now, this is from Daniel Gatch. This is Pikachu. And you know what I'm going to do real quick? I don't want to do this. I've been trying to avoid turning off the ability for y'all to purchase roster reviews. But I'm going to have to real quick try to figure out how many team reviews are currently in the tank. I'll say for 100% fact, if you were to buy a team review, I am not going to be able to get to it until tomorrow at the earliest. But let me go through and count them out real quick, see how many we have waiting. Because if we're getting to the point where if somebody were to buy a team review right now, we're not looking at it until Thursday. I don't want that to be the case, so we'll turn it off on the site where people cannot buy them. But like I said, I'm going to try to stream for 6 hours today. So I'm going to try to answer as many of these as we can. But there are only so many hours in the day. Okay. Oh, we're not that far behind. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, or is that 40? 40, 50, 60. We're like 60, 70 behind. I'm going to turn them off. We'll turn them off. Maybe we can get them back on at some point here. But we also have a bunch of start, sit, and trade stuff to answer. What I'm going to do is if you have a team review voucher you can sit it in, you just can't buy one. So if you got a free team review voucher either in the live stream or by joining as an annual Mother Flocker with code FLOCK and you have a team review voucher that way, you can send one in for free, but they're not available for purchase. I'll let y'all know if we can eventually turn them back on. But Daniel says, what should I do with my running back wide receiver situation? I can make a trade right now with Brian Thomas Jr. for J-Mo and one of Jalen Warren, Hubbard, or Benson. I'm leaning to with Benson. How desperate are we at running back? 5th in the league analyzer with future value, and it looks like we already made that trade. It looks like we have Trey Benson. We would have been very desperate at running back if we didn't make this deal. Like you are, after picking up Trey Benson, still 8th in this league with future running back value. So I understand you doing it. Saying we lost Burrow and Ingram early on. Losing Evan Ingram is nothing, my friend. Evan Ingram wasn't going to help you. Traded Brian Thomas Jr. for Benson and J-Mo, then traded Etienne and J-Mo for Genty. So effectively, you traded Brian Thomas Jr. or Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Etienne for Trey Benson and Ashton Genty. Actually, I like that. I like that. But let's go ahead and let's check this out. So first thing that I want to say is we're going to cut Evan Ingram. I know you said like, oh, we lost Ingram's toast, right? Cut Evan Ingram and pick up Hunter Henry. Second thing that we can look at as well is it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So wide receiver depth isn't going to matter that much. But it's like what? Christian Kirk's our wide receiver 3 at the moment. So you could look to pick up Trey Tucker. Like you could drop Ray Davis for Trey Tucker. It's not like we have to have the additional handcuff RB. Then going over and looking at what we have at quarterback, I know you were saying, asking what we are doing with the quarterback situation. So Daniel Jones, obviously looking really good so far, but I would say he's probably going to be in a range in which you're not able to view him as a must-start quarterback just yet. So I would be willing to roster another QB. You have Jackson Dart out there. If you wanted to drop Blake Corum and pick up Jackson Dart just to give ourselves another out at quarterback, that could be something we look to do. But because the lack of depth that we have on this team overall, I would actually be very reluctant to go through and look to make any trades for a quarterback, because where's the expendable value? Because going over and looking at what we have with running back on this team, we have Ashton Jeanty RB1. We have Trey Benson RB2. We have David Montgomery in our flex spot. We have RJ Harvey for long-term value. And then we'll have like Tyler Algier as a handcuff piece. We have the elite wide receivers we can jam in every week with Puka Nacua and Nico Collins. We have Ayuk that's not doing it. Like, you don't have any expendable value to go and trade for a better QB. So the only thing you can do here is cut Ray Davis, cut Blake Corum, cut Evan Ingram, pick up Hunter Henry, pick up Trey Tucker, pick up Jackson Dart, and give yourself another out at quarterback. But until then, Daniel Jones is just rolling. Here, I'm going to have to send a message in the chat real quick to copy and paste. Okay. But yeah, I think you make the waiver wire moves. Then running back, we have Jeanty, Benson, Montgomery. We're waiting for RJ Harvey. We're starting the hammer at wide receivers. We have Juwan Johnson, Hunter Henry to play the matchups with going into the future. What else could you do with this team? We have no expendable depth down there on the bench. We're 1-2. We've scored 317 points, which looks to be pretty damn low considering these league settings. So, like, don't get me wrong, I would be interested in going through and trying to sell the long-term value of, like, RJ Harvey and Brandon Ayuk to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. But the fact of the matter is, nobody's going to buy these guys. If you were selling RJ Harvey, you would be legitimately getting 10 cents on the dollar. So, let me know if... Yeah, I like the fact that we went and got Jeanty and Benson. I have no idea what the hell you were doing at running back beforehand. Like, I can't even imagine. But from here, it looks like your roster is really just kind of locked into where it's at other than waiver wire pivots. You don't have the flexibility to make a trade. Unless you wanted a down tier from Puka or Nico Collins, but I don't want to do that. You could try to trade Puka for like Jamar Chase, an elite quarterback, but I wouldn't. I would just hold on to Puka and Nico. So I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case, like, maybe like once RJ Harvey breaks out, then, and once Brandon Ayuk comes back, then maybe you have a little bit more flexibility there to make a play with this team. But until then, you're just riding this out as is. So let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. Now let's move this over to our next team. That's going to be from Bryce Ditto says, hey, Mason, drafted wide receiver heavy and been looking for a running back trade. Then Connor went down yesterday, and I'm even more desperate for a running back. Also had Lamb go down, looking for, oh, dear God. So the team should be, yeah, dear God. Our team is dead last in the league analyzer in future value. We are dead last in the league analyzer with total points scored. We just lost Lamb. We just lost James Conner. We lost Caleb Johnson and Isaiah Pacheco the second that we drafted them. My friend, you are cooked. The only thing that is going for you, hell, you lost Jaden Reed as well. The only thing that's going for you is the fact that Jake Ferg gets the bump up with the CeeDee Lamb injury. But it's not like that was just a benefit to you because you lost Lamb. So your starting lineup right now at running back is Rachaad White, Isaiah Pacheco. Wide receiver is Brian Thomas, Tyreek Hill. We're throwing Ricky Pearsall in the flex. And then tight end, you have Jake Ferg. So, Chief, we need to do what we can to make a play here. Honestly, if you would have sent me this team right after you would have drafted it, I would have been going, oh my gosh, how'd you get CeeDee Lamb and Brian Thomas on the same squad? Your league mates are idiots. No, your league mates are apparently geniuses. They knew exactly what to do. Looking at what we can do, you need to sell one Sam Laporta for a running back. Let's go. Let's look at the teams that need help at tight end. This team has Andrews and Freiermuth. Can we send them Sam Laporta for J.K. Dobbins? Ooh, sorry. We need to sort this by worst tight end teams. This team is just Kyle Pitts. Can we send them Sam Laporta for Cam Scat? This team is Hawk and Jonnu. Can we send them Sam Laporta for Trevion? This team is Kelsey and Fannin. Can we send them Sam Laporta for Javonte? That's plan A here. Go and try to send Sam Laporta for a running back. Then beyond that, you got to sell CeeDee Lamb. You got to sell CeeDee Lamb for another RB. What we need to do in this instance, we need to look at the teams that are 3-0. This team's 3-0. Don't exactly know how. But could we send them CeeDee Lamb for Derrick Henry? Obviously, Derrick Henry's been very much disappointing. I mean, that would be really one of the only reasons why that trade has any shot of getting done. This team's 3-0. Could we send them CeeDee Lamb and get back who's our quarterback again? Quarterback's Kyler. Can we send them Lamb and Kyler and get back like Josh Allen and Chuba Hubbard? It sucks. I hate to say this. But frankly, you need to sell Laporta and you need to sell CeeDee Lamb. And really what we are trying to get back is we're just trying to get back running backs. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much, my guy, for being a member of the vlog. Let me go ahead and send you out some free questions. And your team just got decimated by injuries. Not your fault that we lost Lamb. I will say, maybe your fault that we drafted Caleb and Pacheco, though. Now, let's move this over to Carlos. Says, Mason, my team just got devastated. I had Connor on my team too, but immediately dropped him. I went from number 1 in the league standings to being banished to the Shadow Realm. Okay, excited to check this out. So we are lamb chops tops off. And you are truly banished to the Shadow Realm here. We're 1-2. We are third to last in the league analyzer and third to last in total points scored. It is a league in which you can start up to 6 running backs and wide receivers. So with this setup, the depth is going to be somewhat important, but holy crap. You not only lost James Conner, but you lost CeeDee Lamb on the same team. And you're 1-2, so you can't afford to just wait for the long term. Our starting lineup at the moment, quarterback playing the matchups here with Bo and Kyler. Then we have Hubbard and Mason in at running back. Wide receiver, Nico and Brian Thomas. And then the flex spots, probably Judkins and Debo. Looking at options with the waiver wire. Best running backs, Braylon, not cutting any of these guys for him. Best receivers, A.O. Manor, not cutting any of these guys. Best tight ends, Hunter Henry, not cutting any of these guys. So there are no waiver wire moves to make with your team. The only thing to do is make some trades. We have enough depth here because we got fortunate that Jordan Mason is vaulted up as the RB1 here with the Aaron Jones injury. So if we were looking at possibly making a trade, like it's not like you really need to go out there and you really need a running back. Like hell, Pollard is startable here as well, right? If anything, it's just we need to try to transition some of this future value into short-term production. So if anything, maybe selling like Tony Pollard and CeeDee Lamb to get a better wide receiver could even be in play. But now that we have Addison coming back, I would actually probably just prefer a better running back. Like Lamb and Judkins for a top RB would make a lot of sense. Let's look at the teams that maybe have the best running back rooms at the moment. This team is CMC and Bucky Irving. Could we go CeeDee Lamb and Chuba Hubbard for McCaffrey? I'm sending out the offer, seeing what they say. This team is Gibbs, Amari, and Hampton. Can we try to send CeeDee Lamb and Chuba Hubbard for Jahmyr Gibbs? This team is Jonathan Taylor. Can we try to send Lamb and Hubbard for Taylor? They also have Jacobs. Could we try to send Lamb and Pollard for Jacobs? This team is Bijan, Walker, Brees. Could we try to send Lamb and Hubbard for Bijan? This team is Barkley. Could we try to send Lamb and Hubbard for Barkley? This team is James Cook. Could we try to send Lamb and Judkins for James Cook? This team is Achane. Could we try to send Pollard and Lamb for Achane? This team is Derrick Henry. Can we try to send Lamb straight up for Henry? Maybe go like CeeDee Lamb and Quinshon Judkins for Derrick Henry, George Pickens. I think that's what you're looking at. I think you're trying to go through and I think you're trying to send CeeDee Lamb with one of the running backs for a significant upgrade at the running back position in particular. But let me see if there's anything else that we could possibly do. I think that is it. I really appreciate you, my guy. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But yeah, again, your situation being 1 and 2, I do think you ultimately just need to go ahead and you need to try to get an improvement if possible. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But it looks like we just hit 700 likes in the chat. So let's send out some more free questions. And again, all you got to do to get free questions will be drop a like on this live stream, as well as drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It's completely free to make an account on flockfantasy.com. And the majority of the questions that we answer in every live stream are just the free questions as well. Okay, let's go ahead and let's pick somebody random here. We got Big D444. Okay. Let me see if I can find you on the site, and if so, I'll go ahead and I'll send you over that free question, my guy. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. I'm going to send you over a free trade. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And please let me know when we hit 800 likes on the stream, and then we'll go ahead and we'll send out some more free questions. Now, Mavium will be our next team. It's going to take me a little bit of time to pull up the screenshot, so I'm actually going to skip by this real quick just so we can be a little bit faster. But this is Sarin says, hey, Mason, already 3-0, but is there any way I can improve my team? Need help at quarterback and tight end. Appreciate it. So really appreciate you. Let me send you over some free questions before we get into anything here. I will say this Superflex 12 team start 10 format. So tight end is not going to matter at all. Tight end is going to make up such a small percentage of your starting lineup output in a league like this that I'm really not concerned whatsoever. So looking at the league analyzer, we are currently 9th in terms of quarterback value. We are 8th at running back. We are 1st at receiver. And we are 11th at tight end. This is the exact kind of league that you want to be punting tight end in. So really do like what we currently have with the construction of this team. Like if you're starting 10 total guys, right? and it's a super flex league. That's 3 combined quarterbacks, tight ends, and that's 7 combined running backs and receivers. So you can just build around the skill positional depth. So like if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, you'd be screwed. But here you could start Walker, Etienne, Mason, Benson, and then also St. Brown, London, and Buka. Or then if Benson's no longer viable or Jordan Mason's no longer viable, you could also get Sutton and Marv in your lineup. So I actually really like what you have in terms of the construction of this team. Now, when we look at moves for us to make, it is going to be incredibly important for us to get Jackson Dart off the waiver wire. Now, I'm going to assume that it's not the easiest thing. I'm going to assume that if we are playing with a fab budget, you're going to have to go out of your way and you're going to have to aggressively bid on Dart, which I think you should, because ultimately the running back depth that you have, the wide receiver depth that you have all the flexibility in the world where you can afford to go out there and make a pivot like that. Now, going through and looking at what we have when it comes to making a potential trade here, I think that the trade is mainly going to hinge on us going ahead and trying to get an improvement at quarterback. Outside of obviously going for Jackson Dart off waivers, I think that is going to be plan A. But you can afford to sell one of the skill positional names. Of course, we are in a spot in which skill positional names matter a ton, but we just have so damn many. I think what I'm going to look to do is I'm going to look to try to sell one of the running backs. Like Trey Benson's your RB4 at this point. We go over and look at this team where they're starting Tony Pollard and Trevion Henderson this week. Would they not be excited to trade for an RB if you approach them? Could we try to send them the combination of Trey Benson and Justin Fields for Justin Herbert? Trey Benson and Jared Goff for Herbert? I would 100% love to do that in a super flex league. I'm looking at this team. This team's running back 2 is Byshell Tootin. Their RB1 is Ashton Genty. Can we try sending them the combination of Travis Etienne and Justin Fields for Kyler? Right? Or like Trey Benson and Justin Fields for Kyler. This team's RB1, RB2, RB3 is Jacobs, Hubbard, Nick Chubb. Can we try sending them Kenneth Walker and Jared Goff for Jaden Daniels? Trey Benson, Justin Fields for Bo Nix. This team starting Chase Brown, J.K. Dobbins, and then has a bunch of running backs doing absolutely nothing. Now, they also have a garbage quarterback room, so that team is #screwed. Let's look at this one. This team has Brian Robinson as their RB3. They just lost James Conner. Can we try sending them Trey Benson and Justin Fields for Baker Mayfield? And again, anybody watching this, do not do this in a 1 quarterback league. This is a super flex format. But I think those are the moves that I'd be looking to do. I would not try to upgrade tight end. I understand that tight end is definitely the weakest position. We are so damn strong with what we have at running back. We are so damn strong with what we have at wide receiver. But frankly, tight end's going to make up such a small percentage of points in your starting lineup here in a league like this every single week that it doesn't matter for me. We just want to go out there and we want to make one of those trades. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And hopefully I do not do you dirty like I did White Monster Energy, where I told him that Mark Andrews had 7 receiving yards in the first 2 weeks where the Baltimore Ravens scored 80 points. And I thought Mark Andrews was cuttable, and Mark Andrews drops 2 touchdowns on our head in week 3. So hopefully something I said here does not age as poorly as that has. But let me send you over some free questions, and I actually already did. So I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my guy. Now let's move this over to Donnie Bees. Says, thinking I'm in a good spot at 2-1, looking for any trades that give me the next leg up. Look at your team in comparison to the rest of the league. We are cracked. We are 2-1. We've scored 413 points. The next highest scoring team has scored 50 fewer points than us. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I look at a team like this and go, you know what? Let's go out and let's trade for some long-term assets. Let's go try to get somebody like George Kittle. Let's go try to get somebody like Rashee Rice. We already have Rice. We have McBride, so Kittle does nothing for us. I will say 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. There's no world in which you're ever starting Joshua Palmer. So I would go ahead. I would cut Joshua Palmer. I'd pick up Braylon Allen. I would cut Hollywood Brown. I'd pick up Trey Tucker. I would consider cutting Ray Davis, and I'd pick up Woody Marks. So I'd make those 3 waiver wire pivots for sure. And then from there, like really the only position for you to potentially upgrade is going to be QB. Like you are just crushing the rest of your league. However, I will say now's probably not the time to try to go through and upgrade the quarterback position because we are sitting with Rashee Rice as our wide receiver 3, not back yet. We have Jacoby that we kind of need there for that depth play. So I think what you're going to do with this team realistically is I think you just got to wait until we eventually get back Rashee Rice into this starting lineup. And once Rice is back and you're just locking him into the flex spot every single week, then at that point, a player like Jacoby Myers becomes expendable. A player like Trey Benson becomes expendable. And you can either try to package together Jacoby Myers and Breece Hall and get the best running back possible, or Jacoby Myers and Patrick Mahomes and try to get the best QB possible. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But in reality, you should be the one helping me with my fantasy football team, if I'm going to be honest with you. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's going to be from Jay's Fantasy. So actually looks like it's a dynasty team, so we'll skip by this for now. We'll get back to it in a dedicated dynasty stream. But this is A-Way. It says, hey, Mason, just traded Tracy and McMillan for RJ and Ladd. Feels like I barely broke even. Any other moves you think we should make? Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate you. And let's look at this. So we are 3rd in the league analyzer. We're 1-2. We need to focus in on how we can score points right now. Despite us being 1-2. Actually, no. We are 10th in the league with current points. So we are very much needing to figure out how do we start scoring right now. We can no longer think long-term upside. We need to think, how can we put points on the board right this second? Now, starting off looking at what we have at quarterback, we have the combination of Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. So quarterback is fine. Obviously, we're starting Herbert at this point over Bo Nix regularly. If we were to look at anything, it would probably be cutting. I don't want to be cutting. You're not cutting Bo Nix yet. So honestly, quarterback, you just kind of leave this as is. Going over to running back, we got saved. Here's the thing. Clearly, your team was cooked because we drafted just 3 rookie running backs that weren't doing anything at the beginning of this season. But us getting the Najee Harris injury to vault up Amari and Hampton, it saves us. Going over to wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Pickens, Ladd, Higgins. So yeah, Pickens sees a massive, massive step upwards with no CeeDee Lamb. We have Tucker Kraft at tight ends. You are in a really good spot. What could we possibly do with your team? I would cut Troy Franklin, pick up Alec Manor. Probably cut Brian Robinson, pick up Woody Marks. It's a league in which you start up to 6 combined running backs and wide receivers weekly. So I want to hold on to the depth that we have at the skill positions. You're still waiting for RJ Harvey to break out. You're still waiting for Brandon Ayuk to come back. Eventually, maybe you afford to upgrade at running back too, but for the time being, your team just got saved. The Najee injury, the CeeDee Lamb injury, Jackson Dart starting for Neighbors. All this stuff helps us dramatically. I'm sorry. I know I'm stalling here, but I'm just trying to think if there's anything we could possibly. I don't think if you were 0-3, I'd say, you know what? It doesn't matter that all of a sudden everything looks good. We still probably need to go ahead and we still need to. We still need to trade the rookies and just get some production in right now. But not in this instance. In this instance, you're chilling with this. I'm sorry. I've been trying to come up with absolutely anything that we could. I can't. I'm going to send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you eventually want to send our way. But I think your team just got a hell of a lot better based off injuries. And you're just going to go ahead and you're just going to roll with this and let those rookie running backs continue to get better. I wish I had more for you. I'm sorry, my friend. But let me also send some other people some questions in the chat. We just hit 800 likes on the stream. So again, we send out free questions in the live stream every single day. I'm going to stream every single day answering fantasy football questions until Christmas. All you got to do to get those free questions will be drop a like on the stream and have an account on flockfantasy.com. Use code FLOCK. That way, if you win it, I can actually find you on the site and send you free questions. And then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. That way I know who to send it to. And then, yeah, let's go ahead and let's find one of y'all to send this question for. And actually, I may need to go. No, we can hold it. I was going to say I may need to go pee real quick, but I'm going to do what I can to hold it for y'all. We're going to go bladder of a horse, bladder of a cow, bladder of a rhino, bladder of a giraffe. Think of the biggest animals possible, biggest bladders possible. And we'll run with it. But we are going to send this out to a arc carving wolf, something along those lines. Okay. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. Appreciate hanging out with us in the chat. Make sure I'm spelling this right. R caving wolf, not carving. Just found you and just sent you out a free trade question. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in the live stream. And I'm sorry that I'm an idiot and I cannot read your name. Let's go ahead and let's find our next question here. This one is from That Morris Kid. It says, we're 2-1. Running back injuries absolutely massacred me this week. Any ideas on how to salvage the team moving forward? Nobody on the waiver wire to plug and play. Do I try to ship JSN Nico for 2 solid players? Or do I look for a 1-for-1 swap? Or do I package some 2 wide receivers together for some running backs? All right, so 2-1, running back injuries. We are down here 10th in the league analyzer. You know, I'm happy to see you, my guy. I know you've been with us for a long, long time now, and I'm really excited to dive into this. So the running back injuries that we've had, I will say, some good, some bad. The Najee Harris injury puts you in a great spot in terms of Amari Hampton now turning into a league winner. Now, on the flip side of that, yes, you lose James Conner, you lose Tyrone Tracy, but you still have Achane and Amari Hampton that you can start every single week. Running back depth beyond it is disgusting, but we're not having to worry too much about running back depth right now. Now, looking at what we have with wide receiver, it's a league in which you can start a combined 6 running backs and receivers weekly. So we have the combo of Tet, Egbuka, Pittman, Addison in our starting lineup. And then we have Juwan Jennings to potentially mix in as well, right? So we have the wide receiver depth. We don't have the running back depth. I'm going to assume that we open up a roster spot by cutting James Conner, and we're going to be able to go through, we're going to be able to pick up Woody Marks. I would also consider cutting DJ Giddens in favor of Caleb Johnson, but that's not something that we need to do. Now, going over to quarterback, we still have the elite quarterback with Jalen Hurts. Wide receiver, the Evans injury positively benefits Egbuka. We have Tet, we have Pittman, we have Addison, we have Jennings, so we have plenty of wide receiver depth. We have Jake Ferg looking like he gets a massive bump up with the CeeDee Lamb injury. So, your team's okay. Old Greg, are you in the chat with us? Because maybe this is a team that maybe you already made trades and we're looking at your team after your rosters. I mean, after your trades. Because in your message, you said maybe shipping off JSN Nico Collins. That Morska, did you make trades after these injuries? Because you say shipping off Nico, and maybe you didn't have Amari Hampton. Maybe you didn't have Devon Achane, and that's why you were so worried about your running back position. But obviously, we are okay now. Because as I look at this team now, I think you're fine. Okay, you did make some trades. I think whatever you did, you kind of saved the roster. Like, as I'm looking at a team where I'm not really doing anything other than the waiver wire pickups, cutting Cedric Tillman, picking up Trey Tucker, cutting James Conner, picking up Woody Marks, potentially cutting DJ Giddens, picking up Caleb Johnson. Traded Chase Brown, JSN for Egbuka and Achane. JSN to Achane, up to you. Chase Brown, Egbuka. Fair deal. Also traded DK and Nico for Tet and Hampton. Oh, we answered both these trade questions for you earlier. Now, I like both trades, especially looking at how you lost Connor and Tracy. I answered this earlier in the live stream. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I really appreciate you and really happy to see that we were able to kind of salvage our running back room. As I can imagine, after you lost James Conner and Tyrone Tracy and you were sitting with Dylan Sampson and DJ Giddens as your RB1, RB2, or I guess it was actually Chase Brown and Dylan Sampson. Must have been very scary. But it looks like you're in a really good spot now, my guy. Let me make sure I sent you over some of those free questions just in case if you want to make any more moves from here. But I know you've been with us for years, my guy, and I really appreciate you and always happy to see you here. But let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be from C. Fetty. Always happy to see you as well. I mean, I know you're always out here too. So, St. Mason just traded Loveland and Ayomanor for Rashee Rice. Okay. I cannot even begin to wrap my head around why your league mate would do that. I'm wondering how to pivot off the CD injury. Do you really think he drops to wide receiver 9? Because when he does come back, I think he'll be one of, if not the best wide receiver in fantasy. I'm also 1-3. Here's the thing, my guy. So we are in a spot where CeeDee Lamb is probably missing the next 4 weeks. That happens. Where do we put CeeDee Lamb in terms of his viability week to week going into the future? He's going to miss weeks 4, 5, 6, 7. Miss weeks 10 as well for the bye. So you have him for weeks 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. He's going to miss like 5 weeks and play 6 weeks until the fantasy playoffs get here. So realistically, CeeDee Lamb, it's hard to have him higher than wide receiver 9. We are 1-2 at the moment. We are number 1 in this league in terms of future value. Our starting lineup for the time being is Gibbs and Taylor at running back. Wide receiver, probably JSN, DJ Moore. Then we have Godwin in the long term. We have Scat in a flex. We have Hunter Henry at tight end. Mahomes at quarterback. So in terms of what we are wanting to do, with waiver wire pivots here, there really aren't any. I don't see anybody you could cut from this team. Maybe, actually, I would probably cut Trevor Lawrence for Jackson Dart and just hope that Dart runs the ball a bunch. But if you were making any trades, I think it would hinge on us selling a depth running back. Because now that we have Scat turning out to be somebody that we can start consistently or confidently, realistically, if you wanted to, you could afford to go through and you could afford to sell DeAndre Swift. Like, you don't particularly need DeAndre Swift on your team. So if you wanted to sell like DeAndre Swift and Hunter Henry and go get an upgrade, well, let's actually just go ahead and let's take a look at the teams that are worse in this league at running back. I'm going to assume that this team has no idea what's going on. This team, you already said, you traded them Alec Eomanor and Loveland for Rashee Rice. This team has the intelligence of a bag of rocks. I know people are saying that we have the wrong team here. Oh, dear God. Okay, never mind. Let's move this back. I am sorry. We have the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I have the intelligence of a bag of rocks. Okay. We have the elite quarterback with Hurts. Running back, we have CMC, Chase Brown, 2 locked and loaded RB1s every week. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Lamb, 2 locked and loaded wide receiver 1s every week. We have Tet here in the flex. We have Henderson, Rice, long-term value. The clear play is you sell Marvin Harrison with Harold Fannin and you get the best tight ends you possibly can. I would also cut Troy Franklin in favor of Trey Tucker. I would also cut Michael Penix in favor of Jackson Dart. And it's not particularly your fault that we are 1-2 and we've lost the last 2 weeks. You've had the most points scored against you of any team in this league. What teams have the top tight ends? This team has Bowers and Kraft. So if they have Bowers and Kraft, there's a real shot they would send us Bowers. Could we offer them Tet McMillan and Harold Fannin for Brock Bowers? This team is McBride. Could we offer them Tet and Fannin for McBride? This team is Tyler Warren. Could we offer them Marvin Harrison and Harold Fannin for Tyler Warren? Like, you are loaded. Again, to have Achane as your running back 2. To have Lamb long-term wide receiver 2. I know you're one. I know you technically have a losing record. I'm thinking long-term with your team, with how strong it is. I'm not thinking like, oh, we need to win games right now. Like, you are going to win games. Maybe if you wanted to wait to go and upgrade to that elite tight ends until you end up getting CeeDee Lamb, Rashee Rice closer to returning. I think you have an incredible team. Clearly the best team in this league. Wait until you get Lamb, Rice closer to returning and go out there and make one of those trades for tight end. But let me send you over some free questions. Sorry for the fact that I was looking at the wrong team here, my guy. We're a little over 2 hours into the live stream. The wheels may or may not be falling off already, and we still have 3 to 4 more hours to go. But let me give my brain a little bit of a break real quick. Let's pivot over and let's answer some of the quicker questions. These are going to be the trade questions, the start sit questions, etc., etc. So let's move this over. Dila fit here with this trade, sending Lamar and Mason for Herbert, Pearsall, and Rashee Rice. Mason to Pearsall, up to you. Lamar to Herbert and Rice, up to you. Leftover at running back, we'd have Derrick Henry, Judkins, Swift, Benson. So you have plenty of running back value. Wide receiver, JSN, Brian Thomas, Higgins, Hunter Smith. You have receivers. I would keep Lamar. I think Lamar is the best player in this deal. Now, Scott coming through. We got Kamara, Scat, Jefferson versus Bucky, Sutton, Rice. Jefferson to Bucky, lateral move up to you. Kamara and Scat versus Sutton and Rice. What our starting lineup be before and after this? After, we'd be starting Bucky and Genty at running back. Wide receiver would be going with Egbuka and Higgins. In the flex, we have like Judkins. Long term, you have Rice. My hesitation with this is you already have Mixon, Henderson, Hunter, Golden, all as long-term assets. So I don't know if this is if you're like 3-0, you can go and trade for Rice, but I don't know if that's the team to be trading for Rashee Rice with. Now, this one's going to be coming out from Creamy Imposter, trading Lamb for Scat and Egbuka. I would rather have Lamb in a vacuum, unless you're like 1-2, 0-3. Now, Genevu trading Chase Brown and Egbuka for Bucky Irving. I would rather have Bucky. Would we be screwed at receiver? We'd be starting Rome, Harrison. Waiting. I'd like to wait a week until you get a little bit closer to having the like Rice, Godwin viable plays. But you can make that move if you wanted. Now, Matt, with our next one here for the flex. I would play Scat over DJ Moore this week. I know DJ Moore scored the touchdown, but DJ Moore ultimately has had no volume this year. Primetime says, I know I can trade Corum for Mahomes afterwards. What the hell? Then you very easily go and get Amari Hampton to Mahomes. King was taken trading Genty and Hawk for Judkins and Bowers. Genty versus Bowers, up to you. Hawk versus Judkins. Clearly give me Judkins, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Quinshon. Now, Boban coming through. Here for the flex. Running back, our best option would be like Nick Chubb. Wide receiver, our best option would be Waddle. So we're going to go Waddle. Now, next question is going to be from Drunk TB12. It says, down 0-3, am I cooked, or should we start planning date nights with the wifey? General rule of thumb. Y'all are going to hate me for this, but occasionally you can't afford a date night with the wifey. Sunday night, like if you watch football all day through the noon slate and the 3 p.m. slate, it may be nice to go ahead and to take a little break with the wifey that night. But anyway, drunk TB12. Genty, Brees, still over Judkins for me. We're going to go with Tet here at wide receiver, and then we got to take Hendo out the flex. Full PPR format. Let me pull up the implied team totals here. Higgins is in a tough spot against Denver. J-Mo hasn't had the volume. I may go Marv. I think all these wide receivers are feast or famine. Now, Joster says K9, Ladd, the Chargers wide receiver 3 for Rome. I'm probably going to go with Walker here. Jacoby's getting fed targets. Who do I keep? I would still rather have Ladd over Jacoby. Now, don't get me wrong. Like, two genders. I would go Benson over Devonta Smith. I'm sorry for missing that. I really hope that I'm wrong here. I hope that Quentin Johnston continues to dominate as the wide receiver 1 in Los Angeles. But I think that's tough to project out. I think I would rather have the upside of Kenneth Walker alongside Ladd McConkey. And I'd rather have Ladd over Jacoby still because I just think the quarterback plays so much better. Now, Halo Ben trading Kyler and Walker for Lamar. Yeah, Lamar is in a completely different tier than Kyler. I'll do this deal. Cube trading Hampton for Devontae Adams. I'd rather have Hampton unless you're desperate at wide receiver. I guess you just lost Lamb, but you still have Ibuka. You still have Tat. You still have Marv. So give me Hampton. Louis, running back. Give me Chase Brown over Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I know it feels gross. Tight end McBride, and then in the flex, pulled the matchups. I know Keenan's going up against the Giants. Who is the Eagle? I think Devonta Smith's going up against the Bucks. It's tough. I probably say Smith for now because I don't know if the Giants will be able to keep up with the Chargers. I think they may actually be able to run the ball this week. Skull Razor trading A.J. Brown and Khalil Shakir for Puka. This is Puka Nacua, and it's not even remotely close. Like, if that trade went down in my league, I'd be losing my mind. I'd be so pissed. Mo 31, quarterback between Caleb and Bo. This week, the Bears project score 23 points against the Raiders. The Broncos 25. Oh, they play the Bengals. Yeah, you're going to go Bo Nix against the Bengals. For wide receiver, you may have no Terry McLaurin. Assuming you have no Terry, I think you go Addison. And then for the flex, move this over. It's going to be between the running backs for me. I currently have Brees ranked at RB 19 and Javonte at RB 21 this week because Brees is a much better matchup. Actually, you have Benson here as well. I have Brees at 19, Benson at 20, and Javonte at 21. Brees is the best matchup out of them going up against the Dolphins. But I actually got to log out and log back in so I can keep answering these. But as I do this, I want to stall by reminding y'all that I'm going to be live streaming every single day answering fantasy football questions until Christmas. As y'all can tell, the majority of the questions that I answer are free questions. And again, I'll be doing this every single day. We're just giving out free questions to people that hang out with us in the chat. So all I got to do to get those free questions is go ahead, drop a like on the stream, and subscribe to the channel. I'd recommend hitting the bell next to the subscribe button as well, because if you do, YouTube will tell you when we are live. But let's move this over to Mo 31. Quarterback, we said Bo. Wide receiver, Addison, assuming Terry misses. And in the flex, Brees with a good matchup against Miami. Now, Eubes is trading Kyron Sutton Rome for Hampton and Jefferson. Yeah. Jay Jettis is the best player here, and Amari and Hampton's the second best player. So I'll do that. You're happy. Here at quarterback, we got May. Running back, we have... Oh, dear God. Oh, Chase Brown. Wide receiver, we're going to go London and Igbuka. Tight ends, give me Jawan Johnson. And the flex, we're going to go Sutton and probably Pollard. I think you go Pollard over Judkins one more week until you get Spears back in. Okay. Now, Braid Nelson is trading Scat and Keenan for Chase Brown, Zay Flowers. I'd rather have Chase Brown over Scat, and I'd rather have Flowers over Keenan. So, yes, I'd make this deal. Maniacs is my league. I'm uncertain of letting go of them. Judkins to Brees, upgrade in a full PPR. Benson to Brian Thomas, upgrade. Ladd to London, upgrade. You get RJ for free. I think you go for it. Hope I'm wrong. We went heavy drafting Judkins, heavy drafting Benson this year. Saints Fanatic trading Benson and Pickens for Hampton and Hunter. Pickens to Hampton, give me Hampton. Benson to Hunter, give me Benson. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's going to be up to you. I think most people would say the Benson and Pickens side, though. Absolutely love Pickens post CeeDee Lamb trade. Sorry, injury. Now, Andrew, with our next one here. The best option we have on the bench right now would be what? Like Deonta Thornton? So no, we're leaving this as is. I'd leave Troy Franklin. I'd pick up Trey Tucker and play him over Franklin. But it looks like we just hit 900 likes on the stream. So let's go ahead and let's send out some free questions. Again, all you got to do to get those free questions, drop a like and drop your flogfantasy.com username in the chat. We'll go ahead and send them out. Let me answer this question real quick. We got Nicholas as Mason. How do we see your rankings on flogfantasy.com? The other guys don't update. The other guys do update relatively often. If you want to see my rankings in particular, though, you can go ahead and you can see them on this. Hit the little gear icon. Then there'll be a drop down. You can see my name is Mason. Hit that. Hit save. And then you can see my exact rankings here. You can see stats. Whatever you want, right? You can sort this by positions. You can see week 4. You can see dynasty. I will say with that though, my rankings particular, any specific creator rankings are behind the paywall. You either have to be a mother flocker or have the season pass. But the expert average ranks are free. But let's send this free question out to Nick 1010. Let's go ahead and send this out for you, my guy. Really appreciate hanging out with us in this live stream. And just sent you over that free trade. Again, thank you so much. And please chat. Let me know when we hit 1,000 likes. And we'll go ahead and we'll send out another free question. And those free questions, you don't, like, even if the questions are turned off on the site, you can still submit the free questions. Whenever I turn off the questions on the site, it's just where you can't buy them, but you can actually submit the free ones. Andrew sending Henderson and Flowers for Derrick Henry. Yeah, give me Derrick Henry. You know I'm not even a Henry guy. But I don't think we can call the Derrick Henry fall off just yet. I've done that in the past. It has not worked out well for us. Now, Pico 96 with our next one that we're looking at. Trade in Nico Collins and Drake London for Trey Benson and Igbuka. Sorry, not Nico Collins, Nick Chubb. Big difference there. Here, London versus Igbuka. Give me London. Benson versus Chubb. Give me Benson. Running back, we have Hampton, Pollard, JCM to start right now, so we're not super desperate. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's going to be up to you. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side would you rather have here? Would you rather have Chubb and London or Benson and Igbuka? Chubb and London or Benson and Igbuka? I have a feeling y'all are going to say the Igbuka side, but I still do think that London's a tier ahead of him. Let's see what the chat's saying. We got London, Benson, Benson, Benson. Benson, 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 London, London, Benson, Benson. So I think it's a fair deal. I think it's your personal preference, but it looks like the majority of the people in the chat are saying that the right side is the one that wins this. Now, Legend with our next question. This is a trade where we're sending Travis Etienne, Kyle Pitts for Brees and Jonnu. Etienne or Brees, same thing for me. I'd clearly rather have Kyle Pitts over Jonnu Smith. But here's the thing, my guy. It's an 8-team league. You have Bowers, so neither of these tight ends matters at all. So ultimately, 12-team format, give me the ETN side. 8-team league, it's up to you. Now, Nobby Cheese, this is Benson and CMC versus Javonte and Barkley. CMC to Barkley, give me McCaffrey. Dobbins to Javonte, give me Javonte. So, fair deal, up to you. Probably the Barkley side. Maybe I'm just wish casting because I have Saquon Barkley and not Christian McCaffrey on my team. Bobby 13 has Barkley, Addison, Hampton, Jefferson. Barkley to Jettas, downgrade. Addison to Hampton, upgrade. How desperate are you at receiver? Why? We just lost Terry McLaurin. You are desperate at receiver. So I think you can go ahead and you can get Jay Jettis there. Bauer Rangers here at running back. We're going to go ahead and oof. I'm going to go Brees because the good matchup, but it's definitely close. Wide receiver, give me Brian Thomas and Devonta Smith over JMO. And then for the flex, Benson versus Scat. I'm going to go ahead. I'll probably take Benson. Scat, I'm a little bit worried that Dart's not going to check it down as much as Russ would have. Bengals Super Bowl trading St. Brown for Lamar and Hubbard. We have plenty of wide receiver production. Running back, we have Benson breaking out, so you're okay at running back. I'd say in general, I'd probably rather have the St. Brown side, but I'm okay if you make this deal. Now, Dinko, this is Walker and Igbuka versus Malik Neighbors. Give me Neighbors. Actually, it's a 12-team start 8 format. Let me see what we'd have left over at running back. Running back, we'd have Jacobs and no, never mind. Changing my mind. Give me Igbuka and give me Kenneth Walker just because in your league in particular, depth's going to matter. And in your league in particular, we have absolutely nothing at running back behind Kenneth Walker at the moment. Now, Chaz says, can add London for 2 receivers. Obviously, my depth is cursed. Running back 2 that we are starting right now is either RJ Harvey or Isaiah Pacheco. It is a 14-team league, so depth matters. Wide receiver starting London, Pickens. Running back, we have Henry, Pacheco, and then we have like freaking RJ Harvey in the flex spot or Alakeo Manor in the flex. Full PBR format, while Ginty hasn't been used as much as a receiver as I would like. I think you're okay to go ahead. I think you're okay to take the Ginty and Benson side of this. Now, cashing 2K. Here for the flex, this is, you have no Evans. Hunter's not playable yet. You have no Worthy. I think you go Kamara over Tyreek. I think you go Kamara over Benson. Full PBR format. I know the receiving usage hasn't been there much, but it's crazy as they got blown out and they still had Kamara in there like almost the entire game. Like if I were the Saints, I would have taken Kamara out halfway through the second quarter. So, I mean, based on what we saw, I don't think we have to worry about him saying that we're seeing like I don't know. Dig a day. This is Brees Benson. I'm going to go Brees. Really good matchup against Miami. But yeah, with Kamara, I don't think that they bench him. Like, I think they should bench him if they're getting blown out by Buffalo. They're just not gonna. I'm going over to receiver, Devonta Smith, Quentin Johnston. I'm going to go Smith. Hope I'm wrong. And then in the flex, I will go with Trey Benson. Just get the guaranteed touches. I hope Quentin Johnston continues to score a ton of points for you on your bench just so he hits my best ball lineups. But I would be worried to start Quentin Johnston. Now, Baby Suzuki trading Barkley for Hampton, Olave, and Hawk. I don't even need to look at your team. I'd rather have Saquon Barkley. Baby Suzuki trading Barkley for Brees and Debo. I know Debo gets the bump with the Terry injury, but I'd still rather have, like, how desperate are you for depth? You're not even desperate for depth. Why the hell are you considering these deals? It's Saquon Barkley easily. Hypnotic going Benson, Jamar, Henry for Harvey, JSN, and McBride. Chase to JSN, lateral move. Benson to McBride, crazy upgrade. So yes, we're going to go with the JSN and McBride side. So easy pivot. Now, Cosby says, should I trade Xavier Worthy or Chris Godwin for Trey Benson? Yes. I would prefer to trade Worthy, but I would trade either one. Now, Manny the Third trading DeAndre Swift and Addison for Sharps and Tootin. I'd rather have Swift over Sharp. I'd rather have Addison over Tootin. So the DeAndre Swift side easily. Bones trading Taylor, Harrison, Smith, Jawan for, ooh, this is interesting. So down tier from Taylor to JSN, up tier from Harrison to Walker, up tier from Devonta Smith to McBride. And who cares about Juwan Johnson or Caleb Williams? Full PPR format, I'm okay with you making this deal. If Jonathan Taylor continues to average 25 points a game, then obviously it's going to look idiotic that I'm saying this. But I don't know if that continues to happen, to be honest. Okay, let's move this over to our next one. This is Toritos. And here, I need to, I see we just hit 1,000 likes on the stream, so we'll go ahead and we'll give away some free questions right when I get back. But I need to fill up my water. We've been live for 2.5 hours. I'm going to be live for another 2.5 hours answering your questions. So if I don't have water, my voice is not going to sound great. Okay, I'm sorry about that. We peed, got water, so we should be good for the rest of this stream. Drop your usernames in the chat, and we'll go ahead and we'll send out some free questions. We'll send it to a bunch of people. We got Nugget winning our first free question. Hopefully I can find you on the site, my guy. Appreciate hanging out with us and sticking through my little bathroom break. Nuggets. Let's see if I can find you. I cannot find you on the site, my guy. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. If you don't have a code on your account, you can add it on your account page, and then I can find you after that. Send this over to Please Quit. See him always out in the streams with us. And I'm happy to send you over a free trade question, my guy. Thank you again. Let's get this next one out to Seth816. 816. Just sent you over a free trade. Appreciate hanging out with us, my guy. And let's send this one out to Hunter Ringar. Just found you and just sent you out a free trade question. Thanks for hanging out with us on the stream. But let's get this going. Okay, so here for Toritos, running back, you're going to start. if it was my team, I would start Pollard over Judkins in a full PPR format. The workload's too good and both offenses are garbage. Probably the last week you're doing that, though. And the wide receiver, it's going to be down to George Pickens or Egbuka. Both are phenomenal options. I would look to sell one high for a better running back, too. Okay. Now let's go ahead. Let's refresh this and get some more questions loaded in. And actually, we'll pivot over and we will answer some more team reviews. Obviously, I'm going to probably be streaming for the next 3 hours. We got a lot of questions, a lot of teams, and a lot of things to look at. And I'll be sending out a bunch of free questions in the chat, as always. So this next one's going to go out to Slush Monkey. Longtime member of the flock. Always happy to see you, my guy. Here says, ignore Royals. It was just a what-if pickup. My team got upgraded with all the injuries. What should we do now to improve, or do we hold? And is Ricky a sell-high candidate? Will he fall back down to earth with Jennings coming back, or is he number one? Not only is Jennings going to be coming back, but at the same time, you'll have Kittle coming back as well. So I do think that Ricky is a sneaky high, sell-high candidate, to be honest. Okay. Now, we are the number one team in the League Analyzer when it comes to value on our roster. We've scored 381 points, so we are fourth in the league in terms of total points scored. However, we are only 1 and 2. So currently, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, and we have Josh Allen at quarterback. So if we're looking at what we can do here at quarterback, it's nothing. League like this, quarterback's going to make up such a high percentage of your starting lineup output weekly. Absolutely love having Josh Allen, and you're in a really comfortable spot. Now, going over to what we have at running back, CMC, the number one most valuable player in fantasy yet again. This workload's absolutely incredible. Has he had any big plays? No, but it doesn't matter if he's getting 15 targets in a single game. I mean, he is going through and giving you crazy production as if he's a wide receiver, and you're obviously getting the rushing stuff added on. Then we look at Amari and Hampton, crazy good RB2 after the Najee Harris stuff. Going over and looking at what we have with Trey Benson. Trey Benson breakout puts you in a really good spot here as well. So you have the expendable running back value. Going over to receiver, we have Neighbors, we have Pearsall, we have Higgins, we have Devonta Smith, we have Michael Pittman. You know what I would like to do, and maybe this would be a little bit more complicated, but I mean, if you could send like Trey Benson, Ricky Pearsall, T. Higgins, and send like a 3-for-2 deal where we send like Benson, Pearsall, Higgins, and get back just 1 running back and 1 receiver. But the thing is, it's a 10-team league, so nobody's going to need the depth. This team lost Mike Evans. They lost Worthy. Maybe they could use depth. Like, is there a world in which we can send them like Ricky Pearsall, T. Higgins, Trey Benson, and get back like Chase Brown, Debo Saint? I would want more than that. Could we get back like Bucky Irving? Honestly, even that I'd be fine with. If you go like Benson, Pearsall, Higgins for Bucky. Starting CMC, Bucky at running back, Hampton in the flex, Neighbors, Smith at wide receiver. Cruising. And again, looking at the replacement level players that you have access to on the waiver wire. Like, you're in a really, really good spot with Jordan Addison, Keon Coleman out there. I would cut Harold Fannin. I'd pick up Hunter Henry. Again, I would try our best to go through, and I'd try our best to try to upgrade from Trey Benson by selling a wide receiver like Ricky Pearsall to go get an upgrade. I mean, that player is going to go into your flex spot kind of regardless. You have 4 wide receivers that all look the same, that will project similarly week to week. So, again, I know it's very boring, but your team's absolutely loaded. By far and away the best team in the league. The CMC runout's been perfect, while at the same time, you're looking at what we have with Amari and Hampton turning into a league winner, saving our running back too, Trey Benson breaking out. So really all you got to do, in my opinion, is trade for an elite flex, and how you would probably do that is trying to get the package of Ricky Pearsall and Trey Benson and get the best running back you can in return. And then obviously just backfill Jordan Addison off the waiver wire for free. But let me send you over some free questions if there's anything else that we can help with. And also, again, I would cut Harold Fannin in favor of going and getting Hunter Henry if possible. But we just sent you over those free start set questions, trade questions. So if there's anything else that you want me to take a look at, I'd be super happy to look at it for you, my friend. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be from Gutmaster. It says, traded Chase Brown, Keon Coleman, and Dylan Sampson for Roman Jacory before week 3. I'm 1-2 right now. But I feel shaky about the team and wondering what to do. Also, trading is stingy in this league. So it looks like the Chase Brown deal ends up working out based off how good Rome is and how bad Chase Brown is. We are currently 6th in the league analyzer in terms of value. We are 6th in the league analyzer. I'm sorry, we're 6th in our league in points scored as well. It's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex. So if you only start 2 receivers in a flex, I mean, you're in a spot in which the depth at wide receiver is not going to matter much. And we would really like having an elite quarterback, like having an elite tight ends. We have the elite quarterback here with Jalen Hurts. I would consider cutting Michael Penix for Jackson Dart. Going over to running back, RB2 is the weakest spot on our team, right? We have Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt at the moment. Tyrone Tracy gets injured. You possibly have Woody Marks as another play that we can look at. Looking at options on the waiver wire, they are extremely limited. Looks like your league mates know what they're doing. But here's the thing that sucks. We just lost Terry McLaurin as well. So our starting lineup at this point is Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt at RB2, Jamison Williams at wide receiver 2, and Jerry Jeudy in the flex. Not great, Chief. I would cut Kayshon Boutte. I would pick up Trey Tucker. And I think I absolutely hate to say this. And you know, very rarely, I mean, obviously most people here that watch us do these team reviews, you've seen me 1,000 times over go like, oh, you have 2-3 viable players on your bench, 2 for 1 deal, 3 for 1 deal. Let's go get an improvement inside the starting lineup. In my mind, I hate to say this, but you need a down tier. You need to be selling the best asset in the deal, and you need to be getting 2 players in return. That way we're not having to start Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, Jamison Williams, Jerry Jeudy all in the same week. So we can go through and we can look at options that have plenty of value. Like looking at this team here, they have Montgomery RB3. They just lost Evans actually, so maybe they're not the best candidate for us. Going over looking at this team, they have Marv, wide receiver 3, Jalen Warren, RB3, Devonta Smith, wide receiver 4, Quentin Johnston, wide receiver 5. So if we're looking at this, maybe this could be a good trade candidate with us, where if you wanted to try to send them like Rome Odunze and down tier at wide receiver and pick up an additional running back starter, where you go like Rome Odunze and try to pick up the combination of, say, Zay Flowers, Tony Pollard. I mean, I would like to get more value if we could. Maybe you trade Christian McCaffrey and you get back Justin Jefferson and Ashton Genty. Let's go find another team that maybe has enough expendable depth for us. This team's still waiting for Rice, so they're probably not the best trade candidate right now. This team has Benson RB3. They have Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver 3, Olave, wide receiver 4. Maybe if you wanted to send like Rome Odunze and try to get back Tyreek and Benson, Tyreek and Judkins. Send Rome Odunze and get back Judkins and Ricky Pearsall. I think you could look at that as well. This team is Jordan Mason, RB3. I guess they just lost CeeDee Lamb, so maybe they're not the best trade target for us. This team, Kyron Scat, Lad Pittman as depth options. This team, not much depth. This team, bad. This team, Travis Hunter's not doing anything. Yeah, so there aren't that many teams overloaded with depth in your league. But again, I think you're one of the very rare instances where it actually does make sense for us to send the best player and get 2 guys in return. But let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with. And again, the other moves that I would be making is I'd be dropping Michael Penix, picking up Jackson Dart, and I'd be dropping Kayshon Boutte, and I'd be picking up Trey Tucker. But really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. But let's move over to our next question. And this is going to be one with screenshots. So it's going to take me a second. We'll circle back to it. Now, moving over to this next one. This is GSAW1. Says, love the content, Mason. 3-0, but here we are. I'm looking to make this team better. It's a PPR start 8. Any ideas? Thanks again. Thank you, my guy. Always excited to check this out for you. I know you've been with us for a long time. We are currently 4th in the league analyzer in value. However, we are 5th in the league analyzer with points scored. Now, we're 3-0, so you're kind of in a similar situation to I am. But let's pull this up. 3-0, we very much are looking at how do we go after long-term value? How can we pick up Trevion Henderson? How can we pick up George Kittle? How can we pick up Rashee Rice on the cheap? Right now, at quarterback, we have the combo of Daniel Jones and Justin Fields. So with these 2 QBs, like, we can effectively play the matchups weekly. Like, I don't necessarily think that you need to go out there and need to make a trade for a better quarterback just yet. Running back, we have Kyron Benson. Isaiah Pacheco is just absolutely nothing at this point. I wouldn't fault anybody for wanting to cut him. So running back, probably going to be the weakest spot on our team. It's a start 8 format, though, so we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. And wide receiver, we have Puka, Rome, Adams, Debo. We're waiting on Godwin in the long term. Waiver wire options. Wide receiver, Trey Tucker, best option. I guess you could look at Hunter Henry. I mean, if Isaiah Likely is on our bench, not our IR, I would cut Isaiah Likely in favor of Hunter Henry. I would also look to cut Dallas Goedert for Hunter Henry regardless, even if you have like Isaiah Likely on your IR. Then moving over and looking at what we could potentially do in terms of trades. Again, this is a team in which we should be focusing in on our late season upside. So I like the idea of going and getting players like Godwin that maybe aren't producing to the level that we would want right now. But by the time we get to weeks 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and start ramping up for the fantasy playoffs, like Rashee Rice could be a wide receiver 1 by that point, right? So it would potentially make sense for us if we wanted to go through, if we wanted to try to pivot from like Debo Samuel to Rashee Rice. If you wanted to try to pivot to Trevion Henderson. Like maybe if you get back Trevion Henderson by trading away Trey Benson, if you think that he has more long-term upside. I wouldn't want to trade for an elite quarterback again because it's going to be a start 8 format rather than a start 7 league. So the depth's going to matter a little bit more with the skill positions. But overall, I think you have a really strong team here because the Trey Benson ascension. If it wasn't for Trey Benson, you'd be in a really, really tough spot. But also being 3-0, of course, you do have a lot of flexibility with what we can construct this team for, thinking about long-term upside and not having to worry too much about right now. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. Now let's move this over to our next question here. This next one's going to be F8 Finesser says, I might be 0-3 if Zay and Laporta get 30 combined tonight, which they did not do. What should I do with my running back room in terms of trying to get a high tier wide receiver? So we are number 1 in the league analyzer in value. We are currently 1-2, however. We are down near the bottom of the league. We are 8th in the league in terms of points scored. Now, it's going to be very interesting to note with your team is this is a 12-team start 9 format. So skill positional depth is going to be incredibly important. Somebody like Jordan Addison on a team like in a league like this, Jordan Addison matters a ton. Like picking up a bunch of players that look like Jordan Addison will make a pretty big difference for us. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, quarterback's not going to be as important. We'll make up a slightly lower percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. Quarterback, we have Drake May, we have Jackson Dart. So sitting here with both these QBs, like you can play the matchups between them weekly if Dart shows that he has rushing upside. In reality, for the time being, you're going to be starting Drake May. But again, priority number one for us is not going to be going through and trying to trade for an upgrade at quarterback when we are sitting with, again, a start 9 format. Looking at running back, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starters here in the long term. We have CMC, Hampton, Genty as guys that we can start right now. Trevion still gives us a lot of long-term upside. I'll say that Trevion probably not going to be startable right now, even in a start 9 format. Wide receiver, we're jamming Pickens, Igbuka, Olave in a flex too. Then tight end, we have Dallas Goedert, Brenton Strange. Running back, I would consider cutting. Honestly, I would cut Jalen Naylor now that Jordan Addison's back. There's no world in which you're ever looking at Jalen Naylor making a difference. I would opt to pick up another handcuff RB like DJ Giddens, Ollie Gordon. The best waiver wire wide receiver for us is going to be Sterling Shepard. Again, it's going to be a very deep format. And then going over looking at tight ends, there's just nothing available. I still don't love the idea of rostering 3 tight ends, even in a deep league like this. I would almost want to opt to roster like both DJ Giddens and Ollie Gordon, just pick up the guys that could skyrocket in value if you were to get injuries in front of them. But start 9 format, we got a quarterback, we got a tight end, so we need 7 combined running backs and receivers. We're jamming Pickens, Igbuka, then CMC, Hampton, Genty, Judkins, and we have like Olave and a flex. So if this was like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I'd say, man, you really got to go through, especially a 1 and 2 roster. You got to trade one of these rookie running backs like Judkins with a wide receiver like Olave to just go get an upgrade at receiver. Or Judkins, like I wouldn't want to sell Igbuka just because 1 and 2 roster, Igbuka, Pickens are about to crush in the short term. But start 9 format, I absolutely love this. Like if the league analyzer is wrong here and this is actually like a start 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, then in that instance, my guy, you really need to go out there and trade for a better quarterback, trade for a better tight end, and use some of this wide receiver depth. But if you could start 5 of your running backs weekly, or you can start 4 of your running backs weekly, I'm just leaving this as is, to be honest. But I'm trying to think, is there anything else that we could possibly have for this team? Because I really do like it. I think that you just had to wait for these rookie running backs obviously taking over. But once that's happened, I think now you are just fine. Trying to think if there's anything else that we could possibly say with this. But again, I really appreciate you. I really like the team. I think the rookie running backs are going to continue to get better. Let me send you out some free questions just in case there's anything else that we can look at. Again, drop Jalen Naylor, pick up a handcuff running back. If the league analyzer is wrong and it's a shallower format, then I would sell a running back for a quarterback or a tight end upgrade. But if not, if it's really a start 9 league, it's going to make up a smaller percentage of our starting lineup output. So I'm fine rostering that many running backs. But let's move this over to Jax. It says, I wanted to trade James Conner last week, but unfortunately that ship has sailed. Oh, it's long, long gone at this point. I needed a 3rd wide receiver before this past week. Now it looks like Lamb is going to be gone for a month or so. Now my wide receiver room is cooked, so I need some help trading some of my running backs for wide receiver. Your advice is greatly appreciated. Okay, so we are going to be in a tough spot here. We are still 4th in the league analyzer, though, in value. We're 6th so far in this league in terms of total points scored. So it's a 10-team league. Options on the waiver wire hopefully will be a little bit better. But it is a start 8 format. So you are essentially needing to start a combined 6 running backs and wide receivers here every single week. Right now, our starting lineup, We have Achane, Judkins, Swift, Dobbins. I guess all is playable. Like James Conner's injury is not nearly as impactful for you as CeeDee Lamb's, even if Lamb's is shorter. As we can start 4 running backs here weekly. Wide receiver, you have Puka to jam. And then wide receiver 2 is just an absolute disaster. The very easy thing to say here is, oh, if we can sell Drake May and go get another wide receiver for us to start, where we send Drake May and Jerry Jeudy in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an improvement at receiver, let's do it. But nobody in a 10-team league is trading for Drake May. So that's really not going to play for us. I would consider dropping Shaheed for Mooney. I mean, Mooney came through this past week and he had 11 targets. But they are about the same guy. Like, that's not really going to solve your problem. With your extra roster spot, I would be picking that you lost James Conner with. I'd be picking up Rachaad White. With Rachaad White, I understand that you're never starting him, but in the instance of an injury to Bucky Irving, he could turn into a league winner. We have the elite quarterback with Daniels. Running back, we have Achane, Judkins, Swift, Dobbins. I would like to tell you, like, oh yeah, let's go sell a running back for a wide receiver, but what does that accomplish? It maybe gives us a better wide receiver too, but then one of our flex spots is just going to be weak. I think, honestly, if you lost Connor and CeeDee Lamb on the same team, I hate to say it, you may need to sell Jaden Daniels. You may need to sell Jaden Daniels, then pick up Jackson Dart and roll with Drake May and Jackson Dart going into the future. Look at the teams that need help at quarterback the most. This team lost Joe Burrow. I would offer them Jaden Daniels and see if we could get back. They don't really have anything that they could trade with us. Like, they have Igbuka, but obviously we want more than Igbuka. Maybe you can go like Daniels and Dobbins and get back Chuba and Igbuka. Let's look at the other teams that need help at quarterback. This team is Bo Nix. I would offer them like Jaden Daniels and God, they don't really have much for us either, do they? God. Why do these teams? I mean, obviously I'd love JSN, but I mean, I would offer them Daniels and Travis Hunter for JSN, but they're going to laugh us out of the building. This team, they have Garrett Wilson. Maybe we try to send them Jaden Daniels and get back, like we send them Jaden Daniels and Travis Hunter. They send us back Garrett Wilson and Mahomes. And then you get that viable wide receiver too that you can play. And if we're looking at what we have when it comes to quarterback into the future, you play the matchups with Drake May and Patrick Mahomes. You're not going to get any value selling one of your tight ends. The other option, right, is if we're sitting here, we just lost CeeDee Lamb and James Conner. If you wanted to, like, I would sell CeeDee Lamb for a wide receiver like JSN in a heartbeat. I would sell CeeDee Lamb for, let's see, Jamar Chase in a heartbeat. I'd sell CeeDee Lamb for Jefferson in a heartbeat. I'd sell CeeDee Lamb for Amon-Ra St. Brown, Nico Collins. I'd sell him for Malik Neighbors. Like, if you could pivot from Lamb to any of those wide receivers, and it just solves your problem. And don't get me wrong, I would go out there and I would send out those 6 offers. The worst thing they can do is say no. But I think what you're probably going to end up having to come to after those get rejected is you're probably ended up having to look at selling Daniels to a team that needs a quarterback. And then we just play the matchups with somebody like Mahomes and May going into the future. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. And let me send you out some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want to follow up with this team. But let's move this over to our next roster. It's going to be from Slump. It says, I started off 0-2 with Worthy getting hurt and the team not performing. I should get the win up by 22 with Henry to play, and he has Goff. I've been offered London for Benson and Scat. And also would be opposed to getting rid of JJ. Okay. Love the team name. So Benson and Scat for London. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We have Henry, we have Hampton. We don't have much depth after that. So I don't mind at all. If the London team needs a running back, by all means, let's go and send him an RB for London. However, I don't think that we should be sending 2 running backs for a receiver when Igbuka's our wide receiver 4 currently, and we can't start more than 3. Like, so I would not do that deal as it's currently constructed. What I would look to do is I would look to see if we can send like Benson in a 2-for-1 deal with like Ricky Pearsall for London that way. Like, I wouldn't go running back and get back a singular wide receiver. Because again, as it stands, you already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 startable receivers with 2 late season upside, and you can only start 3. And I mean, it's not like running backs, we don't have the same problem. We have 4 startable running backs at the moment. So I think 2-for-1 deals will be exactly what you're wanting to do with this team. I think also on top of that, you'll probably be wanting to go through and you'll probably want to be trying to send Tucker Kraft and one of those wide receivers and just get to a true elite tight end. Get to Bowers, get to McBride. I know Bowers has been bad so far this season with the knee injury, but every week that goes by is going to get healthier. And Michael Mayer just had the concussion. So ultimately, I think Bowers probably does absolutely crush this week. So if you wanted to try to send like Ricky Pearsall and Tucker Kraft to go get to one of those tight ends, I think that would be very interesting as well. And then again, I love the idea of selling 2 players for 1 on a team like this in general, just because you are so damn loaded. Like, your team's so good, I can't even look at waiver wire options because our players on the bench are too good for us to potentially think of cutting. I just think that you can't sell like 2 running backs for a wide receiver when wide receiver depth doesn't matter here. And our problem with the team is we already have too much wide receiver depth. But I really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And obviously, you have by far and away the best team in this league. There's not much for me to say. Okay. Now, Criminal GM with our next question says, currently trying to trade Derrick Henry for either Puka or Josh Allen. A man can dream. I mean, that is what it is at this point, my friend. It is a dream. I think Josh Allen would probably be more obtainable than Puka Nacua. Like, at this point, the only player I think you could trade for Puka Nacua would probably be CMC. I would be surprised if you could send anything else. But we are currently 8th in the league in value, and we are 0-3. So to translate that to you, my guy, that means we are cooked. Okay, obviously I'm joking. We'll try to do what we can here. It is a 10-team league where we start 8 players. So skill positional depth is going to matter, right? We can't say it's meaningless. Okay. Now, looking at what we have with the team and how it got here, the reason why we are cooked the way that we are is we went on the Joe Burrow T. Higgins stack. Joe Burrow gets injured and George Kittle got injured as well. Obviously, none of this is your fault. You can't predict this. But for now, quarterback, we have Jordan Love. Now, I'm assuming that Burrow's on your IR. If he's not on your IR, you cut his ass ASAP and you pick up Justin Fields. But realistically, I think that you'd probably want to pick up Justin Fields here regardless. And I'd probably be fine cutting Romeo Doubs to be able to do just that. So cut Doubs, pick up Fields, play the matchups with Fields and Love going into the future. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back. We currently have Derrick Henry, Chuba Hubbard, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson. So we have 4 startable running backs. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek, we have Flowers, we have Higgins, we have Godwin, we have Keenan, and we have Addison. So we potentially have 6 startable receivers. So very similar to the team that we looked at right before this, you are very much wanting to make a 2-for-1 deal to get an improvement inside the starting lineup. Whether that's Trey Benson and Tyreek Hill to go get to a wide receiver up in the tier of somebody like Nico Collins, by all means, let's go for it. Whether that's going to be Chris Godwin and Chuba Hubbard to get up to a running back in the tier of Amari and Hampton, by all means, let's go for it. But those are the plan A trades that we are looking to make. Then beyond that, I think what we're going to look to do is, if you're 0-3 at the moment, I'm sorry, but we actually need to sell George Kittle. I hate saying it, but like, you're 0-3. We can't wait for the long-term value of Kittle coming back in. So if you could send Kittle in Love and go get to a quarterback that we're very excited about, go get to somebody like Jalen Hurts if possible, then by all means, we're going to go through and we're going to make that move. Or going right back to what we were talking about previously with selling those running backs with wide receivers to just upgrade at either position, get upgrades inside our starting lineup, and move some of those points from our bench into the lineup. You can include George Kittle in any type of those deals, and you're going to feel very comfortable about it because, again, just going right back to it, we're 0-3. We just need points right this second. In terms of any other things that we're going to do, like I said, we're going to cut Romeo Doubs. We'll pick up Justin Fields. I don't think that there are any other easy waiver wire pivots. But I mean, yeah, if you wanted to trade Derrick Henry and pick up Puka, like, well, let's go for it. A man can dream, but it's just probably going to be very difficult after last night's game. But let me send you over some free questions just in case there's anything else that you want me to take a look at for you, my guy. I'd be super happy to follow up with anything for this team for you. But let's move this over and let's get back to some of the free questions that we have here. These are going to be the trade, start, sit, super messages, etc., etc. Actually, I think super messages are turned off. But Torito's here at running back. We're going to go with Breece over Javonte and Benson. Breece is a really good matchup this week. And then down in the flex spot, Igbuka is just going to be an absolute must-start name. Now, Smokey, Genty, and Igbuka versus Jahmyr Gibbs. It's a 10-team. Actually, I don't know if these league settings are filled out correctly. If this was a 10-team start 7 format where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, then yes, you can go out there and get Jahmyr Gibbs. But if this was like a 14-team league with 2 flexes, you'd probably go with Genty. But most shallow formats, you're going to go ahead. You're going to take Gibbs there. Now, Brendan Smith says, after this week, my running back room will become a lot more valuable. My wide receiver room's lacking, and I was wondering if you think I should make a trade or hold off. Thanks. Really appreciate you, my guy. Running back, we have Barkley, Benson, Walker, and Judkins. A wide receiver, our wide receiver 1's A.J. Brown. Wide receiver 2 is Metcalf. Wide receiver 3 is either Higgins or Worthy. It's a league in which you can start actually a decent amount of wide receivers weekly. And frankly, I would rather have Igbuka in the flex spot over Judkins, and you don't necessarily need Judkins at RB2. So I really like this idea, and I like this price point as well. Yes, sir. I'd go ahead and I'd take this. And now Flashy trading Ja'Cory Cross-Camara at Tyreek Hill for Amari and Hampton. The Amari and Hampton not close. Busta Moon coming through. Running back, Jordan Mason, auto start. Achane, auto start. Wide receiver, we're going to go Neighbors, Igbuka as auto starts. Flex, Trey Benson getting the volume. And then for that last flex spot, we're going to go with Ricky Pearsall with Kittle banged up, even if you do have Jawan Jennings good to go. Now, Cade Ferg here trading. Oh, this is way too much. Jaden Daniels, you would way rather have over Dak. And I am somebody that has Josh Jacobs currently on my team, but I would trade Josh Jacobs if I could get a quarterback upgrade and at the same time get back and return at running back Chase Brown, Quinshon Judkins. Alvin Kamara and Travis Etienne. Like, yeah, this seems like a no-brainer, to be honest with you, Chief. You want the package here. Okay. Now, Vito, 1, 2, 3. Here for the flex. I'll go Benson over Marv. Here's my thing with Benson. I think you have to have him at least ranked where you had James Conner early in the year. Achilles here, quarterback. Would I rather have Lawrence, Mariota, or Tua this week? Tua's a pretty good matchup. Let me remind myself what Lawrence is working with. Niners, 21.5 point implied team total. Mariota may not even have Terry if he is the starter. I'd probably go Lawrence over Tua. Lawrence will run the ball. It's a tiny bit more. Going down and looking at the flex, we got Brian Thomas versus Ricky Pearsall effectively. If Juwan Jennings plays, I'm going to go with Brian Thomas. If Purdy plays, Jennings and Kittle both miss, then you go Pearsall. Mo31 says, I have running back depth, but I need receivers. Is this a risk? No, if you have running back depth and you need receivers, Javonte first, Tat, give me Tat. Now, Eric Freeman, Chase Brown, Zach Ertz for CeeDee Lamb. I don't care what the team looks like. Actually, yeah, you actually have two startable running backs. Yeah, so I'll take Lamb here. The only instance I want it is if you were like 0-3, where then obviously it'd be much, much tougher. Now, Slangster trading Jacobs, Tyquan, Xavier Worthy for Benson, Brees, and Harrison. Tyquan's literally nothing. If this is really a 12-team start 9 format, with these league settings, you want the Benson, Brees, and Harrison side because you are essentially trading one starter for 3. And then obviously Xavier Worthy is just like kind of the upside shot. Okay. Let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Mario Mon. This is Aaron Jones, Rashee Rice, Brock Bowers versus Travis Etienne, Devontae Adams, Tyler Warren. Bowers to Warren, give me Bowers. Rice to Adams, up to you. Aaron Jones to Travis Etienne. I think you can go with the Etienne, Adams, and Warren side. I'd be saying that this is probably a deal that you have to make if you're 0-3 or 1-2 for sure. Now, Ricky Kimball. This is Jacobs and London versus Henderson and Neighbors. We'd be starting Benson and Hampton at running back this week. Wide receiver, we'd have Neighbors, Devonta Smith, Marv. Fair deal, and it's going to ultimately be up to you, to be honest. It is a fair deal, and it is up to you. Now, Christian running back between Warren, Chase Brown, Genty, and Judkins. Oh, dear God. I'm an idiot, so I may take Genty. The Raiders have a 24.5 point implied team total. They're going up against Chicago with a bad defense. I think I'm going to take Genty here. And then down in the flex, I'm going to also be an idiot. I'm going to take Jamar Chase and act like Jake Browning didn't look like the worst quarterback in the NFL last week and act like the Bengals don't have a horrendous matchup this week. Now, Titan says team is Saquon, Hampton, Ladd, Rasheed. It's a single flex format. Benson to Henderson, long-term, give me Henderson, especially if you have Barkley and Hampton to start right now. And if we have Rashee Rice that we're waiting on, we need a wide receiver to start. I'd way rather have Igbuka over Evans. So, yeah, give me Henderson and Igbuka. Now, little offer, it's trading Hampton and Rome for CMC. Yeah, this is CMC. Doesn't matter what your team is. Not even close. I mean, if it was a dynasty format, give me Hampton, of course. But redraft, give me CMC. Waiver wire merchant, trading Walker, Ricky, Bowers for Herbert, Brees, Brian Thomas. Downgrade from Bowers to Brees. Downgrade from Walker to Brian Thomas. Downgrade from Ricky Pearsall to Justin Herbert. I'd rather have the Bowers side. CJ2K, Swift Waddle versus Cortland Sutton. It's a 14-team format. I understand that we are very strong at running back. I like the idea of selling this combo of players. I think you need to be looking at a higher tier, though. Road Dog trading DJ Moore for Scat. I would rather have Scat at this point. I mean, it seems like they're going to try to get Luther Burden involved in Chicago. Chris trading Sharbs and Jamar for Bucky and Keenan. Bucky, Jamar, up to you. Give me Keenan over Sharbs. So I think it's a fair trade. I think this one's going to be up to you. Top Gear, Judkins versus Rashee Rice. For me, if I was 3-0, 2-1, I'm going to take Rashee. Asher Flo, quarterback between Goff and Bo Nix. Bo Nix, phenomenal matchup this week against the Cincinnati Bengals. You go with Bo. Here for tight end, give me Ferg over Laporta with no Lamb. And then for the flex spot, give me Judkins over Ridley and Pittman. Now, GD Driscoll trading CMC Pickens for Achane and Brian Thomas. I would rather have McCaffrey over Achane. I'd rather have Pickens over Brian Thomas. So, probably a pretty easy spot to take CMC. Now, T. Willie, this is Gibbs Jennings versus Jacobs Lamb. I can't see any details about our team. If you were 3-0, I think the Lamb side wins in the long term. But there's a big asterisk on that. If you're not 3-0, making this deal could be the reason why you don't make the playoffs. So 3-0 roster, give me Lamb. 2-1, probably give me Lamb, but losing record, I think you keep Gibbs. Okay, it looks like I need to sign out and sign back in, so give me a second. And as I do that, let me stall by reminding you that if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We are live streaming for over 5 hours today, answering fantasy football questions. I'm going to be live streaming every single day, answering as many questions as I possibly can. You'll see the majority of the questions that we answer are free questions that we give out in the live chat. All you got to do to get those free questions, of course, is just remember to drop a like on the live stream, to be subscribed to the channel, and then have an account on flockfantasy.com with promo code FLOCK. And right now we'll send out some free questions. All you got to do is drop your username in the chat, your flockfantasy.com username, that is. And we'll go ahead and we'll pick out some people to send free questions to. Okay. No, but this is going to be our next person we get an answer for. But let me see if we can find our users page. Okay. Let's go ahead and find a couple people to send out free questions to. We got Narves. Narvez, just found you, just sent you over that free trade question. Really appreciate hanging out with us in the stream. And let's send out another free question. This will be Gil07. Just found you and just sent you over that free start set. Again, I'm sorry, I'm going to send you over a free trade. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. And again, I want to reiterate, the questions are turned off on the site where you cannot buy them without having a free question voucher. And you can either get those free question vouchers by becoming an annual Mother Flocker on flockfantasy.com with code FLOCK, or you can get those free question vouchers by just winning them in the free chat, which we're going to continue to send them out all night. But Naro's trading Lamar and Pollard for Herbert and Barkley. Pollard, Herbert, tomato. I'd rather have Barkley over Lamar. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take the Barkley side of this. Now, Obra trading Judkins and Keenan for Hampton, Myers, and Laporta. Judkins to Hampton, clear upgrade. Keenan to Myers, clear upgrade. You're getting Laporta for free. So yes, we're for sure doing this. Dylan, if you submitted a start sit or a trade question today, let me be very clear with everybody here. If you ever submit a start-sit question or a trade question, I will answer it that day. The team reviews, of course, those just take a lot longer. So if you submitted a team review, possibly that's going to be in tomorrow's live stream. But of course, the site will send you the answer. They'll send you the clip, so you don't have to worry about that, like missing it. You'll see it. But if it's ever a start-sit question or a trade question, I'm 100% getting it to it the day that we are streaming. Obrox, literally booty, could not matter less. JC, this is Lamar, Chase Brown, Travis Hunter and Harold Fannin versus Daniels, Mariota, couldn't matter less, Trevion Bowers. Chase to Henderson, slight downgrade. But I'd rather have Hunter and Lamar versus Daniels and Bowers. I'd probably rather have Daniels and Bowers. If you are 3-0, 2-1, I think you take the Hendo side. However, if you need points right now, then obviously you're not in the position to do so. Now, Perk coming through with our next one. This is Bowers, Marv, Keon. Like, please, when y'all visualize trades like this, if you're sending like Bowers and Marv, Romeo Dobbs doesn't even need to be included. Like he's literally nothing. Like he's barely worth the roster spot. Those players that are equivalent to the guys that are on the waiver wire, they're meaningless in your trades. Literally couldn't matter less. We're upgrading from Bowers to Chase. We're making a lateral move for Marv to Kittle, making a lateral move from Keon to Hunter Henry. So yeah, I'd rather have the Jamar Chase side. Again, kind of operating under the assumption that we are a winning team, so we can't afford to wait for George Kittle. Okay. Now, Connor, quarterback, Caleb versus Daniel Jones. I'm going to go Caleb. The Colts are actually dogs in their game. Running back, Swift, Judkins, or Javonte. I think I have Javonte as the guy here in our ranks. Let me double check. Javonte's a horrible matchup. I have Javonte at RB21 in our ranks. I have Judkins at 26 and Swift at 24. So I have it as Javonte. The receiving skill set will be there, but really hate the matchup. And then between Swift and Judkins, I have Swift in a good spot against the Raiders. Issue with Judkins in a full PPR format is not getting the receiving usage. I hope he absolutely crushes. Don't get me wrong. Clayton says, where can I find the clip for the team review if I missed the stream? So how the site works, my guy, if you never sent in a question, as soon as I answer your question on the live stream, it is actually going to send you an automated message on flockfantasy.com, and it will send an email to your email address saying, hey, Mason just answered your question. Here is a custom link for you to view that answer. You will click that link and it will take you to the exact second that your question popped up in that live stream. So all you have to do is check the site and it will send it for you. You don't have to worry about missing it. Okay. Now, Awi coming through with our next one. This is T. Higgins versus Michael Pittman. I have T. Higgins in my team, so maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I'd still rather have Higgins. Now, Beto, this is Benson and James Cook versus Jacobs and Amari and Hampton. Way rather have Hampton than Benson. I'd way rather have Cook than Jacobs. I think it's a fair deal. It's up to you. Andres here, running back. Give me the combo of Achane, Kyron. Wide receiver, give me Wilson, Sutton. Tight end, Tyler Ward. And then the flex, we're going to go back to the running back position. I'll probably take Trey Benson, where he does have the receiving skill set, over Judkins. Now, Andres with our next question. Here at running back, we're going to go with the combo of Jacob Swift. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Jettas, Tyreek. Tight end, give me Bowers. Flex plays, give me the combo of Waddle and the big Q, even over Godwin if Godwin plays. Now, MLB Pitchers is trying to push for Rome over Igbuka or Pickens. Just lost Evans. He's also open to trading Hubbard. HN and Nico's up to you. And you're clearly upgrading Pickens and Rome from Flowers and the big Q. I would 100% do this trade. And of course, I mean, if you could get Roman instead of Igbokwe, let's do it. Like, I'll push for it. But I think, frankly, you kind of got to make this trade regardless. Okay. Now, AI Barra is trading Chase Brown, Debo Samuel for Ginty and Rashee Rice. You're upgrading at running back and upgrading at wide receiver. The only way I don't do this deal is if you're like 0-3. Expensive guard, trading Barkley, Harrison, Hunter for Nico, Rice, Kamara. So downgrade from Barkley to Nico. Upgrade from Harrison to Rice. Upgrade from Hunter to Kamara. Can't see the team. If you're 3-0, I really like getting the long-term upside of Rice, who's probably a wide receiver 1 when he comes back. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think here. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have here? Are y'all going to go left or right? The left side is Saquon Barkley, Marvin Harrison, Travis Hunter. The right side is Nico Collins, Alvin Kamara, Rashee Rice. Left or right, please let me know because I simply have no idea. We got left, left, right, right, left, right, 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 right. Right, 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 right. It looks like everybody's on the right side, essentially. So again, I really like the idea of buying low on Rice. Maybe the only way you don't do it is, maybe it depends on your record and if you can wait for Rashee Rice in the long term. Keeley trading RG and Garrett Wilson for Achane. This is Achane, not close. Take it and run. Waddles here at wide receiver. I think you got to call Sutton a must-start option alongside Tet, right? There's no way you can play Ladd over these guys right now. And I wouldn't even play Pierce all over him. I mean, Sutton has just the dream matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals this week. Now, Bricks with our next one. Here for the flex, we have the combo of Jordan Mason and Igbokwe as must-start plays with no Evans and no Aaron Jones. Russ Man trading Pollard and Waddle for Rashee Rice. So let me fill y'all in on a little secret. And let's keep this between us, right? We don't need to be sharing this with the other people of the Flock League, right? If y'all start ratting me out when I run my trades by y'all, I'm just simply not going to get your opinion on them. I'm not going to give you the inside scoop. So I was sending out offers today for Rashee Rice. The team that has Rice in the Flock League is actually the editor of that channel. He's 1-2. I'm 3-0, so I can hold on to Rashee Rice, right? Like, I can get by. What would you rather have? If you were 3-0, would you rather have DK Metcalf and Cam Scatterbo? Or would you rather have Rashee Rice? Pollard or Waddle versus Rice? I'm going to take Rice. So here's my thing, right? I make that deal. My starting lineup in the short term, I have Jerry Jeudy in at wide receiver 2. We got Rice, 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 Scat, Rice, Scat, Rice, 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 Rice. DK and Scat. DK and Scats inside, no receivers. See, that's my thing. My thing is, how I'm thinking is like, I would have to start Jerry Jeudy, right? Let me pull my team back up. I know I'm getting off the rails a bit here, and we're talking about my team, not y'all's. And no, that's not why y'all are here. But right now on my bench, I have Scat projects as 16 points according to Sleeper. Dear God. But I trade away Metcalf. I have to move Jerry Jeudy into my lineup. Jerry Jeudy this past week, he had 2.7 fantasy points. Dear God. Maybe I try to send instead. Who would y'all rather have rest of season? Would y'all rather have Pollard or the Scat Pack? Pollard or Scataboo? And why does Sleeper project so well for Scat? We got everybody saying the Scat Pack. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to offer Pollard and Metcalf for him. And we'll see what he comes back with. All right. And then we will just be starting freaking Jerry Jeudy, I guess. But let me shoot him a message saying I sent him over that offer. I'm not going to text him. I don't need his wife wondering who's texting him at 10:30. Shoot him a message at Discord. Okay. God, what's his Discord name again? Okay. Hopefully there is a trade to be made. We'll see. But anyway, your deal. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Rashee Rice for sure. Slam by Sky, running back. Start Josh Jacobs over Chase Brown. Start Pearsall over Golden. And the flex, you're going to go Chase Brown over Golden as well. And RJ Harvey. Now, Carter White, Judkins, and Keenan versus Rashee Rice. 8-team league. Start 9 format. If like Judkins or Keenan are on your bench right now, then yeah, go get Rice. 8-team league, depth's not going to matter as much. Now, Tasty Pancakes, Jefferson versus Chase Brown and CeeDee Lamb. I would say probably Chase Brown. I'd probably say Jefferson since Chase Brown's not going to make a difference. Your running back room's solid. If you're a 3-0, you can afford to go and get Lamb. Now, Dollar Bill Stern trading Tet and Marr for Brian Thomas. Okay. I'm trying to wrap my brain around why you would even think of doing that. Tet's better than Brian Thomas straight up. Now, Kazoos trading Chase Brown, Tyler Warren for McBride and Benson. I would go McBride and Benson. I think Trey Benson and Chase Brown are closer than Trey McBride and Tyler Warren are. S. Russ Bus, here running back. Jordan Mason, Hampton, auto starts. Wide receiver, Nico Jefferson, auto starts. Tight end, Fannin. And then the flex will take full PBR format. Garrett Wilson's appealing. Garrett Wilson or Trey Benson's going to be what the call is. It's going to be up to you in the flex there. Now, Bengals trading A.J. Brown for Rice and Godwin. League where depth matters. We just lost Lamb. So you're telling me you want our wide receiver 3 in the short term to be Josh Downs? If you're 3-0, you can go for it, but anything worse than that, the Lamb injury is probably going to hold us off trading for Rice. Now, Richard Ryan, Jordan Mason versus Brian Thomas. I would still rather have Brian Thomas in the long term. If Aaron Jones was out for the season, I would take Jordan Mason. But it is going to be up to you. If you need a running back, I could see going Jordan Mason there. Now, G stacks Kamara and Worthy versus James Cook. This is James Cook, not even remotely close. I'm a massive Worthy guy, but I am not holding out hope for Worthy this season. I simply don't think you can. Okay. Now, Gerald's here. We have Montgomery, Brian Thomas, Romadunze versus Swift, Worthy, and Chase. Brian Thomas to Swift, slight downgrade. Montgomery to Swift, slight downgrade. Brian Thomas and Rome to Chase in a 10-team league. I'd probably rather have Chase, especially if you get the Worthy side. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's going to be up to you. Now, Money Mullins, Hampton and Judkins versus Genty and Tet. Give me Hampton over Genty. Give me Tet over Judkins. But I think the gap between Tet and Judkins is further than Hampton and Genty. So I'll go with the Genty and Tet side. B1NX, or Binks. We got Benson, Judkins, Kelsey versus May, Sutton, Warren. You're upgrading from Benson to Sutton, upgrading from Judkins to Warren, upgrading from Kelsey to May. So yeah, we're going to easily take this side if you can afford to sell the running backs. Now, who stole my jam trading JSN for Lamb in London? Wide receiver depth questionable. If you're 3-0 though, long term, the Lamb in London side's going to run away with this. Honestly, even if you weren't 3-0, I'd still take the Lamb in London side. I love JSN though. Desire Best, my guy, happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. If y'all don't know, Desire Best was at the Flock League draft this year. I'm going to go with Malik Neighbors over CeeDee Lamb here, and it's not even remotely close at this point. It's easily Neighbors. Now, Brennan Shea is trading Walker, Hampton, Debo for CMC, JCM, and Shaheed. 10-team start 8 format. Afterwards, we'd have CMC, Jacobs at running back. Wide receivers, St. Brown, Neighbors, Sutton, and then like Judkins in the last flex. So this is a great example of, yeah, just go out there and quote-unquote overpay for the elite asset with CMC. Now, Jowett Hoodie says, hey, Mason, I need a running back. That's why I did it. Is it worth it? JSN to Allen, slight downgrade. Mahomes to Hubbard, massive upgrade. So, yeah, I think you can do it if you really need a running back. Saram, always happy to see you. Here, tight end, give me Juwan Johnson over Harold Fannin. And then for the flex spot, you very easily need to go through. You need to take Trey Benson and just get the guaranteed volume. Now, Jawit Hoodie says, hey, again, will this improve our team? Chase the Taylor upgrade. Josh Allen versus Justin Herbert and Tyreek. Give me Josh Allen. We're paying Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt to do it. Running back, our starting lineup at the moment is Chuba and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. No bueno. Wide receiver, we have Neighbors, Chase. Flex, we'd have like Diggs, or I guess Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Or I don't know. I have no idea who would put in the flex. And actually, this is a start 9 format. We have May. I hate saying this, but yeah, I think you actually may need to make this trade. But JC Death King says, should I accept this or Wilson and Jacobs for Barkley? Okay. Wide receiver depth, we lost Lamb. We'd have, I would rather do the Wilson Jacobs for Barkley because you lost Lamb. So having like Dobbs as your wide receiver 3 would be tough. But it looks like we just hit 1,200 likes. So let's go ahead and let's send out some more free questions in the chat. Again, I am live streaming every single day answering fantasy football questions. You can tell that the majority of these questions that we answer in the live stream are free. So all you got to do to get these questions, which again, I'm not going to miss a single day of live streaming until Christmas. We're going to be live for over 5 hours today, is drop a like on the stream, be subscribed to the channel, and then drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. It's completely free to set up an account on the site. You can actually do a ton of free stuff on the site as well. And all I would say is make sure you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. That way, whenever I search you on my users page, I can actually find you. But let me go ahead and pick somebody random here to win. We got Habibi, Let me see if I can find you, my friends. Let me see. There are 2 Habibis. I'm going to send one over to the one that's a monthly mother flocker. I hope that's you. Okay. I just sent a free trade question your way. Really appreciate you hanging out with us in this live stream. Now let's move this over to Z Card. This is a Dynasty Superflex League, trading a second and Woody Marks for Geno. Yeah, if you're a contender and you need a quarterback, go get Geno. Completely fair price. Now moving this over to our next one. This is Hen, Judkins, Tet versus CD Lamb. 14 team start 8 format. I would honestly just keep the starters right now. If you're selling the starters, I think you need to be charging a bigger premium than this. 10 team start 7 league. Sure, go for it, but not in your league settings. Now, Coop Madness here for the flex. Our best option on the bench right now is Ricky Pearsall. I'll probably leave this as is. Like if Jennings got ruled out and Purdy was going to be good to go, you could flip Benson and Ricky Pearsall, but if not, you leave this as is. And let me know when we hit our next like goal, and then of course we'll send out more free questions in the chat. Now, post Dylan, always happy to see you. Trading Dak and Pickens for Benson and Golden. Downgrading from Pickens to Benson. You know I'm not a big Pickens guy, but I mean Pickens going to crush with this injury. We don't really need a running back. We have CMC Hampton. Wide receiver, we have JSN, London, Egbuka. Be honest with you, Chief, I may just keep Pickens here. If I'm looking at what you have with George Pickens, he's probably a locked and loaded wide receiver 1 until CeeDee Lamb comes back. Now, Kyle says, I need running back depth. I was offered this deal. Should I trade away Godwin? Scared because he'd have more upside, and Trey has been a bust so far. No, go for it. Godwin could play right now, but even if he does, you're not going to get him in your starting lineup anytime soon. He falls into the same bucket of Trevion Henderson, where if we're looking at what we have with both players, they're going to fall in the bucket of like, can't start them until they prove otherwise. I don't know. I think running back's going to be in general harder to come by. Ramondre and all them just fumbled. And I think you actually have Trevion Henderson expanding his role. So I'm going to go Henderson, but let me send you over another free start set. I'm sorry, another free trade. So in case there's anything else that comes across your table. Now, Mr. E, Nico, A.J. Brown versus Barkley and Rice. Give me Barkley over Nico. A.J. Brown versus Rice. Kind of going to be up to you depending on your league settings. I'm sorry, not your league settings, your record. But yeah, I'd probably go the Barkley side. Let me see if my trade offer that I sent was responded to. No, I think Nick's probably asleep. So Smoking Beef, Hurts versus CeeDee Lamb. I don't know, man. We have Goff to play in the short term. We lost Terry potentially as well. So, I mean, if we were trading for a receiver, I'd kind of like somebody that's going to play right now. I think you can go ahead. You can take the Lamb side of this, especially if you have a winning record, so you can look for more so the long term. Now, Nemo. This is Kenneth Walker, Nico Collins versus Saquon Barkley. Looking at this right now, running back left over, we would have Kyron, Hubbard, Judkins, Barkley. Wide receiver left over, you'd have Jefferson, then like J-Mo is your wide receiver too. That's the case. I mean, I'm somewhat with Saquon Barkley. And honestly, I have Saquon Barkley on my own team. And I would trade Barkley for Kenneth Walker, Nico Collins. It's not as easy as your league, because your league's tougher since it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. That's tough. Now, JT Carey, with our next one. Here for the flex, you got to play Brian. It's either Brian Thomas or Dobbins. Dobbins is actually very, you know what? F it. If I'm looking at Dobbins against the Cincinnati Bengals, Dobbins is probably a lock, but I mean, it feels crazy to tell you to bench Brian Thomas for J.K. Dobbins. Cooney, Hampton to Derrick Henry upgrade, Lamb to Puka upgrade, or paying Judkins and McBride to get it done. Leftover, we'd have Puka, Sutton at wide receiver. We'd have Chase Brown, Derrick Henry, and Jordan Mason at running back. We'd have no tight end. I would do this deal if you could keep either McBride or Judkins. I think your depth may be just a little bit shot if you do this. Now, Rich O'Ryan or something like that is trading Jordan Mason for the big Q. You know, there's nobody rooting more for Quentin Johnson this year than I am, but I would still very clearly rather have Jordan Mason. Now, True Isaiah. God, I don't know if we've been live too long. I don't know if it's too late. I don't know what it is, but I'm just getting dumber and dumber. Brian Thomas and Bowers versus Tyler Warren, Tet, Sutton, and Byshell Tootin. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. How bad do you need the wide receiver depth? Right now, you're starting Tyreek, Brian Thomas. We have Bowers at tight ends. After this, you'd be starting Tet, Sutton. And then like Tyreek in the flex. Byshell Tootin means nothing for this deal. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I'm probably going to go ahead. I'm probably going to take the Brian Thomas and Bowers side of this. Now, Tom 1K, Daniels and Neighbors versus Gibbs and Keon. I'm going to go Daniels and Neighbors and send up a prayer that Jackson Dart revives Neighbors. Now, Araz Muzan trading Pollard Rome for Bucky Irving. Oh, this is Bucky Irving. Not that close. I mean, if I could sell Pollard in my league at a cost like that, I for sure would. Snarling Brush. Here we lose Evans. So it's Olave, T. Higgins, or Devonta Smith. Full PPR format. Olave's been getting volume. Going up against the Bills, you're going to have to throw the ball. And down in the flex, like I have T. Higgins on my own team. I'd play Pollard. Right now, the Tennessee Titans project to be the lowest scoring offense in the NFL against the Texans this week. But Pollard still is the number 1 running back in the NFL when it comes to his usage. Now, let's go over to our next few questions. This is OG Bradford. Ted's currently on our bench. I would strongly consider getting... here's the thing I would switch in your team. I'd play Trey Benson over Judkins. Trey Benson, better offense, and going to see a larger receiving role. So, yeah. Give me Benson over Judkins. I like Judkins a lot, but... Now, C. Nitzel. For the flex, we got Walker, Javonte. I'm going to go Kenneth Walker. I know Zach Charbonnet looks like he's going to be good to go, but if we're looking at Javonte Williams, you have a really, really tough matchup against the Packers. Now, Johnny Stretch says, was offered Puka for Jacobs and A.J. Brown. It's a 10-team, 2 receiver, 1 flex. You have plenty of running back depth, so honestly, I'd run with Puka here. Now, Kuzmowski trading Jordan Mason, Nick Chubb, Jamison Williams for Chase Brown and Rome Odunze. Easily Chase Brown and Rome Odunze. Rome's by far and away the best player in this deal. Now, Jer Garza says, my wide receiver room shot with no Lamb. Oh, no, you clearly rather have Jacobs, especially in a half PPR format. You want Jacobs over Egbuka. If you want to trade for a wide receiver, sure, by all means. But if you're sending Jacobs, go try to get somebody in the tier of like Nico. Dylan P. trading Pollard, Hampton, Harrison versus Rome and JMO. Hampton at Rome, downgrade. Marv to JMO, downgrade. You're paying Pollard as well to get it done. I would rather have the Hampton side. Rusty trading Chase and Chase Brown for Puka Nacua. Ooh, I think you go Puka in a 10-team league. Crazy how you say that, but I mean, just this Bengals offense looks so bad. And I was really hoping that we would hear news by now that the Bengals are looking to trade for another quarterback as somebody who has T. Higgins on their own team. Now, okay. Looking for the flexes here for F8 Finesser. You still got to play Ginty. The Raiders actually project out better this week than they have all season against the Bears. 24.5 point total. I'd probably go Judkins as well in the other flex spot. Just get the guaranteed touches. Bobby Two Socks is 0-3 after the Lamb injury. Another 0-3 is proposing this. What the hell does a team that is 0-3 think they can be doing trading for CeeDee Lamb? If we are 0-3, easily give me London over Lamb. And then Tet, Kamara versus Achan's fair. So if you're 0-3, you're going to go ahead, you're going to sell CeeDee Lamb to make sure that you can actually get some value back. Now, Josh Chorizo here at quarterback. We have Bo in a great matchup against the Bengals. RB2, I'm going to go Trevion, and I'm going to assume that he has a bigger role with no Ramondre. You have no real other options. And then I'll probably go Alec Manor in a full PPR format at the other play. I mean, if Worthy's fully good to go, maybe you could consider Worthy, but I would rather see Worthy before we had to get him in the lineup. Tsunami Bro here for the flex. I'm going to go T. Higgins over Godwin, even if Godwin plays. Like, Godwin is going to fall into a bucket for me where you cannot play him until we see a usable week. Very similar to Worthy. These two specific players coming back from injuries. They're not startable until they are back. Now, CD's nuts here. The best option we have on the bench is probably Ricky Pearsall. I would play Ricky Pearsall over Marvin Harrison at this point. Like, I don't know how you could put Marvin Harrison in with confidence, especially in a tough matchup against Seattle. Andres trading Swift and Waddle for Kamara. Oh, yeah, I would go for Kamara here. Winter Leads doesn't include anything in this trade. I'm going to send you over a free trade question voucher so you can resubmit this, my friend. Now, Trump Train 41 blah, blah, blah says, I traded Ridley and Pickens for London, but I'm not sure how I feel relying on Atlanta, so looking to trade, just not sure for who. Should I let it ride or up? This is an incredible trade, my friend. You're essentially parlaying George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, and Tony Pollard into Puka Nacua? Running back, we have Bijan, Derrick Henry, Quinshawn, Jordan Mason. So Tony Pollard's useless for you. I would do this for Puka. I would do this for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I would do this for Nico Collins. I would do this for Malik Neighbors. Man, that would be an incredible trade if you can. Don Bird trading CMC for Achan, JSN, and Nico. So any normal fantasy football league, you would look at this and you'd go, oh, this is easily the Achan side. Way too much value not to be Achan, JSN, and Nico Collins. But, and there's a big but with this, it's an 8-team league. 8-team format, like, in general, like, you may just have to hold on to McCaffrey, to be honest. Like, I'm going to tell you the package side, but an 8-team league, it's very different than a normal fantasy football league. K's trading Jamar for Achan. I have them ranked back-to-back. It's up to you. I have them at 11 and 15. Technically, I have Chase as the better play. You don't really need a running back. You actually kind of need a wide receiver more than an RB, so I'd rather take Jamar here. Frank the Tank says, should I drop anyone for Hunter Henry or Justin Fields? Hunter Henry or Justin Fields? I would, no, we're not doing that. Running back, let's go Hampton, Chase Brown. Go Nico here. Tight end, go Ferg. I would drop Harold Fannin for Hunter Henry. And then the flex, full PPR, I think you maybe go Jalen Warren over Judkins. SB, looks like you didn't include anything on the other side of this trade, so I'm going to send you over a free trade question voucher if you don't mind resubmitting that for us. Now, Emmanuel says traded DK and Jones for Henderson as well. That's Aaron Jones, who's almost valueless at this point. I really like that trade. Then London for Hubbard and Rome. Yeah, if we needed another running back piece, London versus Rome doesn't look far off whatsoever. So if you're getting Chuba here for free, I think you run for it. I mean, you run with it. Okay. Now, Dumpster trading JCM Tyreek for Romadunze. 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Like, if you can get this value for JCM, I would. I mean, you know, I sold JCM a couple weeks back. It was before the Eckler injury. I definitely like JCM more now that Eckler is down. But right now, it does look like it's a 3-man running back by committee. Next question is T. McCoy here at running back. Give me Chase Brown, Trey Benson. Maybe I go Trey Benson. Because Chase Brown is a horrible matchup against Denver. I have Chase Brown at 18. I have Trey Benson at 20. I'll update my rankings with this on the site later in the week once we get closer to seeing some real projections. St. Brown at wide receiver, then Pickens is an auto lock in the flex, even over Benson. I mean, when you have no Lamb, you have to be playing Pickens. Now, Parlay Poppy, wide receiver. Give me T. Higgins over Diggs and Worthy. And then in the flex, Scat versus Benson. It is going to be close. I probably go Benson, though. But it was very interesting to see what Sleeper's projecting for Scat. I don't know how they can be so high on him already. Okay, now moving this over to our next one. We're trading Judkins for Metcalf. You can tell I have them ranked right about the same guy. We don't need a running back. We don't need a receiver. I have Judkins like 2 spots higher, but ultimately it is going to be up to you there. Now, Lucas, Jefferson, Kittle versus Benson and Nico. Wide receiver 12 overall to 14 overall, tomato, tomato. 52 overall to 62 overall, tomato, tomato. How bad do you need a running back? We need a running back pretty damn bad, so I'd probably go ahead and make this deal, but we'll see. Cayman says, if I submitted a team review this morning, what's the chances of it happening tonight? It depends on the definition of this morning. If it was very early this morning, East Coast time, there's a chance. If it was like 10 a.m. California time, so it's like 1 p.m. East Coast time, probably not happening. Which I'm going to fire through as many of these as I can. I'll be live streaming for like 6 hours today, answering as many questions as possible. Okay. Now stay loose with our next one. Quarterback, Daniels versus Browning. Clearly Daniels. Wide receiver, we have no Lamb, so we're going to go Higgins over Worthy. And then in the flex, you probably go Worthy if he plays, and if not, I guess Ramadre is your next best. Now, Kubo Bell trading Chuba and Terry for CeeDee Lamb. 12 teams start 8 format. Looks like Terry may be injured as well. We have plenty of running back depth. So if you're 3-0, if you're 2-1, yes, make this deal. Mango trading Lamar and Hunter for Fields and Jefferson. Give me Jettas over Lamar. Give me Hunter over Fields. So I think it's a fair deal. I think it's going to be up to you. Neno trading a future first for Travis Hunter. One quarterback format, I would still rather have the future first over Hunter. The only instance I wouldn't do it is if you're like, hey, man, I know this is the 101. I know this is the 102. I know it's a top 3 pick. Okay. Maybe if you're in this chat right now, I will do your team review after I know we skipped over it because it was photos. I will do it after we get through with these pictures. I mean, with this little sidebar here. And we'll pivot back over to the team reviews. We'll do a couple. Running back here from Functional Legends. Scat versus Ginty. I'm going to go Ginty and hope I'm wrong. Running back down in the flex. I definitely think you look at a running back. I think you take Benson and you just get the guaranteed volume. Now, Braid Nelson, Hampton to Ginty and Dynasty. Still give me Ginty. Oh, but Lamb on this side. If this is a Dynasty question, it's going to be Lamb. It doesn't look like it's Dynasty. It looks like this is actually a redraft. So if it's a redraft, Hampton versus Ginty, give me Hampton. Barkley versus Lamb, give me Barkley. Worthy and Tyreek versus Scat and Keenan, give me Worthy and Tyreek. So I'm going to go with the Ginty and Barkley side if it's redraft. Dynasty, give me Lamb and Hampton, though. 44 MSU, Scat versus Benson. I have them ranked at RB26 and RB24 rest of season. I'm going to go Benson for the reason that you were looking at James Conner being out for the season, whereas Tyron Tracy's out for a couple weeks. But not going to fault you one way or another. Okay. Now, Dylan says, trade just happened. What are your thoughts? 2-player keeper league from last year. Traded Jamar weeks ago for Amon-Ra and Jacobs. Love the Jamar trade. And yeah, this is also a strong deal. I don't know why the league's pulling this as if it's Dynasty as well. But assuming that this is a redraft format, 10-team league, give me the best player. You're like really paying a premium to get Bijan Robinson here. But even in a game in which the Atlanta Falcons were the worst offense in the league, you still had Bijan Robinson with 16 fantasy points, demonstrating that he does have an incredibly high floor for us here, kind of regardless. Now, the Great White with our next one. Running back, we're going to go with Gibbs, Bucky as auto starts. Wide receiver, Neighbors, JSN, auto starts. And then in the flex, we're going to go Hampton with no Najee over Wilson. Now, Sleepy JG. Scat versus Benson. I'm going to go Benson and definitely play him over Judkins. Pollard, I'm going to go, dear God. Isaiah Likely plays, give me Fannin. Isaiah Likely misses, give me Andrews. And then in the flex, I'll probably still take Brian Thomas over the running backs, but I do not feel good about it. Daniel trading the combo of Scat and Khalil Shakir for Egbuka. Shakir's almost a 0 for us. So, yeah, I would probably take Egbuka here and run. Alejandro, and I'll say, like, I like Shakir coming into the season. I thought the Bills were going to throw the ball more this year, and I was clearly just wrong. Alejandro trading Derrick Henry for Pollard and Rice. I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy, but I still think you have to take Henry here. Like, if we were another week or two closer to Rice returning, then I think you go Rice, but... Or maybe if you're 3-0, you consider Rice, but I think the majority of teams, you'd probably just prefer Henry. Now, Bucks to the Bowl. Looks like we don't have an actual trade submitted, so I'm going to send you over a free trade question. That way you can send us a trade when you got one, my guy. Roger Goodell, Kyron and Bucky versus Barkley and Sutton. Give me Barkley over Bucky. Give me Kyron over Sutton. How bad do you need a receiver? We lost Lamb. We have no Rice. We have Roman Pearsall. Running back, we are in a pretty good spot. I think you're probably losing value here, but I understand with the CeeDee Lamb trade if you wanted to go out there and if you wanted to just make this move. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is Chris, 12-team full PPR. I'm 3-0, and the guy I'm trading with is 0-3. I have Puka, Igbuka, and Rice, Ginty and Hampton at running back, and Drake May at quarterback. So if they're 0-3 and we're 3-0, clearly we are in a position where we can take on Trevion. So Trey Benson and Trevion Henderson, long term, give me Trevion Henderson, to be honest. Tyreek versus Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren by a mile. Drake May versus Josh Allen. Josh Allen by a mile. So you are really taking advantage of this team that's 0-3. There's a reason why your league mate that you're trading with is 0-3 and why you are 3-0. You're just the rich getting richer here. Big A the Don says, Benson became my running back to start or trade Javonte to upgrade tight end. Yes, I would trade Javonte for Tyler Warren. I don't love also including Higgins for Diggs. I would say the value side of this is Javonte and T. Higgins. But if you could keep Higgins and have them keep Diggs, then at that point, I would like doing it. Okay. Now, Eli Davis, this is Nico versus Jacobs and Rice. 14-team format. Running back one right now for us is Braylon Allen. So, my friend, I don't think it matters what you think of the value here. I don't think anything is relevant because you just simply have no option but to trade for a running back. So, yes, sir, you're going to go ahead and you're going to make this move. Now, Bucks to the Bowl, sending out a start set. Here, give me Tet over Olave. And then in the flex, I'm going to go Ginty over Olave as well. Even though I know that Ginty's been horrendous, it's actually a pretty good spot for Ginty this week where the Raiders project out extremely well against the Bears. Now, Exp Food does not include anybody in this actual trade. So I'm going to send you over another free trade voucher, my friend, for you to be able to resubmit this for us. Now, Ethan says, seriously, don't know who to start. All right. Running back, I'm going to probably play Chase Brown here and close my eyes. Wide receiver, Chase and JSN. Tight end, give me Bowers over Jawan. And then in the flex, we're going to go Trey Benson over Swift. Actually, no, you got to play Sutton. You have to play Sutton, and I wouldn't fault you for benching Chase Brown for Trey Benson. Not going to be a super easy call one way or another, to be honest. Like, I don't know what we can realistically take away from that Bengals game. It's Chavez trading Jacobs and Matthew Golden for Jordan Mason and Rome. Okay. I mean, give me Jacobs over Rome. Give me Mason over Golden. Just a running back, wide receiver swap. So for me, I think that this probably just comes down to I think this probably just comes down to your actual personal values. Like, I think it's fine either way. White Nuggets with our next team. We have Judkins Warren versus Ginty Waddle. Scott offered. Raiders offense scares me. Warren and Judkins been good lately. We'll start this week. Here's the thing, man. Right now, projections have the Raiders scoring about 23.5 points this week against the Bears. If we're looking at what we have with the projections for Quinshon Judkins and the Browns, The Browns every single week project to be a bottom 5 offense. They're never, ever projecting to score 23.5 points. I'm going to stick with Genty. I hope I'm wrong. I drafted way more Quinshon Judkins this year in best ball drafts than I did Genty. But like Judkins ultimately is in the worse offense, and he's not going to get usage on third down, or at least he hasn't so far. Now, Garrett Alar trading Olave, Adams, JCM for Jordan Mason and Tet. Give me Jordan Mason over JCM. Give me Tet over Adams. You're paying Olave to get the upgrade of both spots. I think it's a fair cost. So, yeah, I'd probably go ahead and I'd probably take Mason and Tet here. Now, Justin Apt, quarterback, give me Bo Nix in a great matchup against the Bengals over Daniel Jones. Running back, give me Walker. I'm going to go Chase Brown over Judkins, but I haven't been known to be an idiot. And then in the flex spot, I'll probably go Judkins here for the guaranteed volume. Caleb, appreciate you, my guy. And we are going to be live for another couple hours. We got a bunch of teams, a bunch of questions to get through. We are just getting started. So I want to remind y'all, if y'all appreciate the 4, 5, 6 hour live stream, whatever the hell this is going to turn into, go down there, drop a like on this stream, subscribe to the channel. I'm answering fantasy football questions every single day until Christmas. I'm not going to miss a single live stream. And the majority of these questions, you can tell, we answer are completely free questions that people submit on the site. We just give them away in the chat. So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm doing everything that we can to hit 300,000 subscribers this year. And it looks like we just hit 1.3 thousand likes on this live stream as well. So we'll go ahead and we'll send out another few free questions in the chat. So all you got to do to get those free questions will be dropyourflockfantasy.com username in the chat. And we got Caleb dropping 10 gifted. Appreciate you as always, my guy. And if you were one of the ones that got the gift from Caleb, I'll hit him up with a thank you. But as I wait for you all to get your usernames in, let's answer this for Abuchi. Obviously, we know we start Taylor. I'm going to go Brees. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to go Dobbins. Let me just triple check this. Brees has a pretty good matchup here as well, but Dobbins is in a really good spot. Yeah, I have Dobbins and Brees ranked kind of back to back, but Dobbins projects in one of the highest scoring offenses in the league this week. Great matchup against the Bengals. Wide receiver, you play Jefferson. You play Ibuka over Tet with no Godwin. And then we'll probably full PBR, you can play Tet down here in the flex. But let's go ahead and let's send out a free question to somebody in the chat. Do I have that window still open? Or am I going to have to open it again? I'm going to have to open that again. And I ran out of water already. So let's find somebody in the chat to send this to. We'll send this out to Narhound. Narhound, I can't find you on the site. I don't know if you used code FLOCK when you signed up. That's the only way that I can find you on my users page. If you haven't used code FLOCK, you can add it to your account page. And on your account page, then, I mean, if you haven't used the code at all, and then I can find you next time I look you up. But let's send this over to Jess323. Appreciate you always hanging out with us in the stream. Just sent that free trade question over. And now let's move this back over to the team reviews. Now, Mavium was in the chat with us previously. I told him he would be the next team review that we had looked at because we had previously skipped over it because it was photo submissions rather than okay. It was photo submissions rather than a linked team. Mavium, please let me know if you are in the chat still. It says currently 1-2 and looking for some guidance. Considering a trade with Hampton owner that needs a wide receiver upgrade from Pickens, is it worthwhile? And are there any other moves? So Mavium also says, update on the trade offer. They want DK, AJ Brown, and Brees for Hampton and Pickens. Is it worth it? So AJ Brown to Hampton, tomato, up to you. DK and Brees versus Pickens. It's DK and Brees. So you're saying rest of season, my team ranking is first, but projected to lose this week heavily. So anyway, on that offer, I'm going to go with AJ Brown, DK Metcalf, Brees Hall over Amari and Hampton, George Pickens. And let's pull this up. So Mavium, let me know again okay, you're still in the chat. Let me know, what are your starting lineup requirements? Because does it tell us here? I don't think that this tells us your starting lineup requirements. And also, what is this here that you're including? Are these waiver wire options? Because if these are waiver wire options, this is a crazy, crazy league. You get Trevion Henderson off waivers for free. But let's go ahead. And it looks like, again, I'm going to kind of have to wait here till we see what the starting lineup requirements are. Quarterback, we have Daniels, Dak Prescott. So great quarterback room. I would say, like, honestly, if you have Daniels, if he is good to go this week, I would probably go ahead. I would cut Daniels and I would look to pick up I would cut Dak Prescott and I'd pick up Trevion Henderson. Running back, we have Barkley, Brees, ETN, Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara, David Montgomery, Joe Mixon. So we have a locked in RB1. We have solid RB2, RB3 combo. Wide receiver, we have arguably 3 wide receiver ones. This is a league in which you only start 2 receivers. And I'm assuming you meant to include a flex here, Mavium. Let me know if there's no flex, but I'm assuming it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format in that instance. So here, the only thing that matters is upside, upside, upside. And in that instance, let me look back at that offer that you talked about. Because if we're trading DK, AJ Brown, and Brees. So here's the thing, realistically, my guy. When Trevion Henderson, RJ Harvey are out there, Camp Scatterbo, Trey Benson are out there on the waiver wire. If that truly is the waiver wire, DK Metcalf is literally meaningless. Could not care less about DK Metcalf. Like, if I can pick up Trey Benson instead, like, he's just worth a roster spot. So essentially, we're trading AJ Brown and Brees Hall for Amari and Hampton and George Pickens. If I view it that way, honestly, it is a completely fine deal. Now, with what we have beyond there, I will say that if you were to make that trade, you are able to afford. Yeah, you're saying they are waiver wires. If you make that trade, then you can go and pick up Trevion Henderson for free. I would take it one step further. I would probably go ahead. I would cut Ja'Cory Cross-Kamara, and I would go aggressively after Scat and Trey Benson off the waiver wire. I'm assuming Joe Mixon's on our actual IR and he's not taking a roster spot. If Joe Mixon wasn't on our IR and he's actually on our bench, then I would also look to cut Joe Mixon and pick up another one of those running backs off waivers. And then if it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, you know what I would also try to do? I would try to go out there and I would try to send a 2-for-1 upgrade and maybe get somebody that is super exciting in the long term. So if you could send like DK Metcalf and Jacoby Myers and go get Rashee Rice, like, you're not starting Myers or DK Metcalf ever on this team anyway. So if you could go like Myers and Metcalf for Rice and get somebody that actually is going to move the needle potentially in the long term. And then obviously the very basic trades that we can try sending out there. We can try sending out like DK Metcalf and Saquon Barkley to go get an upgrade to Bijan or Gibbs, right? We could try to send DK Metcalf and Daniels to try to get to Josh Allen. We can try to send Jacoby and Daniels to try to get to Lamar. And those are interchangeable players. You can try to send Jackson Smith and Jigba and David Montgomery to try to get to Puka. Try to send Travis Etienne and Malik Neighbors to try to get to Puka. Like, there are a lot of options with that. And again, that trade that you have, I actually don't even mind it because how shallow the league is and the options that you have on the waiver wire. But let me send you over some free questions on the site just in case there's anything you want to follow up with. But are there any additional questions that you have right now in the chat, my guy, that you want me to go ahead and look at? I'd be super happy to take a look at anything for you right now. And let me move over. I think our next team that we're going to get to will be SJD, man. Okay. But I'm going to move this over to SJD, man, for the time being. I'm going to be on the lookout for your questions potentially in the chat, maybe. But SJD, man, you're going to be the next person that we get this going for. Let me log out and log in on the site real quick just to make sure that this is working properly for us. Okay. Let's see. SJD, man. All right. I'm still kind of looking at Mavium in the chat, but let's pull this back up. So, hey, Mason, hope you're having a good day. Just want an overall team review and any tips and tricks how to prepare for the bye weeks, especially concerning my non-existent running back depth. 3-0 currently going for an undefeated season for mad bragging rights. Last screenshot are the top free agents. Thanks. Thank you, my guy. And I'm kind of right there with you in that I am 3-0 right now. I would absolutely love to go undefeated this year. Nothing would make me happier. Like if I went undefeated in the Flock League, I promise you, you know how much I talked about winning 150,000 on Underdog back in the day? I would talk about going undefeated in the Flock League for longer than that. Like if you go undefeated, that is insane. I have never gone undefeated in a redraft league. I've gone undefeated in a dynasty league before, but obviously dynasty leagues are going to be a little bit different with how you can build absolute juggernauts. But can y'all let me know, has anybody in the chat had an undefeated fantasy season? But anyway, this is a 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 tight ends, single flex spot. So if we're looking at what we have for your lineup in particular, depth isn't going to matter. Like, I'm not worried about who we have on the bench. I'm not that concerned about the bye weeks. For us to be sitting with the elite quarterback and the elite tight end of Josh Allen and Brock Bowers, phenomenal. Not only are these onesie positions going to score a tremendous amount of points in our starting lineup every week from a percentage standpoint, but also we don't have to roster a backup quarterback. We don't have to roster a backup tight end. So we're in a really comfortable spot here with the bench where we can backfill with a bunch of running back depth and wide receiver depth. The best free agents available on the waiver wire, I guess you have like Darnell Mooney, Christian Kirk. I'd say Josh Downs, probably my favorite option here, but it looks like very limited on running backs. But anyway, looking at what we have at running back, we have James Cook, we have Kyron Williams. So, I mean, we have 2 locked and loaded workhorses that we can start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Going down to the bench, again, we don't have any wide receiver depth. What I would probably look to do is just try to optimize for more running backs on the bench. I can't see the exact best names. I know that you are a member of the site, though, so you should be able to see my rankings on the site. Just go ahead, pull up my rest of season rankings, and go down the list and look at the best running backs available. Even if they're just handcuffs, I would drop like Troy Franklin. I would drop the backup defense just so we can pick up some depth running backs. I mean, if you pick up Woody Marks in this team, that just makes your depth a little bit better. Going over to receiver, we have Puka Nacua, wide receiver 1, elite. We have George Pickens, wide receiver 2 with the Lamb injury, elite as well. Like, congrats. I know you're 3-0. You're looking for the undefeated season. You are a lot stronger of a 3-0 team than I am. Like, I think you actually have a shot to do it the way that I probably don't. But looking at what we have down on the bench, we also have Travis Hunter, we have Stephon Diggs, we have Worthy, we have Pittman, so we have plenty of depth. So there's just no reason for you to roster somebody like Troy Franklin. I would love to tell you to sell one of these depth receivers as well for a running back, but the fact of the matter is nobody's trading for these depth wide receivers at the moment. We're just going to have to hope that they get better, and then eventually we could sell them for a running back. And there's nothing to talk about today. I love your team. The only thing that's relevant on your team is cut Franklin, cut the backup defense, pick up a couple of running backs. Hopefully we hit on a running back 3 off the waiver wire. And if you do, you have by far and away the best team in the league and nobody can touch you. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. I know we probably weren't, but again, it's because you have a juggernaut roster. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be Profits Profit. Says, bruh, 0-2, looking like 0-3 if Jahmyr doesn't come through tonight. He came through. We'll see if what happened. We're 1-2. Good. Actually, no, that's a different team. Where are we? We are show me. Yeah, we're 1-2 here. Evan's looking risky. Wide receiver room's cooked. Who do I trade for? I feel like the wide receivers in my league are hogged up. Help and thanks. Thank you, my guy. I know you're always out here in the chat with us. Really appreciate you. Let me just make sure you have a bunch of free questions that you can send out even when we have those questions closed. But we have scored 307 points, right? So while we are, we're kind of like in the middle of the league with points scored so far. But in terms of value on the roster, we have a tremendous amount. Now, here's the thing. It's a league in which you only start 2 receivers in a single flex spot. So the skill positional depth isn't going to matter much. Love having Josh Allen here. Josh Allen in a league like this is going to straight up win you some weeks by himself. Love having Tyler Warren here. Tyler Warren in a league like this is going to win you some weeks himself. Now, I would say construction-wise on this team, the easiest thing to do to bolster your wide receiver room, you don't need to go out there and make any crazy trades. Quentin Johnston, Travis Hunter, Matthew Golden are all on the bench. We have Tyler Warren. We don't need Jawan. We don't need Mark Andrews. Now, by all means, if you could go out there, if you could sell either tight end to get some fab dollars if you play in a fab budget, to get an upgrade somewhere else. If you wanted to try to send Jawan and Tyreek Hill to get a slightly better receiver, Mark Andrews and Deebo Samuel to get a slightly better wide receiver, by all means, go for it. But it's a 10-team league, right? I'd be surprised if your league mates are that excited to go ahead and make that move for you. So if I were to go ahead and if I were to get to the end of the road where nobody is interested in trading for Jawan, nobody's interested in trading for Mark Andrews, I would take it to the step where we're cutting these players and we're picking up Quentin Johnston and we're picking up Travis Hunter. Because then you're still elite at quarterback. We have Allen. We're still top end at tight end. We have Tyler Warren. Running back, we have Gibbs, Kamara, Judkins breaking out, Benson breaking out. Hell, Pacheco and Tyler Algier look like they could be cuttable. I mean, I would probably cut Tyler Algier and I'd pick up Joe Mixon. If you wanted to cut Isaiah Pacheco and pick up Byshell Tootin, go for it. And then wide receiver, you have Tyreek, Deebo, not the best, but obviously better now that you have the Terry injury. And then Quentin Johnston, Travis Hunter, and then Mike Evans in the long term. Like, your team's great, especially with your league settings. My main thing, I don't think you need to be panicking, making any trades with your team. I think I would just go ahead and I would probably just drop the tight ends, drop the bottom end running backs, churn to new running backs like Mixon, Tootin, drop the tight ends for the wide receivers like Quentin Johnston, Travis Hunter to backfill the depth that we needed for Mike Evans. And then you can roll in, and I'm not going to lie, after you make those simple waiver wire pivots, my assumption would be that we go to the number 1 team in this league with actual value on the roster. But I really appreciate you. Really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. I wish I had more for you, but I think your team's fine. I think you maybe just gotten a little unlucky so far. I mean, you're third in this league with points against at 350. Now let's move this over to Dark Unit X says, hey Mason, love your content. I'm in shambles after 2 trades. Amon-Ra for Lamb and Kyron for Chase Brown. Oh, dear God. I'm not going to lie to you, Chief. I would have loved you making both trades before the season. Then Burrow went down and then Lamb got injured. Am I cooked? Any advice on how to salvage a season would mean a lot. Thanks, bro. Keep it up. I am very sorry, but you just got unlucky. I would have done the same exact thing, and maybe I'm an idiot, but I think you made the right plays, and just the injury run out has been horrible. But team names rebuilding, we are 9th in the league analyzer when it comes to value. And there's a big discrepancy between the teams at the top and us at 9, right? We are sitting at 1 and 2. We've scored 321 points. So we're 9th in this league with points scored. Looking at what we have when it comes to running back, or let's go quarterback first. We have Caleb Daniel Jones. We can play the matchups here weekly. We do not need to worry about trading for a quarterback. This is a 12-team start 8 format, so the skill positional depth is going to matter. We just lost Lamb. Going over to running back, we have Josh Jacobs, Breece Hall as 2 running backs that we can start pretty much every week. Chase Brown, borderline flex play. You are sending up a prayer that Chase Brown becomes a usable asset in the flex, because after the Lamb injury, our wide receiver 2 at the moment is either Godwin or Hunter, depending on if Godwin plays. So I hate to say this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. You need to sell CeeDee Lamb at a loss. We don't have the depth on this team to get by without Lamb. I mean, maybe Godwin comes back and Godwin saves the day, but Godwin's probably going to take a couple weeks to get ramped up. And realistically, like, you can't afford to lose the next 2 weeks and fall to 1 and 4. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try to find a team that's sitting here with good record. This team's 3-0. They should be willing to trade for Lamb. Hell, I would go out there and I'd offer them Lamb and Woody Marks for Amon-Ra St. Brown. See what they say. Worst they can say is no. This team's 3-0. I would offer them Lamb and Jawan Johnson for Rome Odunze and Brock Bowers. I would offer them Lamb and Chase Brown for Rome Odunze and Devon Achane. Seems 3rd in the league in points. I would offer them Lamb and Chase Brown for A.J. Brown, Jordan Mason, and R.J. Harvey. This team's 2-1, 4th most points. I would offer him Lamb straight up for London. Here's my initial offer. Lamb and Jawan for London and Ferg. And if they reject, then go like, okay, will you do just Lamb for London? This team's waiting on Rice. They're not going to be able to trade for Lamb. This team is Pickens. Maybe we try to send them Lamb and Travis Hunter for Justin Jefferson. And again, same type of deal. Lamb and Travis Hunter for Nico Collins, for Amon-Ra St. Brown, kind of any wide receiver in that range. You can't afford to drop the next few weeks. You got to sell Lamb. Waiver wire pivots, cut Hollywood Brown, pick up Khalil Shakir, cut Blake Corum, pick up Joe Mixon. Cut Troy Franklin, pick up Trey Tucker. I think we leave everything else as is, but I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And let me go ahead and send you over some free questions just in case there's anything that you want to follow up with. Okay. Now let me move this over to some of the quicker questions that we have, because I know we have a bunch of these. And like I said, if you got a trade question, start sit question in today, we are going to answer it for you in this stream. Don BMC, I'm sorry, this clearly isn't a trade question. I'll send you over a free trade question voucher so you can resubmit that when you have a trade for us. Tommy with our next one. Here, running back, we're going to start. I'm going to go Chase Brown over Scat. I hope I'm wrong. Wide receiver, Olave here. And then in the flexes, you're going to go Scat and Travis Hunter versus Keon Coleman versus Juwan Johnson. Obviously, Juwan Johnson's been the play, but I'm dumb enough to put Travis Hunter in that second flex spot still. Now, Skulls Sunday does not include a trade here, so I'm going to go ahead and send you a free trade question voucher for you to resubmit this when you got a trade for us, my friends. Richie says, I'm 0-3, but can win this week. Do I trade CD? Hampton Lamb versus Bucky and Olave. You sell Lamb. I don't like this cost. I think you lose this trade specifically, but I agree with the sentiment, and you are going to have to look at making this deal. But I would try to get a better price. McSquiggle, this is McBride, Dobbins versus Hampton and Kraft. McBride versus Hampton, up to you. Dobbins versus Kraft, give me Kraft. So I'm going to go ahead and take the Hampton side. CJ, here at running back. Amari and Hampton auto start. Wide receiver, I'll go Brian Thomas over Marvin, DJ Moore. Don't feel great about it. And then there in the flex, we're going to go with Travis Etienne over Monty, Javante, and Benson. Not an easy call, though. Wicked dependency, trading Kyler, Chase Brown for Jalen Hurts. Running back left over, you'd have Bijan, Benson. So with the Benson breakout, you can afford it. Let's go get Hurts. Tomeka trading Jared Goff for Javante Williams. This is a one quarterback league. This is Javante, and you run. The lights with the next deal. Here, the best option on the bench. I mean, hell, you have Bijan. Put in Bijan over Brian Robinson, please. We have Travis Etienne as well. I'd play Travis Etienne over Jared Judy easily. Yeah, get Etienne in that lineup. Play the running backs with the guaranteed touches. Slam by Sky, trading Jacobs and Hampton for Gibbs. Leftover, we'd have Gibbs, Chase Brown, Harvey. Wide receiver, we have Tet, Neighbors, Pearsall. Here's my thing. Most league formats, yes, you want Jahmyr Gibbs here. Your league's a 12-team start 8, so depth's going to matter a little bit more. While at the same time, you just lost CeeDee Lamb. So I don't think you're in a position to be selling the depth. Austin P coming through. This is Kyron and Lamb versus Herbert, Scat, and JSN. Lamb to JSN, clear upgrade, and Kyron to the other guys, clear downgrade. I would probably go JSN. If you had a losing record, if you had a winning record, I'd rather hold off on Lamb. Now, Honey Mustard going Jordan Mason, Devonta Smith versus Rome Odunze. I'll take Rome Odunze. 10-team league, 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. Austin Porter, Montgomery, Brian Thomas versus CMC. CMC by a mile, not even remotely close. Coffeeaholic going through, trading Mooney, Pearsall versus Brian Thomas and Andrews. I'm going to have to go get the dog up. Okay, we are back. I'm sorry about that. Had to put the dog in the room, and also we went pee and filled up our water. So killed 3 birds with 1 stone. We're going to keep rolling until we have all these questions answered. Coffeeaholic, Mooney, Pearsall versus Brian Thomas and Mark Andrews. Pearsall to Brian Thomas upgrade, Mooney to Andrews. Who cares? So I would do it, but also obviously Pearsall's been significantly better than Brian Thomas so far this season. Compton Ace, Scat versus Rome. I'm sorry, Scat and Rome versus CD Lamb. Uh, 14-team league, start 8 format. I think you need to hold on to the depth pieces. Let me confirm that. Actually, no, this isn't linked. Yeah, I can't tell you that this is. If it's a shallow league and you have a very good record, you can go ahead and you can take the CD Lamb side of this. But if it was a deeper format like this, especially if you didn't have a great record, it'd be tough. Now, Zachary Link, always happy to see. I know he sent this question over to you earlier. Trading JSN, down tiering to London, and picking up Chuba. How desperate are you at running back? We have Ginty and Scat. To be honest with you, my guy, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. I probably don't do this. Actually, I lied to you. Your team's garbage. Wide receiver, we'd have London, Pearsall. So like Chuba would actually need to play in our flex. I hate your team. I don't know what happened this year, my guy. I'm sorry, but I think most people you probably go ahead and you said you lost Connor, got out JSN for Debo, Garrett Wilson offers. Well, I'd rather have this one. I'd rather have the London one. But yeah, if you lost Connor and this is a team where we do not have great depth, I'm okay for you to go through and for you to take the Hubbard side. But I do think you're losing value. But like you need a flex. Like we're not even in the bye weeks yet, and you don't have somebody to put in the flex. Okay. Rocky V, Jordan Mason, Chase Brown, Pickens versus CMC. CMC not close. It's hard to overpay for CMC. Player 5 says, I hate your team is crazy. Zachary and I are close, okay. I wouldn't say I hate your team to somebody I don't know, but Zachary's been with us a long, long time. I can be honest with him. Futron here for the flex. We have like Devonta Smith, the best option on our bench. And yeah, there's no way in hell you can play Smith over any of the guys in your starting lineup. Okay. Tyler says, someone tell me how to get my sleeper team on the stream for a review. I'm sorry. We're too backed up on questions. So you can't, like this live stream, it's done. Like you can't get any more questions in. In the future, you can do it on the site, but also, I'm not going to lie to you, Chief. I don't know if this is an outdated profile picture of you, but it does look like you're about 12 years old. And I do want to put a statement out there. Please, if you are 12 years old, to anybody watching this, not just to Tyler, do not be paying to get your fantasy football team reviewed. Please don't. You can hang out in the live stream with us. You can hopefully get some free questions. But for the love of God, do not be getting the parents' credit card. That would be a very bad thing to do. Very, very bad. Now, Ualdry Schnow. I know I butchered that pronunciation. Tyler says, dude, I'm 25. There is no way you're 25. If so, you need to update this profile pic. But Benson or Judkins, I'm the number 1 waiver wire. I'm going to go Benson, my guy. I'll answer your question here in the chat. I feel bad for calling you 12 years old. Here anyway, you Aldrich Snow. Kamara versus Benson. I'm probably going to go Kamara. We can see what Benson looks like this week. Now, we got Benson 4 coming through. This is Blake Corum, Brian Thomas versus Braylon Allen, Sharbs, Rashee Rice. I'd rather have Rashee Rice over Brian Thomas, and these are all just handcuff running backs up here. So give me Rashee Rice. The only instance I don't do this is if like you're 0-3. Now, Ethan trading Lamb and Warren for James Cook. Oh, yeah, give me James Cook. Gray says, should I send the trade? Will he accept? No fab. Help me. I mean, you should send the trade. No idea if he'll accept it or not. If I were him, I would reject it. Like RJ Harvey versus Jalen Warren. Give me Jalen Warren. Definitely Jalen Warren's like running laps around Harvey right now. Long term, I think it's close. And then Bucky Irving versus Jacoby and Metcalf. Not close whatsoever. Okay. Now, McGeedry here for the wide receiver spot. Myers, Tyreek, Ladd. I may go Myers. The Raiders projects for 23.5 points this week. I'm going to still go Tyreek. The Dolphins offense actually projects fine as well. I think they have an applied team total of like 22.5 points, if I'm not mistaken, against the Jets. So both offenses are supposed to be sneaky viable this week. Okay. 40 ounces. Any ideas? Help, really. Congrats on 3-0 plus engagement. Really appreciate you, my friend. Here's the thing. You would be robbing your league mate with running back and wide receiver. I would trade DeAndre Swift and Pittman for just Amari and Hampton. I would trade DeAndre Swift and Pittman for just Igbuka. So if you can get both of them, oh, no brainer. But I mean, if they reject it, tell them like, oh, I'll do it just for one. Now, Jordan Kidd trading Tet and Igbuka for Neighbors. Two wide receivers. I don't know your league settings. I mean, if you have the depth, like if one of these guys are on your bench, go for it. Like Neighbors could be like significantly better with Dart than he was with Russ. We'll see. Now, Matt B with our next one. Trading Benson, Scat, Adams versus Barkley. 10-team league. We can afford to go out there. We have CMC and Taylor. Imagine for a second having CMC, Taylor, and Saquon Barkley. Go get Barkley and run. Ivan 10 trading Josh Allen for Hampton and Bo Nix. Ooh. What do we have at running back? Yeah, running back room, not the best. I think you can make this move. Big D, Pacheco and Metcalf versus Dobbins. I would rather have Metcalf over Dobbins still. Ungalord, I'm going to send you over a free trade question. It looks like you didn't put anything on the other side of this. Rocco, this is CMC versus Gibbs and Sutton. How bad do you need the receiver? We have Tet. We have Tyreek. I guess he just lost Evans. I'm fine if you make this move. Like, because you lost Evans. Carts, Kyron and Mar versus Genty and Nico. Genty, Kyron. I have Kyron one spot higher. Mar versus Nico. Not even really close. Give me Nico Collins. That Morris kid trading Tet for Brian Thomas. I think he would rather have Tet here. So far this season, Brian Thomas has been wide receiver 42, 38, 45. Tet's been wide receiver 30, 21, 43. So not that good, but one's just playing the first 3 games of his NFL career. I think Travis Hunter's going to continue to get better as well. Pug Muffin with our next one. Quarterback. If Purdy plays, I'll go Purdy, but if not, we're going to go Stafford. The Rams scored a ton of points against the Colts this week. Tyler Warren at tight ends and the flexes. You're going to go with the combo of Pollard and Judkins. Actually, no, you have Trey Benson. Pollard gives you the guaranteed work, but he's just in a horrendous offense. I have Pollard and Judkins ranked back-to-back. I have Pollard one spot ahead of him. We'll go Benson over Judkins this week. Possibly Judkins over... I would definitely rather have Judkins over Pollard in the long term, but you still don't have Spears in that offense. Crispy Chris trading Mike Evans for Marv. Yeah, Marv, a couple spots ahead of Mike Evans in our rankings now with the Evans injury. X-Hockey, Daniel Jones, Chubb, Tyreek versus Cam Ward, Trey Benson. How desperate are you at running back? Pretty damn desperate. Wide receiver, we have Brian Thomas, Malik Neighbors, Keenan Diggs. You're not great at receiver either. So our starting lineup after this would be Chuba, Trey Benson at running back. Wide receiver, Neighbors, Tyreek, Brian Thomas in one flex spot, Keenan in the other flex. I guess you have enough depth. So you're losing this trade. Let's be on the record. Daniel Jones and Tyreek Hill's the winning side of this. But based off how bad you are at running back, I'm okay if you were to go out there and make that trade. Now, B. Evans says, is Bijan's handcuff worth making this move? No. I don't care if you have Bijan or not. You do not do that. Badger, Scat, Brian Thomas versus CeeDee Lamb. I feel like we've answered this 5 times, no? We have Benson, Javonte left over at running back. Wide receiver, you have right. No, you can't do this. You need to keep the starters for now. You just simply don't have the depth. Like, especially as you already have Rashee Rice that you're waiting on that team. Now, Connor with our next one. For the flex, give me Chase Brown over T, Metcalf, and Judkins. Bear Maulings, running back, give me Brees, Walker. Like, I feel like we've gotten lucky with Travis Etienne over the past few weeks to just get the points we have. St. Brown, London, Pickens, all auto starts. Tight end, Tyler Warren. And then in the flex, Deebo Samuel if Terry McLaurin doesn't play. If Terry does play, Travis Etienne. Now, Corey Hambone, trading Bucky and Garrett Wilson for Puka Nacua. Give me Puka. That looked like it was a dynasty format as well, but I would do it in dynasty or redraft. Doesn't matter. SJW, Brees versus Ladd McConkey. I have Brees ranked ahead of Ladd at this point. What? We're excited. Like, we're going to have Pollard and Jalen Warren as our only running backs left over? No, you don't have enough running back depth. You want Brees all here. E. Morales says, half PPR, 2-1. We have Lamar Neighbors, JJ, Achan, CMC, Ferg, Devonta Myers, Juwan Harvey, Tank, Downs, Tracy. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Here, wide receiver, J-Mo to Myers. Clearly give me Myers. London to Jetta's massive upgrade. We're paying Kenneth Walker to get it done. What would we have after at running back? You can't do it. I like the idea. I like the value, but are you telling me all of a sudden we're going to have Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt in our running back spot this next week? Harvey hasn't broken out yet, and Tracy just got injured. So, great team, great value, but like JCM isn't ready to go in your lineup yet. So for that reason, I think you're wrong. I think you keep Walker. Now, JC Beads trading Judkins and Brian Thomas for Chase. I'd probably rather have Chase in a vacuum. Like, if you have the running back depth to do it, let's go for it. Like, clearly Chase is in a garbage offense, but can we say that Judkins isn't? Can we say that Brian Thomas isn't? No, they're all in garbage offenses. Now, Johnny Stretch here trading Benson, Jacobs, A.J. Brown for Pollard, Ladd, Puka. Benson to Pollard, slight downgrade. Jacobs to Ladd, massive downgrade. Or let's go Jacobs to Puka, massive upgrade. A.J. Brown to, what do we have left over? Left over, we'd have Puka, London, Tet, and a flex. Running back we'd be rolling with. Here's the thing. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. You get the opportunity to trade for Puka Nacua. You trade for Puka Nacua. Let's go for it. Rishi, Puka wide receiver 1 and CMC and Brees at running back. 14-team league double flex. So is your entire reason to send this in just so you can flex on me? Tell me, Mason, I have a better team than you in a 14-team league than you in your 12-team format. We get the flex. Is the trade worth the upside gamble? I would say no. Like, I have Igbuka ranked over Brian Thomas at this point. Like, he is sitting here averaging like 16 points per game. Brian Thomas is yet to crack 10 points in any game this year. Plus, you just had Mike Evans go down. And then looking at what we have with like all the trades that I see every single day. Right now, Igbuka is worth a hell of a lot more in most leagues than Brian Thomas is. So yeah, I would hold on to Igbuka. Now, Verdi God, Kyron, Ladd versus Brees and Brian Thomas. Ladd and Brian Thomas, similar to me. I would way rather have Kyron over Brees, so I'm going to go with the Kyron side. Okay. Jace Barbie, Etienne and Lamb versus Metcalf and Jefferson. We also had the Evans injury. So here's the thing. If you had Mike Evans and CeeDee Lamb go down in the same week, if you can get anything close to fair value to trade away either guy, you just simply have to do it. Go ahead and take Metcalf and Justin Jefferson. Lance Wilson, Kenneth Walker, GMO versus Rome Odunze. Leftover at running back, we'd have Jacobs, Judkins, Benson. You can afford it. I don't know if you're getting the best value possible. Like, if you can go to the James Conner owner and really rob them for us to sell one of those viable RBs, let's do it. But Beto, always happy to see you. Quarterback, I'm going to go Daniel Jones over Purdy, kind of regardless with no Kittle. Give me James Cook at running back here. Wide receiver, we have no Lamb, so we're going to have to go with Rome. Pearsall in the other slot. Tyler Warren at tight ends. And then in the flexes, we're going to go with Quentin Johnston and Trey Benson, even if Worthy ends up playing this week. Now, Dalton with our next one. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Garrett Wilson, Cortland Sutton. Tight end Bowers. And then in the flex, we're going to take the guaranteed volume of Chuba. But yeah, I think this is one of the rare teams where you can afford to bench Brian Thomas. Okay. Zachary, always happy to see my guy. So here, this is, I'm going to go Hampton over Genty this week. And the flex spots is a much better team. Sutton must start name against the Bengals. And then I'm an idiot, so I'm going to go Genty. Again, the Raiders have a 23.5 point implied team total against the Bears. So I think if you bench Genty this week, it's going to be the week that he goes off. But I believe Ashton Genty still has more yards after contact than he has total yards this year, which is hilarious. Now, Drewby coming through with this next one. we have Etienne, Marvin Harrison, Ladd McConkey versus Amari Hampton, Brian Thomas. Upgrading from Marvin to Brian Thomas, upgrading from Etienne to Hampton, and we're paying Ladd McConkey to get it done. This is, I can't see what the team is like. I would assume that unless you are in a deep league, I would just go ahead and I would take the Martin Hampton side of this. Okay. Now, Noah B. Looks like you didn't include anything on the other side of this trade, so I'm going to send you over a free trade question voucher for you to hopefully submit that again. Now, Dylan trading Ginty and A.J. Brown for Saquon Barkley. This looks like the league depth matters. You have Nico, Rome at wide receiver, Addison for one flex, and then we'll have like Dobbins for the other flex. So you have enough depth where, yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to make this deal. We'll go get Barkley. Okay. Narv. This is Swift JSN versus Puka Nacua. Yeah, I'll take Puka. I mean, if you watch the video that we put out today, where we talked about like the cost of going through and acquiring one of the true top elite assets, you can't really overpay for them. Like, it's impossible. So if you can go through and if you can trade for Puka Nacua, if you can trade for McCaffrey, as long as it doesn't blow up your team, you go ahead and you do it. Now, cruiser with our next one, Chase Brown, Jamison Williams versus Rome Odunze. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Rome. Rudy, Rome versus Pickens and Ridley. Ridley's almost a 0. I'm going to go ahead. I'll keep it with Rome on this, unless you're like dying for a receiver. Nidell, Bucky to Allen, slight downgrade. Etienne to Jacobs, massive upgrade. Hunt to Adams, massive upgrade. Bo Nix to Ricky Pearsall, massive upgrade. So yeah, you go with the Josh Allen side here, especially if that's a 14-team league. Getting the additional starters is no brainer. Hi Daddy says, all right, if I made this trade, it's a 3-team trade. I gave T. Benson Pollard for Cook and Marv. What are your thoughts? T. Benson Pollard for Cook and Marv. How? How could that even, how? T and Marv are both garbage. I have T on my team. I'd probably trade him for Marvin Harrison right now, to be honest with you. And trading Benson and Pollard for James Cook, phenomenal. Like, I have both Pollard and T. Higgins on my team. If I could get anything close to that price point, I would sell them in a heartbeat. Now, AB, Javonte Garrett Wilson versus Ramondre, Kamara, and Terry. Wilson to Kamara, up to you. I'd rather have Javonte over Terry. Ramondre looks like he's not much. So I'm going to go with Garrett and Javonte. I don't see why you'd like take on the risk of the Terry McLaurin injury. Maldi, Trey Benson, and Travis Hunter for Rashee Rice. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Deeper format right now. Let's say like after we make this deal. After we make this deal, we're starting Cortland Sutton, Marv at wide receiver this week. Jordan Mason, Brian Robinson. Bijan at running back. Jacobs and like J-Mo in the flexes. So if you are a winning team and you have the depth, yes, let's make this move. But if you have a losing record, then it's going to be much tougher. F8 Finesser trading Judkins for Benson. I have Judkins ranked over Benson rest of season, but maybe I'm a hypocrite because I'd rather start Benson this week. The Magic Messi, Chase Brown versus Ramondre and Flowers. I have Flowers and Chase Brown ranked similarly. I think Ramondre is almost a 0, so I think it's a fair deal. It's going to be up to you. Habibi, happy to see you. 1 and 3, most points 4. We have Saquon, JT, Hampton. Wide receivers, we have Marv, Keenan, Pickens, Ridley. Also offer Javonte and Garrett Wilson. I'd way rather have Barkley over Javonte and Garrett Wilson. Assuming you meant 1 and 2. We have plenty of running back depth. I would way rather do this deal with JSN and Ashton Genty. So I have Saquon Barkley on my fantasy team, and I would and I need wide receiver help. Very similar to how you do. And I would make this move. Like JSN, wide receiver 1, lock it in. Ashton Genty, and I'm very similar to you. I also have a ton of running back production. And Genty should be startable, so I'll go for it. Negatron. So say Mason, non-PPR. Ooh, non-PPR format. Significant hit to the receivers, but also CMC, obviously, in the running back rankings. Like, Jonathan Taylor's running laps around McCaffrey in a non-PPR league. Okay, incoming trade. What if he offers a Bucky, Lamb, and Rice? I would way rather do that trade. Way rather. I don't have to trade him if you don't think my team needs to. So here's the thing. If we look at what we have when it comes to non-PPR formats, we're never wanting to put a wide receiver in the flex. And also, real quick, we just hit 5 hours on this live stream answering questions. So if you have not done so already, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Drop a like on this stream. You can tell the majority of the questions that we are answering here are free questions. We are live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering fantasy football questions, doing everything we can to hit 300,000 subs. But anyway, let's get back to this. Wide receiver, we're really never wanting to put him in the flex spot. Running back's going to dominate wide receiver output in a non-PPR league. Okay, let's look at what we have here. Wide receiver as of now, we lost Evans, so we're rolling with Adams and Myers. In our starting lineup right now, we have CMC, Brian Robinson at running back. Sorry, Nick Chubb at running back. And then maybe non-PPR format, give me Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt over Michael Pittman in the flex. Here's the thing. You are undoubtedly losing this deal in the short term. Long term, you already have Evans coming in. By the way, if this is a full PPR format, I'd probably take the deal. But I probably only do it if I were you, if I'm getting Bucky Irving. We're 2-1, so we can look a little bit more long term. But yeah, I think non-PPR format, what would make me accept this deal is if Bucky was on the other end. He's coming from somebody who has Travis Etienne on their team right now. I'm a little bit worried about it. Now, Mason P. trading Chuba and Devonta Smith versus Trey Benson. I'd rather have Chuba over Benson. So give me Chuba and Smith. Now, Williams, Egbuka versus Trevion. I'd rather have Egbuka. Team Torres, Penix, Henderson versus Dak. I'd way rather have Henderson than Dak, unless it's like a super flex league. Deluxe, Brees, Trev, Marv versus Allen, Rice. Give me Rice over Marv. Give me Allen over Brees and Hendo. So, yeah, I'll take Josh Allen and Rice unless you really need the running back production. Now, Maldi here at wide receiver. We're going to go with Sutton and who? Wide receiver 2 spot's going to be tough. I'll go Marv. It's not like JMO has the volume either. And then the flexes, you take the running backs that are just going to get guaranteed opportunity. You take Trey Benson and Jordan Mason. Okay, so E. Fulton with our next one. Quarterback Baker versus May. Baker against the Eagles with none of his weapons. I'll take May with the rushing upside. Actually, May has to play the Vikings, no? No, he plays Carolina. Yeah, so we go ahead and we take May. Is it raining? No. God, I really hope it rains. Let me see. We haven't had rain in forever, and it's still hot as hell in Austin, Texas. So we're supposed to get rain today, you know what I mean, tomorrow. And it's supposed to cool us down, so looking forward to it. Looks like we're not supposed to crack 90 for the next week. Okay, but E. Fulton here, wide receiver. Pickens auto start with no Lamb. I'm going to go Goddard over Likely, even if Likely plays. And then the flex spot, we'll go Waddle. I mean, you actually have decent projections with the Dolphins going up against the Jets this week. Aaron trading Benson and Worthy for Hendo and Pittman. Worthy, Pittman, tomato, tomato, Benson, Hendo, tomato, tomato. If you are a winning team and we can think long-term, you go Hendo. If you are a losing team and we need points right now, you go Benson. Grand Lake Rocks trading Bijan, Devonta, Pickens for Taylor, ETN, JSN. Bijan to Taylor, lateral move up to you. I view it as a slight downgrade in a full PPR. Smith to ETN, clear upgrade. Pickens to JSN, massive upgrade. So yeah, we'll go with the Jonathan Taylor side. Taylor's the RB1 in fantasy points right now. Okay. Now, Jack 49 with our next one. We have Scat, Olave, Adams versus Genty and Chase. Adams to Genty. Give me Genty. Olave to Chase. Yeah, this is Genty and Chase. It's not even really close. Like, don't get me wrong. Genty is still very easily the play over Cam Scatterboot. Please. We're not all of a sudden valuing Genty as if he's nothing. Now, Sammy, trading Goff for Baker, slight upgrade. Wilson to, let's go, Lamb to Jacobs. If you need points now, upgrade. Wilson to Godwin, clear downgrade. I think it's a fair deal. I think it's up to you. How bad do we need a running back? You don't need a running back. Actually, yeah, you do. You need a running back. Let's go get Jacobs. Unless you're like 3-0, then obviously we can wait long-term with Lamb. Let's refresh this. TFES Rob, always happy to see you. Team my JSNs wants Hampton. Don't want to move him, but I'm 0-3, so I thought this would throw this at you and see if you could come up with an offer. Let's see if we can look at this, my guy. So the thing here is, Amari and Hampton no longer falls in the bucket of long-term production rookie that we're just going to have to wait for the breakout. The breakout already happened. Amari and Hampton this week is a borderline RB1 in my rankings. Looking at what they could offer us, like, what do we need here? Our starting lineup this week is Hampton, Kyron, Chase, Tat. What we would want from them is we would want Trey McBride. If you wanted to send Amari and Hampton and Brenton Strange for Trey McBride, and then we're rolling with Kyron and Jordan Mason at running back, we have Chase, Tat, Egbuka in at wide receiver in the flex, the elite tight end with McBride, you can go ahead and you can look at it. But we're not giving them a discount. They're not getting a sweetheart deal on Amari and Hampton. I would maybe even try to get an upgrade elsewhere as well. I would maybe try to send them like, hey, I'll give you Hampton and Addison for McBride and Ricky Pearsall and see what they say. And then if they say no to that, then maybe you follow it up with go like, oh, okay, well, I'll give you Hampton for McBride straight up. Like, that's what the deal is. Like, I know that maybe we said last week that, like, hey, with these rookies, we just need to be patient. They're not going to produce, blah, blah, blah. No, he's ready to produce. He's right there for you. Now, Groove Team Chris trading Achane for Amon-Ra St. Brown. I have St. Brown higher in my ranks, but if you really needed a running back, I understand preferring Achane. Looks like you don't need a running back, though. Now, GME 0, this is Barkley versus Walker and Brees. I would say in most instances I want Barkley. Only instance I don't want Barkley is if it's like a 14-team league, double flex spots, and you really need some depth here. So yeah, it's kind of up to you. Now, Josh Allen's anal penetration. Running back, I'm going to go, it's close. I'm going to go Benson. Wide receiver, Jefferson, Ladd. Tight end, Tyler Warren. And you're throwing in the running backs with the guaranteed volume here in the flexes anyway. We go Judd. Actually, I'm going to go Pollard over Judkins. Both offenses are garbage, but until Spears comes back, Pollard's going to just see literally every single touch. Okay. Now, Gigi says, want to upgrade quarterback. Ricky better than McConkey rest of season. Maida Herbert is an upgrade. Pearsall, the Lad. I mean, I have them wide receiver 24 and wide receiver 21. Kind of up to you. Sharps versus Harvey. I have it as a slight upgrade. So I think the running back wide receiver values here, it can go either way. But you're clearly getting the upgraded quarterback, so I'd make the move. Kev trading Smith, Waddle for Kamara and Golden. Yeah, this is kind of a no-brainer move. I would go for Kamara. KG Freeze, Jordan Mason and Pearsall versus CeeDee Lamb. We'd have Walker, Kamara, Judkins to play at running back. Wide receiver, we'd have St. Brown, Puka. Yeah, so you're loaded up. I'm assuming that you have a winning record here with how good your team is. So, yeah, I would go ahead. If you have a winning record, I think that you win this in the long term. Obviously, lose it in the short term. Now, Tribrax here for the flexes. Jordan Mason auto start with no Aaron Jones. And then, honestly, I just take the guaranteed volume with Trey Benson as well. In general, if you can play running backs in your flexes that have just guaranteed opportunities, that's always what I prefer doing. Now, Kachon here for the flex. Give me the combo of DeAndre Swift and Zay Flowers. Again, Swift, decent matchup against the Raiders and guaranteed volume. Here for the blank name, our best option on the bench right now is probably DK Metcalf. I'd play Metcalf over Christian Kirk. I know Kirk had more target volume this past week than Metcalf's had all season, but at least Metcalf's scoring touchdowns. And we'd probably leave the rest of the lineup as is. Tribrax says, is anyone worth it or just chill? He wants Judkins. Judkins, Trevion, tomato, up to you. St. Brown to Chase, clear downgrade. Sharp to Pickens, clear upgrade. I think it's a fine trade if you really wanted Trevion. Judkins is better than Henderson in the short term, though. So, if you were 1-2, 0-3, you maybe would be less excited about that. Blank name with another one. Here, the best option on our bench is we have no Reed, no Evans, no Tracy, no Spears. Best option on our bench is Jeremy McNichols, and there's no way in hell I'm playing him over Harvey, Brees, or Chase Brown. Jack Imbarak trading Kyron Smith Lamb for Hubbard and Neighbors. Lamb to Neighbors, clear upgrade. This is tough. Okay, so right now what we have at running back is we have Pollard and Kyron. Wide receiver, we have London Smith, Debo. Afterwards, we'd have Chuba and Pollard. We'd have Neighbors, London, Debo. If you're 3-0, you go ahead and you just roll with Lamb. If you are 0-3, you go with Neighbors. If you're 1-2 or 2-1, you figure it out. I have no idea, my friend. Now, this is Javonte Judkins versus Lamar Jackson. Yeah, you are sitting in an amazing spot with your running backs. So you can very easily afford to go and make this move. Now, Goop Stoop, Warren and A.J. Brown versus Rome Odunze. I have A.J. Brown and Rome ranked back-to-back, so I understand we don't need Jalen Warren, but I'd hope we can get a little more value for him. Refresh this, see if we had any more quick questions coming in. Please quit. JCM and Ridley versus Judkins. Oh, this is Judkins easily. I would way rather have Judkins over JCM. Chris says, can you help me decide the best lineup? Running back, I'm going to go Ginty and Benson. And then in the flex spots, I'd probably leave this as is. While I do really like Judkins, and while I'm really hoping that he crushes for our best ball teams, he's still first and second down running back in one of the league's worst offenses. Only Tentacle trading Jordan Mason and Pickens for Ginty and Sutton. Pickens to Ginty, give me Ginty. Mason to Sutton, give me Sutton. So yeah, I'll make this move. I think it looks like you lose in the short term because Jordan Mason and Pickens will be crushing with no Lamb and Aaron Jones. Long term, though, I think you probably opt to take Ginty and Sutton. But I need to log out, log back in. The site sailed out on us. And I remind y'all, please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. We are live streaming every single day, answering fantasy football questions and looking at your teams. The vast majority of the questions that we answer are free questions that we give away in the live stream. So if you just subscribe, hit the bell next to the subscribe button and come out to the stream, obviously we can get to answering some of your questions. But let's go ahead and let's pull this back up. And I know that we've had the questions turned off where you haven't been able to purchase them for the majority of this stream. But again, we just streamed for 5.5 hours. So I'm trying my absolute best to be able to answer as many as possible. Here, AV8, I'm going to go Daniel. Oh, it's tough. I'm going to go Daniel Jones. You do have the Rams pretty heavily favored, though. And then wide receiver, I'm going to go with Devonta Smith against the Bucs. Even if Terry played, I don't know if I'd want to play Terry with the quad stuff. I think you can wait to see it. But I think that's all I got for y'all. It's almost 1 here, so I need to go to bed. I have no idea what time it is where y'all are at, but I am very tired. I'll be live, of course, tomorrow answering questions. What I need to figure out right now is how many questions or how many team reviews we're back to see if we could turn team reviews back on. And again, like we're going to leave it on where if you have a voucher for any question, you can send that in. How you get a voucher to send in a free question is if you're an annual Mother Flocker and you use code FLOCK, then you'll get free vouchers for start, set, trade, and roster reviews to send in for me. If you got the season pass and you had used code FLOCK, then you should have a couple of vouchers for start, set, and trade. Or again, if you have the God dang, we have a lot of teams to look at. I can't turn it back on where y'all can buy team reviews. We're too far behind. We're going to need all day tomorrow to catch up. So, yeah, we're just going to leave it on where if you have the vouchers, you can send them in for free. And then obviously we'll be giving away a bunch of free questions in the stream tomorrow. But really appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And again, I'll be live tomorrow. I'm going to try to go live as early as I can so I can, again, try to stream 5-6 hours. But thank you for everything, and I'll see you out in the live stream tomorrow.